Chapter 1 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 1. Dirty Work at the Border. At the very beginning of the tale, there comes a moment of puzzled hesitation. One way of approach is set beside another for choice, and a third contrived for better choice. Still the puzzle persists, all because the one precisely right way might seem, shall we say, intense, high-keyed, clamorous? Yet, if one way is the only right way, why pause? Courage! Slightly dazed, though certain, let us be on into the shrill thick of it. So then, out there in the great open spaces where men are men, a clash of primitive hearts and the coming of young love into its own. Well had it been for Estelle St. Clair if she had not wandered from the Fordyce ranch. A moment's delay in the arrival of Buck Benson, a second of fear in that brave heart, and hers would have been a fate worse than death. Had she not been warned of Snake Lavasquez the outlaw, his base threat to win her by fair means or foul? Had not Buck Benson himself, that strong, silent man of the open, begged her to beware of the half-breed? Perhaps she had resented the hint of mastery in Benson's cool, quiet tones, as he said, "Miss St. Clair, ma'am, I beg you not to endanger your welfare by permitting the advances of this viper. He bodes no good to such as you." Perhaps, who knows? Estelle St. Clair had even thought to trifle with the feelings of Snake Lavasquez, than to scorn him for his presumption. Although the beautiful New York society girl had remained unsullied in the midst of a city's profligacy, she still liked to play with fire, as she laughingly said, and at the quiet words of Benson, Two-Gun Benson, his comrades of the border called him, she had drawn herself to her full height, facing him in all her blonde young beauty, and pouted adorably as she replied, "Thank you, but I can look out for myself." Yet she had wandered on her pony farther than she meant to, and was not without trepidation at the sudden appearance of the picturesque half-breed, his teeth flashing in an evil smile as he swept off his broad sombrero to her. Above her suddenly beating heart she sought to chat gaily, while the quick eyes of the outlaw took in the details of the smart riding costume that revealed every line of her lithe young figure. But suddenly she chilled under his hot glance that spoke all too plainly. "I must return to my friends," she faltered. "They will be anxious." But the fellow laughed with a sinister leer. "No, ha ha ha! Ah, no, the lovely senorita will come with me," he replied. But there was the temper of steel in his words, for Snake Lavasquez on the border, where human life was lightly held, was known as the slimy viper. Of all the evil men in that inferno, Snake was the foulest. Steeped in vice, he feared neither God nor man, and respected no woman. And now, Estelle St. Clair, drawing-room pet, pampered darling of New York society, which she ruled with an iron hand from her father's Fifth Avenue mansion, regretted bitterly that she had not given heed to honest Buck Benson. Her prayers, threats, entreaties were in vain. Despite her struggles, the blows her small fists rained upon the scoundrel's taunting face, she was borne across the border, on over the mesa toward the lair of the outlaw. "Have you no mercy?" she cried again and again. "Can you not see that I loathe and despise you, foul fiend that you are? Ah, God in heaven, is there no help at hand?" The outlaw remained deaf to these words that should have melted a heart of stone. At last, over the burning plain, was seen the ruined hovel to which the scoundrel was dragging his fair burden. It was but the work of a moment to dismount and bear her half-fainting form within the den. There he faced her, repellent with evil intentions. "Ha, senorita, you are a beautiful wildcat, yes? But Snake Vasquez will tame you. Ha ha!" laughed he carelessly. With a swift movement the beautiful girl sought to withdraw the small silver-mounted revolver without which she never left the ranch. But Snake Vasquez, with a muttered oath, was too quick for her. He seized the toy and contemptuously hurled it across his vile den. "Have a care, my proud beauty," he snarled, and the next moment she was writhing in his grasp. Little availed her puny strength. Helpless as an infant was the fair New York society girl as Snake Vasquez, foulest of the viper breed, began to force his attention upon her. The creature's hot kisses seared her defenseless cheek. "Listen," he hissed. "You are mine, mine at last. Here you shall remain a prisoner until you have consented to be my wife." All seemed, indeed, lost. "Am I too late, Miss St. Clair?" Snake Vasquez started at the quiet, grim voice. "Sapristi!" he snarled. "You!" "Me," replied Buck Benson, for it was indeed no other. "Thank God, at last!" murmured Estelle St. Clair, freeing herself from the foul arms that had enfolded her slim young beauty, and staggering back from him who would so basely have forced her into a distasteful marriage. In an instant she had recovered the St. Clair poise, had become every inch the New York society leader, as she replied, "Not too late, Mr. Benson. Just in time, rather. Ha ha! This gentleman has become annoying. You are just in time to mete out the punishment he so justly deserves, for which I shall pray that heaven reward you." She pointed an accusing finger at the craven wretch who had shrunk from her and now cowered at the far side of the wretched den. At that moment she was strangely thrilled. What was his power, this strong, silent man of the open, with his deep reverence for pure American womanhood? True, her culture demanded a gentleman, but her heart demanded a man. Her eyes softened and fell before his cool, keen gaze, and a blush mantled her fair cheek. Could he but have known it, she stood then in meek surrender before this soft-voiced master. A tremor swept the honest, rugged face of Buck Benson as heart thus called to heart. But his keen eyes flitted to Snake Vasquez. "Now, curse you, viper that you are, you shall fight me, by heaven, in American fashion, man to man, for, foul though you be, I hesitate to put a bullet through your craven heart." The beautiful girl shivered with new apprehension. The eyes of Snake Vasquez glittered with new hope. He faced his steely-eyed opponent for an instant only, then with a snarl like that of an angry beast sprang upon him. Benson met the cowardly attack with the flash of a powerful fist, and the outlaw fell to the floor with a hoarse cry of rage and pain. But he was quickly upon his feet again, muttering curses, and again he attacked his grim-faced antagonist. Quick blows rained upon his defenseless face, for the strong, silent man was now fairly aroused. He fought like a demon, perhaps divining that here strong men battled for a good woman's love. The outlaw was proving to be no match for his opponent. Arising from the ground where a mighty blow had sent him, he made a lightning-like effort to recover the knife which Benson had taken from him. "Have a care!" cried the girl in quick alarm. "That fiend in human form would murder you." But Buck Benson's cool eye had seen the treachery in ample time. With a muttered, "Curse you, fiend that you are," he seized the form of the outlaw in a powerful grasp, raised him high aloft as if he had been but a child, and was about to dash him to the ground, when a new voice from the doorway froze him to immobility. Statue-like he stood there, holding aloft the now still form of Snake le Vasquez. The voice from the doorway betrayed deep amazement and the profoundest irritation. "Merton Gill, what in the sacred name of time are you meaning to do with that dummy? For the good land's sake, have you gone plumb crazy or what? Put that thing down!" The newcomer was a portly man of middle age, dressed in ill-fitting black. His gray hair grew low upon his brow, and he wore a parted beard. The conqueror of Snake le Vasquez was still frozen, though he had instantly ceased to be Buck Benson, the strong, silent, two-gun man of the open spaces. The irritated voice came again. "Put that dummy down, you idiot! What do you think you're doing anyway? And say, what you got that other one in here for when it ought to be out in front of the store showing that new line of gingham house frocks? Put that down and handle it careful. Maybe you think I got them things down from Chicago just for you to play horse with. Not so. Not so at all. They're to help show off goods, and that's what I want 'em doing right now. And for time's sake, what's that revolver lying on the floor for? Is it loaded? Say, are you really out of your senses or ain't you? What's got into you lately? Will you tell me that? Sky-hooting around in here, leaving the front of the store unprotected for an hour or two like your time was your own. And don't tell me you only been fooling in here for 3 minutes either, because when I come back from lunch just now there was Miss Leffingwell up at the notions counter wanting some hooks and eyes, and she tells me she's waited there a good 30 minutes if she's waited one. Nice goings on, I must say, for a boy drawing down the money you be. Now you get busy. Take that one with the gingham frock out and stand her in front where she belongs, and then put one of them new raincoats on the other and stand him out where he belongs, and then look after a few customers. I declare, sometimes I get clean out of patience with you. Now, for gosh sake, stir your stumps." "Oh, all right. Yes, sir," replied Merton Gill, though but half respectfully. The "oh, all right" had been tainted with a trace of sullenness. He was tired of this continual nagging and fussing over small matters. Some day he would tell the old grouch so. And now, gone the vivid tale of the great out-of-doors, the wide plains of the West, the clash of primitive-hearted men for a good woman's love. Gone, perhaps, the greatest heart-picture of a generation, the picture at which you laugh with a lump in your throat and smile with a tear in your eye, the story of plausible punches, a big, vital theme masterfully handled, thrills, action, beauty, excitement, carried to a sensational finish by the genius of that sterling star of the shadowed world, Clifford Armitage, once known as Merton Gill in the little hamlet of Simsbury, Illinois, where for a time, ere yet he was called to screen triumphs, he served as a humble clerk in the so-called emporium of Amos G. Gashwiler, everything for the home, our prices always right. Merton Gill, so for a little time he must still be known, moodily seized the late Estelle St. Clair under his arm and withdrew from the dingy back storeroom. Down between the counters of the emporium he went with his fair burden and left her outside its portals, staring from her very definitely lashed eyes across the slumbering street at the Simsbury post office. She was tastefully arrayed in one of those new checked gingham house frocks, so heatedly mentioned a moment since by her lawful owner, and across her chest Merton Gill now imposed, with no tenderness of manner, the appealing legend, "Our latest for Milady, only $6.98." He returned for Snake Le Vasquez. That outlaw's face, even out of the picture, was evil. He had been picked for the part because of his face. Plump, pinkly tinted cheeks, lustrous curling hair of somewhat repellent composition, eyes with a hard glitter, each lash distinct in blue-black lines, and a small tip-curled black mustache that lent the whole an offensive smirk. Garbed now in a raincoat, he too was posed before the Emporium front, labeled "Rainproof or you get back your money." So frankly evil was his mien that Merton Gill, pausing to regard him, suffered a brief relapse into artistry. "You fiend," he muttered, and contemptuously smote the cynical face with an open hand. Snake Le Vasquez remained indifferent to the affront, smirking insufferably across the slumbering street at the wooden Indian proffering cigars before the establishment of Selby Brothers, Confectionery and Tobaccos. Within the Emporium the proprietor now purveyed hooks and eyes to an impatient Mrs. Leffingwell. Merton Gill, behind the opposite counter, waited upon a little girl sent for 2¼ yards of stuff to match the sample crumpled in her damp hand. Over the suave amenities of this merchandising, Amos Gashwiler glared suspiciously across the store at his employee. Their relations were still strained. Merton also glared at Amos, but discreetly, at moments when the other's back was turned, or when he was blandly wishing to know of Mrs. Leffingwell if there would be something else today. Other customers entered. Trade was on. Both Merton and Amos wore airs of cheerful briskness that deceived the public. No one could have thought that Amos was fearing his undoubtedly crazed clerk might become uncontrollable at any moment, or that the clerk was mentally parting from Amos forever in a scene of tense dramatic value in which his few dignified but scathing words would burn themselves unforgettably into the old man's brain. Merton, to himself, had often told Amos these things. Some day he'd say them right out, leaving his victim not only in the utmost confusion, but in black despair of ever finding another clerk one half as efficient as Merton Gill. The afternoon wore to closing time in a flurry of trade, during which, as Merton continued to behave sanely, the apprehension of his employer in a measure subsided. The last customer had departed from the Emporium. The dummies were brought inside. The dust curtains were hung along the shelves of dry goods. There remained for Merton only the task of delivering a few groceries. He gathered these and took them out to the wagon in front. Then he changed from his store coat to his street coat and donned a rakish plush hat. Amos was also changing from his store coat to his street coat and donning his frayed straw hat. "See if you can't keep from acting crazy while you make them deliveries," said Amos, not uncordially, as he lighted a choice cigar from the box which he kept hidden under a counter. Merton wished to reply, "See here, Mr. Gashwiler, I've stood this abuse long enough. The time has come to say a few words to you." But aloud he merely responded, "Yes, sir." The circumstance that he also had a cigar from the same box, hidden not so well as Amos thought, may have subdued his resentment. He would light the cigar after the first turn in the road had carried him beyond the eagle eye of its owner. The delivery wagon outside was drawn by an elderly horse devoid of ambition or ideals. His head was sunk in dejection. He was gray at the temples, and slouched in the shafts in a loafing attitude, one forefoot negligently crossed in front of the other. He aroused himself reluctantly and with apparent difficulty when Merton Gill seized the reins and called in commanding tones, "Get on there, you old skate!" The equipage moved off under the gaze of Amos, who was locking the doors of his establishment. Turning the first corner into a dusty side street, Merton dropped the reins and lighted the filched cigar. Other Gashwiler property was sacred to him. From all the Emporium's choice stock he would have abstracted not so much as a pin, but the Gashwiler cigars, said to be the world's best 10-cent smoke, with a picture of a dissipated clubman in evening dress on the box cover, were different, in that they were pointedly hidden from Merton. He cared little for cigars, but this was a challenge. The old boy couldn't get away with anything like that. And if he didn't want his cigars touched, let him leave the box out in the open like a man. Merton drew upon the lighted trophy, moistened and pasted back the wrapper that had broken when the end was bitten off, and took from the bottom of the delivery wagon the remains of a buggy whip that had been worn to half its length. With this, he now tickled the bony ridges of the horse. Blows meant nothing to Dexter, but he could still be tickled into brief spurts of activity. He trotted with swaying head, sending up an effective dust screen between the wagon and a still possibly observing Gashwiler. His deliveries made, Merton again tickled the horse to a frantic pace which continued until they neared the alley on which fronted the Gashwiler barn. There the speed was moderated to a mild amble, for Gashwiler believed his horse should be driven with tenderness, and his equally watchful wife believed it would run away if given a chance. Merton drove into the barnyard, unhitched the horse, watered it at the half of a barrel before the iron pump, and led it into the barn, where he removed the harness. The old horse sighed noisily and shook himself with relief as the bridle was removed and a halter slipped over his venerable brow. Ascertaining that the barnyard was vacant, Merton immediately became attentive to his charge. Throughout the late drive his attitude had been one of mild but contemptuous abuse. More than once he had uttered the words "old skate" in tones of earnest conviction, and with the worn end of the whip he had cruelly tickled the still absurdly sensitive sides. Had beating availed, he would with no compunction have beaten the drooping wreck. But now, all at once, he was curiously tender. He patted the shoulder softly, put both arms around the bony neck, and pressed his face against the face of Dexter. A moment he stood thus, then spoke in a tear-choked voice. "Good-bye, old pal. The best, the truest pal a man ever had. You and me has seen some tough times, old pard, but you've allus brought me through without a scratch, allus brought me through." There was a sob in the speaker's voice, but he manfully recovered a clear tone of pathos. "And now, old pal, they're a-taking you from me. Yes, we got to part, you and me. I'm never going to set eyes on ye again. But we got to be brave, old pal. We got to keep a stiff upper lip. No crying now, no busting down." The speaker unclasped his arms and stood with head bowed, his face working curiously, striving to hold back the sobs. For Merton Gill was once more Clifford Armitage, popular idol of the screen, in his great role of Buck Benson bidding the accustomed farewell to his four-footed pal that had brought him safely through countless dangers. How are we to know that in another couple hundred of feet of the reel Buck will escape the officers of the law who have him for that hold-up of the Walla Hula stage, of which he was innocent, leap from a second-story window of the sheriff's office onto the back of his old pal, and be carried safely over the border where the hellhounds can't touch him until his innocence is proved by Estelle St. Clair, the New York society girl, whose culture demanded a gentleman, but whose heart demanded a man? How are we to know this? We only know that Buck Benson always has to kiss his horse good-bye at this spot in the drama. Merton Gill is impressively Buck Benson. His sobs are choking him, and though Gashwiler's delivery horse is not a pinto, and could hardly get over the border ahead of a sheriff's posse, the scene is affecting. "Goodbye again, old pal, and God bless ye," sobs Merton. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 2. That Night, the Apartments of Clifford Armitage. Merton Gill mealed at the Gashwiler home. He ate his supper in moody silence, holding himself above the small gossip of the day that engaged Amos and his wife. What to him meant the announcement that Amos expected a new line of white goods on the morrow, or Mrs. Gashwiler's version of a regrettable incident occurring at that afternoon's meeting of the Entre Nous 500 Club, in which the score had been juggled adversely to Mrs. Gashwiler, resulting in the loss of the first prize, a handsome fern dish, and concerning which Mrs. Gashwiler had thought it best to speak her mind? What importance could he attach to the disclosure of Metta Judson, the Gashwiler hired girl, who chatted freely during her appearances with food, that Doc Cummins had said old Grandma Fouts couldn't last out another day, that the Peter Swansons were sending clear to Chicago for Tilda's trousseau, and that Jeff Murdoch had arrested one of the Giddings boys. But she couldn't learn if it was Ferd or Gus, for being drunk as a fool and busting up a bazaar out at the Oak Grove schoolhouse, and the fighting was something terrible. Scarcely did he listen to these petty recitals. He ate in silence, and when he had finished the simple meal, he begged to be excused. He begged this in a lofty, detached, somewhat weary manner, as a man of the world, excessively bored at the dull chatter, but still the fastidious gentleman, might have begged it, breaking into one of the many repetitions by his hostess of just what she said to Mrs. Judge Ellis. He was again Clifford Armitage, enacting a polished society man among yokels. He was so impressive after rising in his bow to Mrs. Gashwiler that Amos regarded him with a kindling suspicion. "Say," he called, as Merton in the hallway plucked his rakish plush hat from the mirrored rack, "you remember now, no more of that skylarking with them dummies. Them things cost money." Merton paused. He wished to laugh sarcastically, a laugh of withering scorn. He wished to reply in polished tones, "Skylarkin'? You poor dull clod. What do you know of my ambitions, my ideals? You with your petty life devoted to gaining a few paltry dollars." But he did not say this, or even register the emotion that would justly accompany such a subtitle. He merely rejoined, "All right, sir, I'm not going to touch them," and went quickly out. "Darned old grouch," he muttered as he went down the concrete walk to the Gashwiler front gate. Here he turned to regard the 2-story brick house and the square of lawn with a concrete deer on one side of the walk, balanced by a concrete deer on the other. Before the gate was the cast-iron effigy of a small negro in fantastic uniform holding an iron ring aloft. The Gashwiler carriage horse had been tethered to this in the days before the Gashwiler touring car had been acquired. "Dwelling of a country storekeeper," muttered Merton. "That's all you are." This was intended to be scornful. Merton meant that on the screen it would be recognized as this and nothing more. It could not be taken for the mansion of a rich banker or the country home of a Wall Street magnate. He felt that he had been keen in his dispraise, especially as old Gashwiler would never get the sting of it. Clod. 3 blocks brought him to the heart of the town, still throbbing faintly. He stood irresolute before the Giddings house. Chairs in front of this hostelry were now vacant of loafers, and a clatter of dishes came through the open windows of the dining room, where supper was on. Farther down the street, Selby Brothers, Cigars and Confectionery, would be open. Lights shone from the windows of the Fashion Pool Parlor across the way. The city drugstore could still be entered, and the post office would stay open until after the mail from number 4 was distributed. With these exceptions, the shops along this mart of trade were tightly closed, including the Gashwiler Emporium, at the blind front of which Merton now glanced with the utmost distaste. Such citizens as were yet abroad would be over at the depot to watch the number 4 go through. Merton debated joining these sightseers. Simsbury was too small to be noticed by many trains. It sprawled along the track as if it had been an afterthought of the railroad. Trains like number 4 were apt to dash relentlessly by it without slackening speed, the mail bag being flung to the depot platform. But sometimes there would be a passenger for Simsbury, and the proud train would slow down and halt reluctantly, with a grinding of brakes, while the passenger alighted. Then a good view of the train could be had, a line of beautiful sleepers terminating in an observation car, its rear platform guarded by a brass-topped railing behind which the privileged lolled at ease, and up ahead a wonderful dining car, where dinner was being served, flitting white-clad waiters, the glitter of silver and crystal and damask, and favoured beings feasting at their lordly ease, perhaps denying even a careless glance at the pitiful hamlet outside, or, at most, looking out impatient at the halt, or merely staring with incurious eyes while awaiting their choice foods. None of these enviable persons ever betrayed any interest in Simsbury or its little group of citizens who daily gathered on the platform to do them honour. Merton Gill used to fancy that these people might shrewdly detect him to be out of place there, might perhaps take him to be an alien city man awaiting a similar proud train going the other way, standing, as he would, aloof from the obvious villagers, and having a manner, a carriage, and attire such as further set him apart. Still, he could never be sure about this. Perhaps no one ever did single him out as being patently of the greater world. Perhaps they considered that he was rightly of Simsbury, and would continue to be a part of it all the days of his life. Or perhaps they wouldn't notice him at all. They had been passing Simsburys all day, and all Simsburys and all their peoples must look very alike to them. Very well, a day would come. There would be at Simsbury a momentous stop of number 4, and another passenger would be in that dining car, disjoined forever from Simsbury, and he with them would stare out the polished windows at the gaping throng, and he would continue to stare with incurious eyes at still other Simsburys along the right-of-way, while the proud train bore him off to triumphs never dreamed of by natural-born villagers. He decided now not to tantalize himself with a glance at this splendid means of escape from all that was sordid. He was still not a little depressed by the late unpleasantness with Gashwiler, who had thought him a crazy fool with his revolver, his fiercely muttered words, and his holding aloft of a valuable dummy as if to threaten it with destruction. Well, some day the old grouch would eat his words. Some day he would be relating to amazed listeners that he had known Merton Gill intimately at the very beginning of his astounding career. That was bound to come. But tonight Merton had no heart for the swift spectacle of number 4. Nor even, should it halt, did he feel up to watching those indifferent, incurious passengers who little recked that a future screen idol in natty plush hat and belted coat amusedly surveyed them. Tonight he must be alone. But a day would come. Resistless, time would strike his hour. Still he must wait for the mail before beginning his nightly study. Certain of his magazines would come tonight. He sauntered down the deserted street, pausing before the establishment of Selby Brothers. From the door of this emerged one Elmer Huff, clerk of the city drug store. Elmer had purchased a pack of cigarettes and now offered one to Merton. "'Lo, Mert, have a little pill?" "No, thanks," replied Merton firmly. He had given up smoking, save those clandestine indulgences at the expense of Gashwiler, because he was saving money against his great day. Elmer lighted one of his own little pills and made a further suggestion. "Say, how about setting in a little game with the gang tonight after the store closes? 10-cent limit." "No, thanks," replied Merton, again firmly. He had no great liking for poker at any limit, and would not subject his savings to a senseless hazard. Of course he might win, but you could never tell. "Do you good," urged Elmer. "Quit at 12 sharp with one round of roodles." "No, I guess not," said Merton. "Well, we had some game last night, I'll tell the world. One hand we had 4 jacks out against 4 aces, and right after that I held 4 kings against an ace full. Say, one time there I was about 280 to the good, but I didn't have enough sense to quit. Hear about Gus Giddings? They got him over in the coop for breaking in on a social out at the Oak Grove schoolhouse last night. Say, he had a peach on when he left here, I'll tell the world. But he didn't get far. Them Grove lads certainly made a believer out of him. You ought to see that left eye of his." Merton listened loftily to this village talk. Gossip of a rural sport who got a peach on and started something. And the poker game in the back room of the city drug store. What diversions were these for one who had a future? Let these clods live out their dull lives in their own way. But not Merton Gill, who held aloof from their low sports, studied faithfully the lessons in his film acting course, and patiently bided his time. He presently sauntered to the post office where the mail was being distributed. Here he found the sightseers who had returned from the treat of No. 4's flight, and many of the less enterprising citizens who had merely come down for their mail. Gashwiler was among these, smoking one of his choice cigars. He was not allowed to smoke in the house. Merton, knowing this prohibition strictly enforced by Mrs. Gashwiler, threw his employer a glance of honest pity. Briefly he permitted himself a vision of his own future home, a palatial bungalow in distant Hollywood, with expensive cigars in elaborate humidors, and costly gold-tipped cigarettes in silver things on low tables. One might smoke freely there in every room. Under more of the Elmer Huff sort of gossip and the rhythmic clump of the cancelling stamp back of the drawers and boxes, he allowed himself a further glimpse of this luxurious interior. He sat on a low couch, among soft cushions, a magnificent bearskin rug beneath his feet. He smoked one of the costly cigarettes and chatted with a young lady interviewer from Photoland. "You ask of my wife," he was saying. "But she is more than a wife. She is my best pal, and I may add she is also my severest critic." He broke off here, for an obsequious Japanese butler entered with a tray of cooling drinks. The tray would be gleaming silver, but he was uncertain about the drinks, something with long straws in them probably, but as to anything alcoholic now. While he was trying to determine this, the general delivery window was opened, and the interview had to wait. But anyway, you could smoke where you wished in that house, and Gashwiler couldn't smoke any closer to his house than the front porch. Even trying it there he would be nagged and fussily asked why he didn't go out to the barn. He was a poor fish, Gashwiler, a country storekeeper without a future. A clod. Merton, after waiting in line, obtained his mail, consisting of 3 magazines: Photoland, Silver Screenings, and Camera. As he stepped away he saw that Miss Tessie Kearns stood 3 places back in the line. He waited at the door for her. Miss Kearns was one soul in Simsbury who understood him. He had confided to her all his vast ambitions. She had sympathized with them, and her never-failing encouragement had done not a little to stiffen his resolution at odd times, when the haven of Hollywood seemed all too distant. A certain community of ambitions had been the foundation of this sympathy between the two, for Tessie Kearns meant to become a scenario writer of eminence, and, like Merton, she was now both studying and practicing a difficult art. She conducted the millinery and dressmaking establishment next to the Gashweiler Emporium, but found time, as did Merton, for the worthwhile things outside of her narrow life. She was a slight, spare little figure, sedate and mouse-like, of middle age and, to the village, a quiet, sober way of thought. But known only to Merton, her real life was one of terrific adventure, involving crime of the most atrocious sort, and contact not only with the great and good, but with the loathsome denizens of the underworld who would commit any deed for hire. Some of her scenarios would have profoundly shocked the good people of Simsbury, and she often suffered tremors of apprehension at the thought that one of them might be enacted at the Bijou Palace right there on 4th Street, with her name brazenly announced as author. Suppose it were Passion's Perils! She would surely have to leave town after that. She would be too ashamed to stay. Still, she would be proud, also, for by that time they would be calling her to Hollywood itself. Of course, nothing so distressing or so grand had happened yet, for none of her dramas had been accepted, but she was coming on. It might happen any time. She joined Merton, a long envelope in her hand, and a brave little smile on her pinched face. "Which one is it?" he asked, referring to the envelope. "It's Passion's Perils," she answered with a jaunty affectation of amusement. "The Touchstone Blatts people sent it back. The slip says its being returned does not imply any lack of merit." "I should think it wouldn't," said Merton warmly. He knew Passion's Perils. A company might have no immediate need for it, but its rejection could not possibly imply a lack of merit, because the merit was there. No one could dispute that. They walked on to the Bijou Palace. Its front was dark, for only twice a week, on Tuesdays and Saturdays, could Simsbury muster a picture audience, but they could read the bills for the following night. The entrance was flanked on either side by billboards, and they stopped before the first. Merton Gill's heart quickened its beats, for there was billed none other than Beulah Baxter in the 9th installment of her tremendous serial, The Hazards of Hortense. It was going to be good. It almost seemed that this time the scoundrels would surely get Hortense. She was speeding across a vast open quarry in a bucket attached to a cable, and one of the scoundrels with an axe was viciously hacking at the cable's farther anchorage. It would be a miracle if he did not succeed in his hellish design to dash Hortense to the cruel rocks below. Merton, of course, had not a moment's doubt that the miracle would intervene. He had seen other serials. So he made no comment upon the gravity of the situation, but went at once to the heart of his ecstasy. "The most beautiful woman on the screen," he murmured. "Well, I don't know." Miss Kearns appeared about to advance the claims of rival beauties, but desisted when she saw that Merton was firm. "None of the rest can touch her," he maintained. "And look at her nerve. Would your others have as much nerve as that?" "Maybe she has someone to double in those places," suggested the screen-wise Tessie Kearns. "Not Beulah Baxter. Didn't I see her personal appearance that time I went to Peoria last spring on purpose to see it? Didn't she talk about the risks she took, and how the directors were always begging her to use a double, and how her artistic convictions wouldn't let her do any such thing? You can bet the little girl is right there in every scene." They passed to the other billboard. This would be the comedy. A painfully cross-eyed man in misfitting clothes was doing something supposed to be funny, pushing a lawnmower over the carpet of a palatial home. "How disgusting!" exclaimed Miss Kearns. "Ain't it?" said Merton. "How they can have one of those terrible things on the same bill with Miss Baxter, I can't understand it." Those censors ought to suppress this sort of buffoonery instead of scenes of dignified passion like they did in Scarlet Sin, declared Tessie. Did you read about that? They sure ought, agreed Merton. These comedies make me tired. I never see one if I can help it. Walking on, they discussed the wretched public taste and the wretched actors that pandered to it. The slapstick comedy, they held, degraded a fine and beautiful art. Merton was especially severe. He always felt uncomfortable at one of these regrettable exhibitions, when people about him who knew no better laughed heartily. He had never seen anything to laugh at, and said as much. They crossed the street and paused at the door of Miss Kearns' shop, behind which were her living rooms. She would tonight go over Passion's Perils once more and send it to another company. "I wonder," she said to Merton, "if they keep sending it back because the sets are too expensive. Of course there's the one where the dissipated English nobleman, Count Blessingham, lures Valerie into Westminster Abbey for his own evil purposes on the night of the old Earl's murder. That's expensive, but they get a chance to use it again when Valerie is led to the altar by the young Lord Stonecliffe, the rightful heir. And of course Stonecliffe Manor, where Valerie is first seen as governess, would be expensive. But they use that in a lot of scenes, too. Still, maybe I might change the locations around to something they've got built." "I wouldn't change a line," said Merton. "Don't give in to 'em. Make 'em take it as it is. They might ruin your picture with cheap stuff." "Well," the authoress debated, "maybe I'll leave it. I'd especially hate to give up Westminster Abbey. Of course the scene where she is struggling with Count Blessingham might easily be made offensive. It's a strong scene, but it all comes right. You remember she wrenches herself loose from his grasp and rushes to throw herself before the altar, which suddenly lights up, and the scoundrel is afraid to pursue her there because he had a thorough religious training when a boy at Oxford, and he feels it would be sacrilegious to seize her again while the light from the altar shines upon her that way, and so she's saved for the time being. It seems kind of a shame not to use Westminster Abbey for a really big scene like that, don't you think?" "I should say so," agreed Merton warmly. "They build plenty of sets as big as that. Keep it in." "Well, I'll take your advice, and I shan't give up trying with my other ones. And I'm writing to another set of people. See here." She took from her handbag a clipped advertisement which she read to Merton in the fading light, holding it close to her keen little eyes. "Listen. 5,000 photoplay ideas needed. Working girl paid $10,000 for ideas she had thought worthless. Yours may be worth more. Experience unnecessary. Information free. Producers League, 562, Pequot, Ohio. Doesn't that sound encouraging? And it isn't as if I didn't have some experience. I've been writing scenarios for 2 years now." "We both got to be patient," he pointed out. "We can't succeed all at once, just remember that." "Oh, I'm patient and I'm determined, and I know you are too, Merton. But the way my things keep coming back, well, I guess we'd both get discouraged if it wasn't for our sense of humor." "I bet we would," agreed Merton. "And good night." He went on to the Gashwiler Emporium and let himself into the dark store. At the moment he was bewailing that the next installment of The Hazards of Hortense would be shown on a Saturday night, for on those nights the store kept open until 9, and he could see it but once. On a Tuesday night he would have watched it twice, in spite of the so-called comedy unjustly sharing the bill with it. Lighting a match, he made his way through the silent store, through the stockroom that had so lately been the foul lair of Snake le Vasquez, and into his own personal domain, a square partitioned off from the stockroom, in which were his cot, the table at which he studied the art of screen acting, and his other little belongings. He often called this his den. He lighted a lamp on the table and drew the chair up to it. On the boards of the partition in front of him were pasted many presentments of his favourite screen actress, Beulah Baxter, as she underwent the nerve-racking hazards of Hortense. The intrepid girl was seen leaping from the seat of her high-powered car to the cab of a passing locomotive, her chagrined pursuers in the distant background. She sprang from a high cliff to the chill waters of a storm-tossed sea. Bound to the back of a spirited horse, she was raced down the steep slope of a rocky ravine in the far west. Alone in a foul den of the underworld, she held at bay a dozen villainous Asiatics. Down the fire-scape of a great New York hotel she made a perilous way. From the shrouds of a tossing ship she was about to plunge to a watery release from the persecutor who was almost upon her. Upon the roof of the Fifth Avenue mansion of her scoundrelly guardian in the great city of New York she was gaining the friendly projection of a cornice from which she could leap and again escape death, even a fate worse than death, for the girl was pursued from all sorts of base motives. This time, friendless and alone in profligate New York, she would leap from the cornice to the branches of the great eucalyptus tree that grew hard by. Unnerving performances like these were a constant inspiration to Merton Gill. He knew that he was not yet fit to act in such scenes, to appear opportunely in the last reel of each installment and save Hortense for the next one. But he was confident a day would come. On the same wall he faced also a series of photographs of himself. These were stills to be one day shown to a director who would thereupon perceive his screen merits. There was Merton in the natty belted coat, with his hair slicked back in the approved mode and a smile upon his face, a happy, careless college youth. There was Merton in tennis flannels, his hair nicely disarranged, jauntily holding a borrowed racket. Here he was in a trench coat and the cap of a lieutenant, grim of face, the jaw set, holding a revolver upon someone unpictured. There, in a wide-collar sport shirt, lolling negligently upon a bench after a hard game of polo or something. Again he appeared in evening dress, two straightened fingers resting against his left temple. Underneath this, written in a running, angular, distinguished hand, "Very truly yours, Clifford Armytage." This, and prints of it similarly inscribed, would one day go to unknown admirers who besought him for likenesses of himself. But Merton lost no time in scanning these pictorial triumphs. He was turning the pages of the magazines he had brought, his first hasty search being for new photographs of his heroine. He was quickly rewarded. Silver screenings proffered some fresh views of Beulah Baxter, not in dangerous moments, but revealing certain quieter aspects of her wondrous life. In her kitchen, apron-clad, she stirred something. In her lofty music room she was seated at her piano. In her charming library she was shown among her books. More charmingly she was portrayed with her beautiful arms about the shoulders of her dear old mother. And these accompanied an interview with the actress. The writer, one Esther Schwartz, professed the liveliest trepidation at first meeting the screen idol, but was swiftly reassured by the unaffected cordiality of her reception. She found that success had not spoiled Miss Baxter. A sincere artist, she yet absolutely lacked the usual temperament and mannerisms. She seemed more determined than ever to give the public something better and finer. Her splendid dignity, reserve, humanness, high ideals, and patient study of her art had but mellowed, not hardened, a gracious personality. Merton Gill received these assurances without surprise. He knew Beulah Baxter would prove to be these delightful things. He read on for the more exciting bits. "I'm so interested in my work," prettily observed Miss Baxter to the interviewer. "Suppose we talk only of that. Leave out all the rest, my Beverly Hills home, my cars, my jewels, my Paris gowns, my dogs, my servants, my recreations. It is work alone that counts, don't you think? We must learn that success, all that is beautiful and fine, requires work, infinite work and struggle. The beautiful comes only through suffering and sacrifice. And of course dramatic work broadens a girl's viewpoint, helps her to get the real, the worthwhile things out of life, enriching her nature with the emotional experience of her roles. It is through such pressure that we grow, and we must grow, must we not? One must strive for the ideal, for the art which will be but the pictorial expression of that, and for the emotion which must be touched by the illuminating vision of a well-developed imagination if the vital message of the film is to be felt. But of course I have my leisure moments from the grinding stress. When I turn to my books I'm wild about history, and how I love the great free out-of-doors. I should prefer to be on a simple farm were I a boy. The public would not have me a boy, you say, she shrugged prettily. Oh, of course my beauty, as they are pleased to call it. After all, why should one not speak of that? Beauty is just a stock in trade, you know. Why not acknowledge it frankly? But do come to my delightful kitchen where I spend many a spare moment, and see the lovely custard I have made for dear mamma's luncheon. Merton Gill was entranced by this exposition of the quieter side of his idol's life. Of course he had known she could not always be making narrow escapes, and it seemed that she was almost more delightful in this staid domestic life. Here, away from her professional perils, she was, it seemed, a slim little girl with sad eyes and a wistful mouth. The picture moved him strongly. More than ever he was persuaded that his day would come. Even might come the day when it would be his lot to lighten the sorrow of those eyes and appease the wistfulness of that tender mouth. He was less sure about this. He had been unable to learn if Beulah Baxter was still unwed. Silver Screenings, in reply to his questions, had answered, "Perhaps." Camera, in its answers to correspondence, had said, "Not now." Then he had written to Photoland, "Is Beulah Baxter unmarried?" The answer had come, twice. He had been able to make little of these replies, enigmatic, ambiguous at best. But he felt that some day he would at least be chosen to act with this slim little girl with the sad eyes and wistful mouth. He, it might be, would rescue her from the branches of the great eucalyptus tree growing hard by the Fifth Avenue mansion of the scoundrelly guardian. This, if he remembered well her message about hard work. He recalled now the wondrous occasion on which he had travelled the nearly 100 miles to Peoria to see his idol in the flesh. Her personal appearance had been advertised. It was on a Saturday night, but Merton had silenced old Gashwiler with the tale of a dying aunt in the distant city. Even so, the old grouch had been none too considerate. He had seemed to believe that Merton's aunt should have died nearer to Simsbury, or at least have chosen a dull Monday. But Merton had held with dignity to the point. A dying aunt wasn't to be hustled about as to either time or place. She died when her time came, even on a Saturday night, and where she happened to be, though it were 100 miles from some point more convenient to an utter stranger. He had gone and thrillingly had beheld for 5 minutes his idol in the flesh, the slim little girl of the sorrowful eyes and wistful mouth, as she told the vast audience — it seemed to Merton that she spoke solely to him — by what narrow chance she had been saved from disappointing it. She had missed the train, but at once leaped into her high-powered roadster and made the journey at an average of 65 miles an hour, braving death a dozen times. For her public was dear to her, and she would not have it disappointed. And there she was before them in her trim driving suit, still breathless from the wild ride. Then she told them, Merton especially, how her directors had again and again besought her not to persist in risking her life in her dangerous exploits, but to allow a double to take her place at the more critical moments. But she had never been able to bring herself to this deception, for deception, in a way, it would be. The directors had entreated in vain. She would keep faith with her public, though full well she knew that at any time one of her daredevil acts may prove fatal. Her public was very dear to her. She was delighted to meet it here, face to face, heart to heart. She clasped her own slender hands over her own heart as she said this, and there was a pathetic little catch in her voice as she waved farewell kisses to the throng. Many a heart besides Merton's beat more quickly at knowing that she must rush out to the high-powered roadster and be off at 80 miles an hour to St. Louis, where another vast audience would the next day be breathlessly awaiting her personal appearance. Merton had felt abundantly repaid for his journey. There had been inspiration in this contact. Little he minded the acid greeting on his return of a mere Gashwiler, spawning in his low mind a monstrous suspicion that the dying aunt had never lived. Now he read in his magazines other intimate interviews by other talented young women who had braved the presence of other screen idols of both sexes. The interviewers approached them with trepidation, and invariably found that success had not spoiled them. Fine artists though they were, applauded and richly rewarded, yet they remained simple, unaffected, and cordial to these daring reporters. They spoke with quiet dignity of their work, their earnest efforts to give the public something better and finer. They wished the countless readers of the interviews to comprehend that their triumphs had come only with infinite work and struggle, that the beautiful comes only through suffering and sacrifice. At lighter moments they spoke gaily of their palatial homes, their domestic pets, their wives or husbands, and their charming children. They all loved the great out-of-doors, but their chief solace from toil was in this unruffled domesticity, where they could forget the worries of an exacting profession and lead a simple home life. All the husbands and wives were more than that. They were good pals, and of course they read and studied a great deal. Many of them were wild about books. He was especially interested in the interview printed by camera with that world favorite Harold Parmalee, for this was the screen artist whom Merton most envied and whom he conceived himself most to resemble in feature. The lady interviewer, Miss Augusta Blivens, had gone trembling into the presence of Harold Parmalee, to be instantly put at her ease by the young artist's simple, unaffected manner. He chatted of his early struggles when he was only too glad to accept the few paltry hundreds of dollars a week that were offered him in minor parts, of his quick rise to eminence, of his unceasing effort to give the public something better and finer, of his love for the great out-of-doors, and his daily flight to the little nest that sheltered his pal wife and the kiddies. Here he could be truly himself, a man's man, loving the simple things of life. Here, in his library, surrounded by his books, or in the music room, playing over some little Chopin prelude, or on the lawn romping with the giant police dog, he could forget the public that would not let him rest. Nor had he been spoiled in the least, said the interviewer, by the adulation poured out upon him by admiring women and girls in volume sufficient to turn the head of a less sane young man. "There are many beautiful women in the world," pursued the writer, "and I dare say there is not one who meets Harold Parmalee who does not love him in one way or another. He has mental brilliancy for the intellectuals, good looks for the empty-headed, a strong vital appeal, a magnetism almost overwhelming to the susceptible, and an easy and supremely appealing courtesy for every woman he encounters." Merton drew a long breath after reading these earnest words. Would an interviewer some day be writing as such about him? He studied the pictures of Harold Parmalee that abundantly spotted the article. The full face, the profile, the symmetrical shoulders, the jaunty bearing, the easy, masterful smile. From each of these he would raise his eyes to his own pictured face on the wall above him. Undoubtedly he was not unlike Harold Parmalee. he noted little similarities. He had the nose, perhaps a bit more jutting than Harold's, and the chin even more prominent. Possibly a director would have told him that his Harold Parmalee beauty was just a trifle overdone, that his face went just a bit past the line of pleasing resemblance and into something else. But at this moment the aspirant was reassured. His eyes were pale, under pale brows, yet they showed well in the prints. And he was slightly built, perhaps even thin, but a diet rich in fats would remedy that. And even if he were quite a little less comely than Parmalee, he would still be impressive. After all, a great deal depended on the acting, and he was learning to act. Months ago, the resolution big in his heart, he had answered the advertisement in silver screenings, urging him to "learn movie acting, a fascinating profession that pays big. Would you like to know," it demanded, "if you are adapted to this work? If so, send 10 cents for our 10-hour talent prover, or key to movie acting aptitude, and find whether you are suited to take it up." Merton had earnestly wished to know this, and had sent 10 cents to the Film Incorporation Bureau, Station N, Stebbinsville, Arkansas. The talent prover, or key to movie acting aptitude, had come. He had mailed his answers to the questions and waited an anguished 10 days, fearing that he would prove to lack the required aptitude for this great art. But at last the cheering news had come. He had every aptitude in full measure, and all that remained was to subscribe to the correspondence course. He had felt weak in the moment of his relief from this torturing anxiety. Suppose they had told them that he wouldn't do? And he had studied the lessons with unswerving determination. Night and day he had held to his ideal. He knew that when you did this your hour was bound to come. He yawned now, thinking, instead of the anger expressions he should have been practicing, of the sordid things he must do tomorrow. He must be up at 5, sprinkle the floor, sweep it, take down the dust curtains from the shelves of dry goods, clean and fill the lamps, then station outside the dummies in their raiment. All day he would serve customers, snatching a hasty lunch of crackers and cheese behind the grocery counter. And at night, instead of twice watching the hazards of Hortense, he must still unreasonably serve late customers until the second unwinding of those delectable reels. He suddenly sickened of it all. Was he not sufficiently versed in the art he had chosen to practice? And old Gashwiler every day getting harder to bear. His resolve stiffened. He would not wait much longer, only till the savings hidden out under the grocery counter had grown a bit. He made ready for bed, taking, after he had undressed, some dumbbell exercises that would make his shoulders a trifle more like Harold Parmalee's. This rite concluded, he knelt by his narrow cot and prayed briefly. "O God, make me a good movie actor. Make me one of the best. For Jesus' sake, amen." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 3, Western Stuff. Saturday proved all that his black forebodings had pictured it. A day of sordid, harassing toil, moreover, for which Gashwiler, the beneficiary, showed but the scantest appreciation. Indeed, the day opened with a disagreement between the forward-looking clerk and his hide-bound reactionary. Gashwiler had reached the store at his accustomed hour of 8:30 to find Merton embellishing the bulletin board in front with legends setting forth the special bargains of the day to be had within. Chalk in hand, he had neatly written, "See our new importation of taffetas, $2.59 the yard. Below this he was in the act of putting down, "Try our choice honeydew spinach, 20 cents the can. Try our preferred chipped beef, 58 cents the pound." He was especially liking that use of "the." It sounded modern. Yet along came Gashwiler, as if seeking an early excuse to nag and criticize this. "Why don't you say a yard, a can, a pound?" he demanded harshly. "What's the sense of that there 'the' stuff? Looks to me like just putting on a few airs. You keep to plain language and our patrons'll like it a lot better." Viciously, Merton Gill rubbed out the modern "the" and substituted the desired "a." "Very well," he assented, "if you'd rather stick to the old-fashioned way, but I can tell you that's the way city stores do it. I thought you might want to be up to date, but I see I made a great mistake." "Humph," said Gashwiler, unbitten by this irony. "I guess the old way's good enough, long's our prices are always right. And don't forget to put on the canned salmon. I had that in stock for nearly a year now, and say it's 20 cents a can, not the can. And also say it's a grand reduction from 35 cents. That was always the way. You never could please the old grouch. And so began the labor that lasted until 9 that night. Merton must count out eggs and weigh butter that was brought in. He must do up sugar and grind coffee and measure dress goods and match silks. He must with the suavest gentility ask if there would not be something else today, and he must see that babies hazardously left on counters did not roll off. He lived in a vortex of mental confusion, performing his tasks mechanically. When drawing a gallon of kerosene or refolding the shown dress goods, or at any task not requiring him to be genially talkative, he would be saying to Miss Augusta Blivens in far-off Hollywood, "Yes, my wife is more than a wife. She is my best pal and, I may also add, my severest critic." There was but one break in the dreary monotony, and that was when Lowell Hardy, Simsbury's highly artistic photographer, came in to leave an order for groceries. Lowell wore a soft hat with a rakish brim, and affected low collars and flowing cravats, the artistic effect of these being heightened in his studio work by a purple velvet jacket. Even in Gashwiler's he stood out as an artist. Merton received his order, and noting that Gashwiler was beyond earshot, bespoke his services for the following afternoon. "Say, Lowell, be on the lot at 2 sharp tomorrow, will you? I want to shoot some Western stuff, some stills." Merton thrilled as he used these highly technical phrases. He had not read his magazines for nothing. Lowell Hardy considered, then consented. He believed that he, too, might some day be called to Hollywood after they had seen the sort of work he could turn out. He always finished his art studies of Merton with great care, and took pains to have the artist's signature entirely legible. "All right, Mert, I'll be there. I got some new patent paper I'll try out on these." "On the lot at 2 sharp to shoot Western stuff," repeated Merton with relish. "Right-o," assented Lowell, and returned to more prosaic studio art. The day wore itself to a glad end. The last exigent customer had gone, the curtains were up, the lights were out, and at 5 minutes past 9 the released slave, meeting Tessie Kearns at her front door, escorted her with a high heart to the second show at the Bijou Palace. They debated staying out until after the wretched comedy had been run, but later agreed that they should see this, as Tessie keenly wished to know why people laughed at such things. The antics of the painfully cross-eyed man distressed them both, though the mental inferiors by whom they were surrounded laughed noisily. Merton wondered how any producer could bring himself to debase so great an art, and Tessie wondered if she hadn't, in a way, been aiming over the public's head with her scenarios. After all, you had to give the public what it wanted. She began to devise comedy elements for her next drama. But the hazards of Hortense came mercifully to soothe their annoyance. The slim little girl with a wistful smile underwent a rich variety of hazards, each threatening a terrible death. Through them all she came unscathed, leaving behind her a trail of infuriated scoundrels whom she had thwarted. She escaped from an underworld den in a Chicago slum just in the nick of time, cleverly concealing herself in the branches of the great eucalyptus tree that grew hard by, while her maddened pursuers scattered in their search for the prize. Again she was captured, this time to be conveyed by aeroplane, a helpless prisoner and subject to the most fiendish insults by Black Steve to the frozen north. But in the far Alaskan wilds she eluded the fiends and drove swiftly over the frozen wastes with their only dog team. Having left her pursuers far behind, she decided to rest for the night in a deserted cabin along the way. Here a blizzard drove snow through the chinks between the logs, and a pack of fierce wolves besieged her. She tried to bar the door, but the bar was gone. At that moment she heard a call. Could it be Black Steve again? No, thank heaven. The door was pushed open, and there stood Ralph Murdoch, her fiancé. There was a quick embrace and words of cheer from Ralph. They must go on. But no, the wind cut like a knife, and the wolves still prowled. The film here showed a running insert of cruel wolves exposing all their fangs. Ralph had lost his rifle. He went now to put his arm through the iron loops in place of the missing bar. The wolves sought to push open the door, but Ralph's arm foiled them. Then the outside of the cabin was shown, with Black Steve and his 3 ugly companions furtively approaching. The wolves had gone, but human wolves, 10,000 times more cruel, had come in their place. Back in the cabin, Ralph and Hortense discovered that the wolves had gone. It had an ugly look. Why should the wolves go? Ralph opened the door, and they both peered out. There, in the shadow of a eucalyptus tree, stood Black Steve and his dastardly crew. They were about to storm the cabin. All was undoubtedly lost. Not until the following week would the world learn how Hortense and her manly fiancé had escaped this trap. Again had Beulah Baxter striven and suffered to give the public something better and finer. "A wonder girl," declared Merton when they were again in the open. "That's what I call her, a wonder girl. And she owes it all to hard, unceasing struggle and work and pains and being careful. You ought to read that new interview with her in this month's silver screenings." "Yes, yes, she's wonderful," assented Tessie as they strolled to the door of her shop. "But I've been thinking about comedy. You know my new one I'm writing. Of course it's a big, vital theme, all about a heartless wife with her mind wholly on society and bridge clubs and dancing and that sort of dissipation, and her husband is Hubert Glendenning, a studious young lawyer who doesn't like to go out evenings but would rather play with the kiddies a bit after their mother has gone to a party, or read over some legal documents in the library, which is very beautifully furnished, and her old school friend, Corona Bartlett, comes to stay at the house, a very voluptuous type, high-colored, with black hair and lots of turquoise jewelry. And she's a bad woman through and been divorced and everything by a man whose heart she broke, and she's become a mere adventuress with a secret vice. She takes perfume in her tea, like I saw that one did, and all her evil instincts are aroused at once by Hubert, who doesn't really care deeply for her, as she has only a surface appeal of mere sensuous beauty, but he sees that his wife is neglecting him and having an affair with an Italian count. I found such a good name for him, Count Ravioli, and staying out with him until all hours, so in a moment of weakness he gives himself to Corona Bartlett, and then sees that he must break up his home and get a divorce and marry Corona to make an honest woman of her. But of course his wife is brought to her senses, so she sees that she has been in the wrong and has a big scene with Corona in which she scorns her, and Corona slinks away, and she forgives Hubert this one false step because it wasn't her fault. It's full of big situations, but what I'm wondering if I couldn't risk some comedy in it by having the faithful old butler a cross-eyed man. Nothing so outrageous as that creature we just saw, but still noticeably cross-eyed. Do you think it would lighten some of the grimmer scenes, perhaps, and wouldn't it be good pathos to have the butler aware of his infirmity and knowing the greatest surgeons in the world can't help him? Well, Merton considered, if I were you I shouldn't chance it. It would be mere acrobatic humor. And why do you want anyone to be funny when you have a big gripping thing of love and hate like that? I don't believe I'd have him cross-eyed. I'd have him elderly and simple and dignified. And you don't want your audience to laugh, do you, when he holds up both hands to show how shocked he is at the way things are going on in that house? Well, maybe I won't then. It was just a thought. I believe you have the right instinct in those matters, Merton. I'll leave him as he is. Good night, then, said Merton. I gotta be on the lot tomorrow. My cameraman's coming at 2. Shooting some western stuff. Oh, my, really? Tessie gazed after him admiringly. He let himself into the dark store, so lately the scene of his torment, and on the way to his little room stopped to reach under the grocery counter for those hidden savings. Tonight he would add to them the $15 lavished upon him by Gashwiler at the close of a week's toil. The money was in a tobacco pouch. He lighted the lamp on his table, placed the 3 new bills beside it, and drew out the hoard. He would count it to confirm his memory of the grand total. The bills were frayed, lacking the fresh green of new ones, weary-looking, with an air of being glad to rest at last after much passing from hand to hand as symbols of wealth. Their exalted present owner tenderly smoothed cut several that had become crumpled, secured them in a neat pile, adding the 3 recently acquired $5 bills, and proceeded to count, moistening the ends of a thumb and finger in defiance of the best sanitary teaching. It was no time to think of malignant bacteria. By his remembered count he should now be possessed of $212. And there was the $2 bill, a limp gray thing, abraded almost beyond identification. He placed this down first, knowing that the remaining bills should amount to $210. Slowly he counted, to finish with a look of blank, hesitating wonder. He made another count, hastily but taking greater care. The wonder grew. Again he counted, slowly this time, so that there could be no doubt. And now he knew. He possessed 33 more than he thought. Knowing this was right, he counted again for the luxury of it. 245 obvious dollars. How had he lost count? He tried to recall. He could remember taking out the money he had paid Lowell Hardy for the last batch of Clifford Armitage stills, for Lowell, although making professional rates to Merton, still believed the artist to be worth his hire, and he could remember taking some more out to send to the mail-order house in Chicago for the cowboy things, but it was plain that he had twice, at least, crowded a week's salary into the pouch and forgotten it. It was a pleasurable experience. It was like finding $33. And he was by that much nearer to his goal. That much sooner would he be released from bondage. $33 sooner could he look Gashwiler in the eye and say what he thought of him and his emporium. In his nightly prayer he did not neglect to render thanks for this. He dressed the next morning with a new elation. He must be more careful about keeping tab on his money, but it was also wonderful to find more than you expected. He left the storeroom that reeked of kerosene and passed into the emporium to replace his treasure in its hiding place. The big room was dusky behind the drawn front curtains, but all the smells were there. The smell of ground coffee and spices at the grocery counter. Farther on, the smothering smell of prints and woolens and new leather. The dummies, waiting down by the door to be put outside, regarded each other in blank solemnity. A few big flies droned lazily about their still forms. Merton eyed the dusty floor, the gleaming counters, the curtains that shielded the shelves, with a new disdain. Sooner than he thought he would bid them a last farewell. And today, at least, he was free of them, free to be on the lot at 2 to shoot Western stuff. Let tomorrow, with its old round of degrading tasks, take care of itself. At 10:30 he was in church. He was not as attentive to the sermon as he should have been, for it now occurred to him that he had no stills of himself in the garb of a clergyman. This was worth considering, because he was not going to be one of those one-part actors. He would have a wide range of roles. He would be able to play anything. He wondered how the Reverend Otto Carmichael would take the request for a brief loan of one of his pulpit suits. Perhaps he was not so old as he looked. Perhaps he might remember that he, too, had once been young and fired with high ideals. It would be worth trying. And the things could be returned after a brief studio session with Lowell Hardy. He saw himself cast in such a part, the handsome young clergyman, exponent of a muscular Christianity. He comes to the toughest cattle town in all the great Southwest, determined to make honest men and good women of its sinning derelicts. He wins the hearts of these rugged but misguided souls. Though at first they treat him rough, they learn to respect him, and they call him the Fighting Parson. Eventually he wins the hand in marriage of the youngest of the dance-hall denizens, a sweet young girl who, despite her evil surroundings, has remained as pure and good as she is beautiful. Anyway, if he had those clothes for an hour or two while the artist made a few studies of him, he would have something else to show directors in search of fresh talent. After church, he ate a lonely meal served by Metta Judson at the Gashwiler residence. The Gashwilers were on their accustomed Sabbath visit to the distant farm of Mrs. Gashwiler's father. But as he ate, he became conscious that the Gashwiler influence was not wholly withdrawn. From above the mantel he was sternly regarded by a tinted enlargement of his employer's face, entitled Photographic Study by Lowell Hardy. Lowell never took photographs merely. He made photographic studies, and the specimen at hand was one of his most daring efforts. Merton glared at it in free hostility. A clod, with ideals as false as the artist's pink on his leathery cheeks. He hurried his meal, glad to be relieved from the inimical scrutiny. He was glad to be free from this and from the determined recital by Metta Judson of small-town happenings. What cared he that Gus Giddings had been fined $10 and costs by Squire Belcher for his low escapade, or that Gus's father had sworn to lick him within an inch of his life if he ever catched him touching stimulants again? He went to the barn, climbed to the hayloft, and undid the bundle containing his Buck Benson outfit. This was fresh from the mail-order house in Chicago. He took out almost reverently a pair of high-heeled boots with purple tops, a pair of spurs, a gay shirt, a gayer neckerchief, a broad-brimmed hat, a leather holster, and, most impressive of all, a pair of goatskin chaps dyed a violent maroon. All these he excitedly donned, the spurs last. Then he clambered down the ladder from the loft, somewhat impeded by the spurs, and went into the kitchen. Metta Judson, washing dishes, gave a little cry of alarm. Nothing like this had ever before invaded the Gashwiler home by front door or back. "Why, Mert Gill, whatever you dressed up like that for? My stars, you look like a cowboy or something. Well, I must say." "Say, Metta, do me a favor. I want to see how these things look in a glass. It's a cowboy outfit for when I play regular Buck Benson parts, and everything's got to be just so, or the audience writes to the magazine about it and makes fun of you." "Go ahead," said Metta. "You can get a fine look at yourself in the tall glass in the old lady's bedroom." Forthwith he went, profaning a sanctuary, to survey himself in a glass that had never reflected anything but the discreet arraying of his employer's lady. He looked long and earnestly. The effect was quite all he had hoped. He lowered the front of the broad-brimmed hat the least bit, tightened his belt another notch, and moved the holster to a better line. He looked again. From feet to head he was perfect. Then, slightly crouching, he drew his revolver from the holster and held it forward from the hip, wrist and forearm rigidly straight. "Throw up your hands!" He uttered the grim words in a low tone, but one facing him would not have been deceived by the low tones. Steely-eyed, grim of face, relentless in all his bearing, the most desperate adversary would have quailed. Probably even Gashwiler himself would have quailed. When Buck Benson looked and spoke thus, he meant it. He held it a long, breathless moment before relaxing. Then he tiptoed softly from the hallowed confines of a good woman's boudoir and clattered down the back stairs to the kitchen. He was thinking, "I certainly got to get me another gun if I'm ever going to do two-gun Benson parts, and I got to get the draw down better. I ain't quick enough yet." "Well, did you like your rig?" inquired Metta genially. "Oh, it'll do for the stills we're shooting today," replied the actor. "Of course, I ought to have a rattlesnake skin band on my hat, and the things look too new yet. And say, Metta, where's the clothesline? I want to practice roping a little before my cameraman gets here." "My stars, you certainly going to be a real one, ain't you?" She brought him the clothesline, in use only on Mondays. He recoiled it carefully and made a running noose in one end. At 2, Lowell Hardy found his subject casting the rope at an inattentive Dexter. The old horse stood in the yard, head down, one foot crossed nonchalantly before the other. A slight tremor, a nervous flickering of his skin, was all that ensued when the rope grazed him. When it merely fell in his general neighborhood, as it often did, Dexter did not even glance up. "Good stuff," applauded the artist. "Now just stand that way, holding the noose out. I want to make a study of that." He rapidly mounted his camera on a tripod and put in a plate. The study was made. Followed several studies of the fighting face of Two-Gun Benson, grim and rigid, about to shoot from the hip. But these were minor bits. More important would be Buck Benson and his old pal Pinto. From the barn, Merton dragged the saddle, blanket, and bridle he had borrowed from the Giddings House livery stable. He had never saddled a horse before, but he had not studied in vain. He seized Dexter by a wisp of his surviving mane and simultaneously planted a hearty kick in the beast's side with a command, "Get around there, you old skate!" Dexter sighed miserably and got around as ordered. He was both pained and astonished. He knew that this was Sunday. Never had he been forced to work on this day. But he meekly suffered the protrusion of a bit between his yellow teeth, and shuddered but slightly when a blanket and then a heavy saddle were flung across his back. True, he looked up in some dismay when the girth was tightened. Not once in all his years had he been saddled. He was used to having things loose around his waist. The girth went still tighter. Dexter glanced about with genuine concern. Someone was intending to harm him. He curved his swan-like neck and snapped savagely at the shoulder of his aggressor, who kicked him again in the side and yelled, "Whoa there, dang you!" Dexter subsided. He saw it was no use. Whatever queer thing they meant to do to him would be done despite all his resistance. Still, his alarm had caused him to hold up his head now. He was looking much more like a horse. "There," said Merton Gill, and as a finishing touch he lashed the coiled clothesline to the front of the saddle. "Now here, get me this way. This is one of the best things I do, that is, so far." Fondly he twined his arms about the long, thin neck of Dexter, who tossed his head and knocked off the cowboy hat. "Never mind that, it's out," said Merton. "Can't use it in this scene." He laid his cheek to the cheek of his pet. "Well, old pal, they're taking you from me, but we gotta keep a stiff upper lip. You and me has been through some purty lively times together, but we gotta face the music at last. There, Lowell, did you get that?" The artist had made his study. He made 3 others of the same affecting scene at different angles. Dexter was overwhelmed with endearments. Doubtless he was puzzled, to be kicked in the ribs at one moment, the next to be fondled. But Lowell Hardy was enthusiastic. He said he would have some corking studies. He made another of Buck Benson preparing to mount good old Pinto, though, as a matter of fact, Buck, it appeared, was not even half prepared to mount. "Go on, jump on him now," suggested the artist. "I'll get a few more that way." "Well, I don't know," Merton hesitated. He was 22 years old, and he had never yet been aboard a horse. Perhaps he shouldn't try to go too far in one lesson. "You see, the old boy's pretty tired from his week's work. Maybe I better not mount him. Say, I'll tell you, take me rolling a cigarette, just standing by him. I darn near forgot the cigarettes." From the barn he brought a sack of tobacco and some brown papers. He had no intention of smoking, but this kind of cigarette was too completely identified with Buck Benson to be left out. Lolling against the side of Dexter, he poured tobacco from the sack into one of the papers. "Get me this way," he directed, just pouring it out. He had not yet learned to roll a cigarette, but Gus Giddings, the Simsbury outlaw, had promised to teach him. Anyway, it was enough now to be looking keenly out from under his hat while he poured tobacco into the creased paper against the background of good old Pinto. An art study of this pose was completed. But Lowell Hardy craved more action, more variety. "Go on, get up on him," he urged. "I want to make a study of that." "Well," again Merton faltered, "the old skate's tired out from a hard week, and I'm not feeling any too lively myself." "Shucks, it won't kill him if you get on his back for a minute, will it? And you'll want one on him to show, won't you? Hurry up while the light's right." Yes, he would need a mounted study to show. Many times he had enacted a scene in which a director had looked over the art studies of Clifford Armitage and handed them back with the remark, "But you seem to play only society parts, Mr. Armitage. All very interesting, and I've no doubt we can place you very soon, but just at present we're needing a lead for a western, a man who can look the part and ride." Thereupon he handed these Buck Benson stills to the man, whose face would instantly relax into an expression of pleased surprise. "The very thing," he would say, and among those stills certainly should be one of Clifford Armitage actually on the back of his horse. He'd chance it. "All right, just a minute." He clutched the bridle reins of Dexter under his drooping chin, and overcoming a feeble resistance, dragged him alongside the watering trough. Dexter at first thought he was wished to drink, but a kick took that nonsense out of him. With extreme care, Merton stood upon the edge of the trough and thrust a leg blindly over the saddle. With some determined clambering he was at last seated. His feet were in the stirrups. There was a strange light in his eyes. There was a strange light in Dexter's eyes. To each of them the experience was not only without precedent, but rather unpleasant. "Ride him out here in the middle here, away from that well," directed the cameraman. You better lead him out," suggested the rider. "I can feel him tremble already. He might break down under me." Meta Judson from the back porch here came into peace with lines that the author had assuredly not written for her. "Get out there, you Dexter Gashwiler!" called Meta loudly and with the best intentions. "You keep still!" commanded the rider severely, not turning his head. What a long way it seemed to the ground! He had never dreamed that horses were so lofty. "Better lead him," he repeated to his cameraman. Lowell Hardy grasped the bridle reins and after many vain efforts persuaded Dexter to stumble away from the well. His rider grasped the horn of his saddle. "Look out! Don't let him buck!" he called. But Dexter had again become motionless, except for a recurrent trembling under this monstrous infliction. "Now there," began the artist. "Hold that. You're looking off over the western hills. Attaboy, wait till I get a side view." "Move your camera," said the rider. "Seems to me he doesn't want to turn around." But again the artist turned Dexter half around. That wasn't so bad. Merton began to feel the thrill of it. He even lounged in the saddle presently, one leg over the pommel, and seemed about to roll another cigarette while another art study was made. He continued to lounge there while the artist packed his camera. What had he been afraid of? He could sit a horse as well as the next man. Probably a few little tricks about it he hadn't learned yet, but he'd get these too. "I bet they'll come out fine," he called to the departing artist. "Leave that to me. I dare say I'll be able to do something good with them. So long." "So long," returned Merton, and was left alone on the back of a horse higher than people would think until they got on him. Indeed, he was beginning to like it. If you just had a little nerve you needn't be afraid of anything. Very carefully he clambered from the saddle. His old pal shook himself with relief and stood once more with bowed head and crossed forelegs. His late burden observed him approvingly. There was good old Pinto after a hard day's run over the mesa. He had borne his beloved owner far ahead of the sheriff's posse and was now securing a moment's much-needed rest. Merton undid the riata and for half an hour practised casting it at his immobile pet. Once the noose settled unerringly over the head of Dexter, who still remained immobile. Then there was the lightning draw to be practised. Again and again the trusty weapon of Buck Benson flashed from its holster to the damage of a slower adversary. He was getting that draw down pretty good. From the hip with straight wrist and forearm Buck was ready to shoot in no time at all. Throughout that villain-infested terrain along the border he was known for his quick draw. The most desperate of them would never molest him except they could shoot him from behind. With his back to a wall they slunk from the encounter. Elated from this practice and from the memory of that one successful rope cast, Merton became daring in the extreme. He considered nothing less than remounting his old pal and riding, in the cool of early evening, up and down the alley upon which the barnyard gave. He coiled the rope and again lashed it to the front left of the saddle. Then he curved an affectionate arm over the arched neck of Pinto, who sighed deeply. "Well, old pal, you and me has still got some mighty long miles to get over between now and sunup tomorrow. I reckon we got to put a right smart of distance between us and that pesky sheriff's posse, but I know you ain't lost heart, old pal." Dexter here tossed his head, being cloyed with these embraces, and Two-Gun Benson caught a look in the desperate eyes of his pet which he did not wholly like. Perhaps it would be better not to ride him any more today. Perhaps it would be better not to ride him again until next Sunday. After all, wasn't Dexter practically a wild horse, caught up from the range and broken to saddle only that afternoon? No use overdoing it. At this moment the beast's back looked higher than ever. It was the cutting remark of a thoughtless, empty-headed girl that confirmed Merton in his rash resolve. Meta Judson, again on the back steps, surveyed the scene with kindling eyes. "I bet you daresn't get on him again," said Meta. These were strong words, not words to be flung lightly at Two-Gun Benson. "You know a lot about it, don't you?" parried Merton Gill. "Afraid of that old skate," murmured Meta, counterfeiting the inflections of pity. Her target shot her a glance of equal pity for her lack of understanding and empty-headed banter. He stalked to the barnyard gate and opened it. The way to his haven over the border was no longer barred. He returned to Dexter, firmly grasped the bridle reins under his weak chin, and cajoled him again to the watering trough. Meta Judson was about to be overwhelmed with confusion. From the edge of the trough he again clambered into the saddle, the new boots groping away to the stirrups. The reins in his left hand, he swept off his ideal hat with a careless gesture. He wished he had an art study made of this, but you can't think of everything at one time. He turned loftily to Meta as one who had not even heard her tasteless taunts. "Well, so long. I won't be out late." Meta was now convinced that she had in her heart done this hero wrong. "You better be here before the folks get back," she warned. Merton knew this as well as she did, but the folks wouldn't be back for a couple of hours yet, and all he meant to venture was a ride at sober pace the length of the alley. "Oh, I'll take care of that," he said. "A few miles stiff gallop'll be all I want." He jerked Dexter's head up, snapped the reins on his neck, and addressed him in a genial, comradely, but authoritative tone. "Get up there, old hoss." Dexter lowered his head again and remained as if posing conscientiously for the statue of a tired horse. "Get up there, you old skate," again ordered the rider. The comradely unction was gone from his voice, and the bony neck received a smarter wallop with the reins. Dexter stood unmoved. He seemed to be fearing that the worst was now coming, and that he might as well face it on that spot as elsewhere. He remained deaf to threats and entreaties alike. No hoof moved from its resting place. "Get up there, you old Dexter Gashwiler," ordered Meta, and was not rebuked. But neither would Dexter yield to a woman's whim. "I'll tell you," said Merton, now contemptuous of his mount. "Get the buggy whip and tickle his ribs." Meta sped on his errand, her eyes shining with the lust for torture. With the frayed end of the whip from the delivery wagon, she lightly scored the exposed ribs of Dexter, tormenting him with devilish cunning. Dexter's hide shuttled back and forth. He whinnied protestingly, but did not stir even one hoof. "That's the idea," said Merton, feeling scornfully secure on the back of this spiritless animal. "Keep it up. I can feel him coming to life." Meta kept it up. Her woman's ingenuity contrived new little tricks with the instrument of torture. She would doubtless have had a responsible post with the Spanish Inquisition. Face set, absorbed in her evil work, she tickled the ribs crosswise and tickled between them, up and down, always with the artist's light touch. Dexter's frame grew tense. His head came up. Once more he looked like a horse. He had been brave to face destruction, but he found himself unable to face being tickled to death. If only they had chosen some other method for his execution, he would have perished gamely. But this was exquisitely poignant, beyond endurance. He tossed his head and stepped into a trot toward the open gate. Meta yelled in triumph. The rider tossed his own head in rhythm to Dexter's trot. His whole body tossed in the saddle. It was a fearsome pace, the sensations were nothing he had ever dreamed of, and he was so high above the good firm ground. Dexter continued his jolting progress to the applause of Meta. The rider tried to command Meta to keep still and merely bit his tongue. Stirred to life by the tickling, Dexter now became more acutely aware of that strange, restless burden on his back, and was inspired to free himself from it. He increased his pace as he came to the gate and managed a backward kick with both heels. This lost the rider his stirrups and left him less securely seated than he wished to be. He dropped the reins and grasped the saddle's pommel with both hands. He strangely seemed to consider the pommel the steering wheel of a motor car. He seemed to be twisting it with the notion of guiding Dexter. All might have been well, but on losing his stirrups the rider had firmly clasped his legs about the waist of the animal. Again and again he tightened them, and now Dexter not only looked every inch a horse, but very painfully to his rider felt like one, for the spurs were now goring him to a most seditious behavior. The mere pace was slackened only that he might alarmingly kick and shake himself in a manner as terrifying to the rider as it was unseemly in one of Dexter's years. But the thing was inevitable, because once in his remote, hot youth, Dexter, cavorting innocently in an orchard, had kicked over a hive of busy bees which had been attending strictly to their own affairs until that moment. After that they had attended to Dexter with a thoroughness that had seared itself into this day across his memory. He now sincerely believed that he had overturned another hive of bees, and that not but by the most strenuous exertion could he escape from their harrying. They were stinging him venomously along his sides, biting deeper with every jump. At last he would bear his rider safely over the border. The rider clasped his mount ever more tightly. The deep dust of the alley road mounted high over the spirited scene, and through it came not only the hearty delight of Metta Judson in peals of womanly laughter, but the shrill cries of the three Ransom children whom Merton had not before noticed. These were Calvin Ransom, aged 8, Elsie Ransom, aged 6, and little Woodrow Ransom, aged 4. Their mother had lain down with a headache, having first ordered them to take their picture books and sit quietly in the parlour, as good children should on a Sabbath afternoon. So they had noisily pretended to obtain the picture books, and then quietly tiptoed out into the backyard, which was not so stuffy as the parlour. Detecting the meritorious doings in the Gashwiler barnyard, they perched in a row on the alley fence and had been excited spectators from the moment that Merton had mounted his horse. In shrill but friendly voices they had piped, "Oh, Merton Gill's a cowboy! Merton Gill's a cowboy! Oh, look at the cowboy on the big horse!" For of course they were motion picture experts and would know a cowboy when they saw one. Wide-eyed they followed the perilous antics of Dexter as he issued from the alley gate, and they screamed with childish delight when the spurs had recalled to his memory that far-off dreadful day with the busy bees. They now balanced precariously on the alley fence, the better to trace Merton's flight through the dust cloud. "Merton's in a runaway! Merton's in a runaway! Merton's in a runaway!" they shrieked, but with none of the sympathy that would have become them. They appeared to rejoice in Merton's plight. "Merton's in a runaway!" they joyously chanted. Suddenly they ceased, frozen with a new and splendid wonder, for their descriptive phrase was now inexact. Merton was no longer in a runaway, but only for a moment did they hesitate before taking up the new chant. "Looky, looky! He's throwed Merton right off into the dirt! He's throwed Merton right off into the dirt! Oh, looky Merton Gill right down there in the dirt!" Again they had become exact. Merton was right down there in the dirt, and a frantic, flash-heeled Dexter was vanishing up the alley at the head of a cloud of dust. The friendly Ransom tots leaped from the fence to the alley, forgetting on her bed of pain the mother who supposed them to be engrossed with picture books in the library. With one accord they ran toward the prostrate horseman, Calvin ahead, and Elsie a close second, holding the hand of little Woodrow. They were presently able to observe that the fleeing Dexter had narrowly escaped running down a motor car inopportunely turning at that moment into the alley. The gallant animal swerved in time, leaving the car's driver and his wife aghast at their slight margin of safety. Dexter vanished to the right up shaded Spruce Street on a Sabbath evening as the first call to evening worship pealed from a neighboring church tower. His late rider had erected himself and was beating dust from the new chaps and from the front of the new shirt. He picked up the ideal hat and dusted that. Underneath all the flurry of this adventure he was still the artist. He had been set afoot in the desert by a treacherous horse. He must find a water-hole or perish with thirst. He replaced the hat, and it was then he observed the motor car bearing down the alley upon him. "My good gosh," he muttered. The Gashweilers had returned a full 2 hours before their accustomed time. The car halted beside him, and his employer leaned out a warmly hostile face. "What's this mean?" he demanded. The time was not one to tell Gashweiler what he thought of him. Not only was there a lady present, but he felt himself at a disadvantage. The lady saved him from an instant necessity for words. "That was our new clothesline. I recognized it at once." The woman seemed to pride herself on this paltry feat. "What's this mean?" again demanded Gashweiler. He was now a man of one idea. Again was Merton Gill saved from the need of instant speech, though not in the way he would have chosen to be saved. The 3 ransom children ran up, breathless, shouting. "Oh, Merton, here's your pistol. I found it right in the road there. We found your pistol right in the dirt there. I saw it first. You did not. I saw it first. Merton, will you let me shoot it off, Merton? I found your pistol, didn't I, Merton? Didn't I find it right in the road there?" The friendly tots did little step dances while they were thus vocal. "Be quiet, children," commanded Merton, finding a voice. But they were not to be quelled by mere tones. "He throwed Merton right off into the dirt, didn't he, Merton? Merton, didn't he throw you right off into the dirt, Merton? Did he hurt you, Merton? Merton, will you let me shoot it off just once, and I'll never ask again? He didn't either find it first, Merton. He throwed you right off into the dirt. Didn't he throw you right off into the dirt, Merton?" With a harsher show of authority, or perhaps merely because he was bearded, so unreasoning are the inhibitions of the young, Gashweiler stilled the tumult. The dancing died. "What's this mean?" he repeated. "We nearly had an accident," said the lady. "What's this mean?" An answer of sorts could no longer be delayed. "Well, I thought I'd give Dexter a little exercise, so I saddled him up and was going to ride him around the block when these kids here yelled and scared him, so he ran away." "Oh, what a story!" shouted the tots in unison. "What a bad story! You'll go to the bad place," intoned little Elsie. "I swear I don't know what's getting into you," declared Gashweiler. "Don't that horse get enough exercise during the week? Don't he like his day of rest? How'd you like me to saddle you up and ride you around the block? I guess you'd like that pretty well, wouldn't you?" Gashweiler fancied himself in this bit of sarcasm, brutal though it was. He toyed with it. "Next Sunday I'll saddle you up and ride you around the block. See how you like that, young man." "It was our clothesline," said the lady. "I could tell it right off." With a womanish tenacity she had fastened to a minor inconsequence of the outrage. Gashweiler became practical. "Well, I must say, it's a pretty howdy-do. That horse'll make straight back for the farm. We won't have any delivery horse tomorrow. Sue, you get out. I'll go down the road a piece and see if I can head him off." "He turned the other way," said Merton. "Well, he's bound to head around for the farm. I'll go up the road and you hurry out the way he went. Maybe you can catch him before he gets out of town." Mrs. Gashweiler descended from the car. "You better have that clothesline back by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning," she warned the offender. "Yes, ma'am, I will." This was not spoken in a Buck Benson manner. "And say," Gashweiler paused in turning the car, "what you doing in that outlandish rig anyhow? Must think you're one of them Wild West cowboys or something. Huh!" This last carried a sneer that stung. "Well, I guess I can pick out my own clothes if I want to." "Fine thing to call clothes, I must say. Well, go see if you can pick out that horse if you're such a good picker out." Again Gashwiler was pleased with himself. He could play venomously with words. "Yes, sir," said Merton, and plodded on up the alley, followed at a respectful distance by the Ransom kiddies, who at once resumed their vocal exercises. "He throwed you right off into the dirt, didn't he, Merton? Merton, didn't he throw you right off into the dirt?" If it were inevitable, he wished that they would come closer. He would even have taken little Woodrow by the hand. But they kept far enough back of him to require that their voices should be raised. Incessantly the pitiless rain fell upon him. "Merton, he throwed you right off into the dirt, didn't he, Merton?" He turned out of the alley up Spruce Street. The Ransom children lawlessly followed, forgetting their good home, their poor sick mother, and the rules she had laid down for their Sabbath recreation. At every moment the shrill cry reached his burning ears. "Merton, didn't he throw you off?" The kiddies appeared to believe that Merton had not heard them, but they were patient. Presently he would hear, and reassure them that he had indeed been thrown off right into the dirt. Now he began to meet or pass early churchgoers who would gaze at him in wonder or in frank criticism. He left the sidewalk and sought the center of the road, pretending that out there he could better search for a valuable lost horse. The Ransom children were at first in two minds about following him, but they soon found it more interesting to stay on the sidewalk. They could pause to acquaint the churchgoers with a matter of common interest. "He throwed Merton off right into the dirt." If the people they addressed appeared to be doubting this, or to find it not specific enough, they would call ahead to Merton to confirm their simple tale. With rapt, shining faces, they spread the glad news, though hurrying always to keep pace with the figure in the road. Spruce Street was vacant of Dexter, but up Elm Street, slowly cropping the wayside herbage as he went, was undoubtedly Merton's good old pal. He quickened his pace. Dexter seemed to divine his coming and broke into a kittenish gallop until he reached the Methodist church. Here, appearing to believe that he had again eluded pursuit, he stopped to graze on a carefully tended square of grass before the sacred edifice. He was at once shooed by two scandalized old ladies, but paid them no attention. They might perhaps even have tickled him, for this was the best grass he had found since leaving home. Other churchgoers paused in consternation, looking expectantly at the approaching Merton Gill. The three happy children who came up with him left no one in doubt of the late happening. Merton was still the artist. He saw himself approach Dexter, vault into the saddle, put spurs to the beast, and swiftly disappear down the street. People would be saying that he should not be let to ride so fast through a city street. He was worse than Gus Giddings. But he saw this only with his artist's eye. In sordid fact, he went up to Dexter, seized the trailing bridle reins, and jerked savagely upon them. Back over the trail he led his good old pal. And for other late churchgoers, there were the shrill voices of friendly children to tell what had happened, to appeal confidently to Merton, vaguely ahead in the twilight, to confirm their interesting story. Dexter, the anarchist, was put to bed without his good-night kiss. Good old Pinto had done his pal dirt. Never again would he be given a part in Buck Benson's company. Across the alley came the voices of tired, happy children in the appeal for an encore. "Merton, please let him do it to you again. Merton, please let him do it to you again." And to the back porch came Mrs. Gashwiler to say it was a good thing he'd got that clothesline back, and came her husband wishing to be told what outlandish notion Merton Gill would next get into the thing he called his head. It was the beginning of the end. Followed a week of strained relations with the Gashwiler household, including Dexter, and another week of relations hardly more cordial. But $30 was added to the hoard, which was now counted almost nightly. And the cruder wits of the village had made rather a joke of Merton's adventure. Some were tasteless enough to rally him coarsely upon the crowded street, or at the post office while he awaited his magazines. And now there were $275 to put him forever beyond their jibes. He carefully rehearsed a scathing speech for Gashwiler. He would tell him what he thought of him. That merchant would learn from it some things that would do him good if he believed them, but probably he wouldn't believe them. He would also see that he had done his faithful employee grave injustices, and he would be left in some humiliation, having found, as Merton Gill took himself forever out of retail trade, that two could play on words as well as one. It was a good warm speech, and its author knew every word of it from mumbled rehearsal during the 2 weeks, at times when Gashwiler merely thought he was being queer again. At last came the day when he decided to recite it in full to the man for whom it had been composed. He confronted him, accordingly, at a dull moment on the third Monday morning, burning with his message. He looked Gashwiler firmly in the eye and said in halting tones, "Mr. Gashwiler, now, I've been thinking I'd like to go west for a while, to California, if you could arrange to let me off, please." And Mr. Gashwiler had replied, "Well, now, that is a surprise. When was you wishing to go, Merton?" "Why, I would be much obliged if you'd let me get off tonight on number 4, Mr. Gashwiler, and I know you can get Spencer Grant to take my place, because I asked him yesterday." "Very well, Merton. Send Spencer Grant in to see me, and you can get off tonight. I hope you'll have a good time." "Of course, I don't know how long I'll be gone. I may locate out there. But then again—" "That's all right, Merton. Any time you come back you can have your same old job. You've been a good man, and they ain't so plenty these days." "Thank you, Mr. Gashwiler." Number 4 was made to stop at Simsbury for a young man who was presently commanding a meal in the palatial diner, and who had, before this meal was eaten, looked out with compassion upon 2 Simsbury-like hamlets that the train rushed by, a blur of small-towners standing on their depot platforms to envy the inmates of that splendid structure. At last it was Western stuff, and no fooling. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 4. The Watcher at the Gate. The street leading to the Holden Motion Picture Studio, considered by itself, lacks beauty. Flanking it for most of the way from the boulevard to the studio gate are vacant lots labeled with their prices and appeals to the passer to buy them. Still, their prices are high enough to mark the thoroughfare as one of out of the common, and it is further distinguished by 2 rows of lofty eucalyptus trees. These have a real feathery beauty, and are perhaps a factor in the seemingly exorbitant prices demanded for the choice bungalow and home sites they shade. Save for a casual pioneer bungalow or 2, there are no buildings to attract the notice until one reaches a high fence that marks the beginning of the Holden lot. Back of this fence is secreted a microcosmos, a world in little, where one may encounter strange races of people in their native dress, and behold, by walking a block, cities actually apart by league upon league of the earth's surface, and separated by centuries of time. To penetrate this city of many cities, and this actual present of the remote past, one must be of a certain inner elect. Hardly may one enter by assuming the disguise of a native, as daring explorers have sometimes overcome the difficulty of entering other strange cities. Its gate, reached after passing along an impressive expanse of the reticent fence, is watched by a guardian. He is a stoutish man of middle age, not neatly dressed, and of forbidding aspect. His face is ruthless, with a very knowing cynicism. He is there, it would seem, chiefly to keep people out of the delightful city, though from time to time he will bow in assent, or wave it with the hand clutching his evening newspaper to one of the favored lawful inmates, who will then carelessly saunter or drive an expensive motor car through the difficult portal. Standing across the street, one may peer through this portal into an avenue of the Forbidden City. There is an exciting glimpse of greensward, flowering shrubbery, roses, vines, and a vista of the ends of enormous structures painted yellow. And this avenue is sprightly with the passing of enviable persons who are rightly there, some in alien garb, some in the duller uniform of the humble artisan, some in the pressed and garnished trappings of rich overlords. It is really best to stand across the street for this clandestine view of heart-shaking delights. If you stand close to the gate to peer past the bulky shape of the warder, he is likely to turn and give you a cold look. Further, he is averse to light conversation, being always morosely absorbed, yet with an eye ever alert for intrusive outlanders, in his evening paper. He never reads a morning paper, but has some means of obtaining at an early hour each morning a pink or green evening paper that shrieks with crimson headlines. Such has been his reading through all time, and this may have been an element in shaping his now inveterate hostility to those who would engage him in meaningless talk. Even in accepting the gift of an excellent cigar he betrays only a bored condescension. There is no relenting of countenance, no genial relaxing of an ingrained suspicion toward all who approach him, no cordiality, in short, such as would lead you to believe that he might be glad to look over a bunch of stills, taken by the most artistic photographer in all Simsbury, Illinois. So you let him severely alone after a bit, and go to stand across the street, your neatly wrapped art studies under your arm, and leaning against the trunk of a eucalyptus tree, you stare brazenly past him into the city of wonders. It is thus we first observe that rising young screen actor, Clifford Armytage, beginning the 10th day of his determined effort to become much more closely identified with screen activities than hitherto. 10 days of waiting outside the guarded gate had been his, but no other 10 days of his life had seemed so eventful or passed so swiftly. For at last he stood before his goal, had actually fastened his eyes upon so much of it as might be seen through its gate. Never had he achieved so much downright actuality. Back in Simsbury on a Sunday morning he had often strolled over to the depot at early train time for a sight of the 2 metal containers housing the films shown at the Bijou Palace the day before. They would be on the platform, pasted over with express labels. He would stand by them, even touch them, examine the padlocks, turn them over, heft them, actually hold within his grasp the film wraith of Beulah Baxter in a terrific installment of The Hazards of Hortense. Those metal containers imprisoned so much of beauty, of daring, of young love striving against adverse currents, held the triumphant fruiting of Miss Baxter's toil and struggle and sacrifice to give the public something better and finer. Often he had caressed the crude metal with a reverent hand, as if his Wonder Woman herself stood there to receive his homage. That was actuality in a way, but here it was in full measure, without mental subterfuge or vain imaginings. Had he not beheld from this post, he was pretty sure he had, Miss Baxter herself, swathed in costly furs, drive a robin's egg blue roadster through the gate without even a nod to the warder? Indeed, that one glimpse of reality had been worth his 10 days of waiting, worth all his watching of the gate and its keeper until he knew every dent in the keeper's derby hat, every bristle in his unkempt mustache, every wrinkle of his inferior raiment, and every pocket from which throughout the day he would vainly draw matches to relight an apparently fireproof cigar. Surely waiting thus rewarded could not be called barren. When he grew tired of standing, he would cross the street and rest on a low bench that encircled one of the eucalyptus trees. Here were other waiters without the pale, usually men of strongly marked features, with a tendency to extremes in stature or hair or beards or noses, and not conspicuously neat in attire. These, he discovered, were extras awaiting employment, many of them Mexicans or strange-appearing mongrels, with a sprinkling of Negroes. Often he could have recruited there a band of outlaws for desperate deeds over the border. He did not fraternize with these waifs, feeling that his was another plane. He had spent 3 days thus about the studio gate when he learned of the existence of another entrance. This was a door almost opposite the bench. He ventured through it and discovered a bare room with a wooden seat running about its sides. In a partition opposite the entrance was a small window and over the words, "Casting Director." One of the 2 other doors led to the interior, and through this he observed pass many of the chosen. Another door led to the office of the casting director, glimpses of which could be obtained through the little window. The waiting room itself was not only bare as to floor and walls, but was bleak and inhospitable in its general effect. The wooden seat was uncomfortable, and those who sat upon it along the dull-toned walls appeared depressed and unhopeful, especially after they had braved a talk through the little window with someone who seemed always to be saying, "No, nothing today. Yes, perhaps next week. I have your address." When the aspirants were women, as they mostly were, the someone back of the window would add "dear" to the speech. "No, nothing today, dear." There seemed never to be anything today, and Clifford Armytage spent very little of his waiting time in this room. It made him uncomfortable to be stared at by the other applicants, whether they stared casually, incuriously, or whether they seemed to appraise him disparagingly, as if telling him frankly that for him there would never be anything today. Then he saw that he, too, must undergo that encounter at the little window. Too apparently he was not getting anywhere by loitering about outside. It was exciting, but the producers would hardly look there for new talent. He chose a moment for this encounter when the waiting room was vacant, not caring to be stared at when he took his first step in forming a connection that was to be notable in screen annals. He approached the window, bent his head, and encountered the gaze of a small, comely woman with warm brown eyes, neat reddish hair, and a quick manner. The gaze was shrewd. It seemed to read all that was needed to be known of this new candidate. "Yes?" said the woman. She looked tired and very businesslike, but her manner was not unkind. The novice was at once reassured. He was presently explaining to her that he wished to act in the pictures at this particular studio. No, he had not much experience. That is, you could hardly call it experience in actual acting, but he had finished a course of study and had a diploma from the General Film Production Company of Stebbinsville, Arkansas, certifying him to be a competent screen actor. And of course he would not at first expect a big part. He'd be glad to take a small part to begin with, almost any small part, until he could familiarize himself with studio conditions. And here was a bunch of stills that would give anyone an idea of the range of parts he was prepared to play. Society parts in a full dress suit, or soldier parts in a trench coat and a lieutenant's cap, or juveniles in the natty suit with the belted coat, and in the Storm King model belted overcoat. And of course the Western stuff. These would give an idea of what he could do. Cowboy outfit and all that sort of thing, chaps and spurs and guns and so forth, and he was prepared to work hard and struggle and sacrifice in order to give the public something better and finer, and would it be possible to secure some small part at once? Was a good all-round actor by any chance at the moment needed in the company of Miss Beulah Baxter? Because he would especially like such a part, and he would be ready to start to work at any time, tomorrow or even today. The tired little woman beyond the opening listened patiently to this, interrupting several times to say over an insistent telephone, "No, nothing today, dear." She looked at the stills with evident interest and curiously studied the face of the speaker as she listened. She smiled wearily when he was through and spoke briskly. "Now, I'll tell you, son, all that is very nice, but you haven't had a lick of real experience yet, have you? And things are pretty quiet on the lot just now. Today there are only 2 companies shooting, so you couldn't get anything today or tomorrow, or probably for a good many days after that. And it won't be much when you get it. You may get on as an extra after a while when some of the other companies start shooting, but I can't promise anything, you understand. What you do now, leave me your name and address and telephone number." "Yes, ma'am," said the applicant, and supplied these data. "Clifford Armytage," exclaimed the woman. "I'll say that's some warm name." "Well, you see," he paused, but resolved to confide freely in this friendly seeming person. "You see, I picked that out for a good name to act under. It sounds good, doesn't it? And my own name is only Merton Gill, so I thought I'd better have something that sounded a little more, well, you know." "Sure," said the woman. "All right, have any name you want, but I think I'll call you Merton when you come again. You needn't act with me, you know. Now, let's see. Name, age, height, good general wardrobe, house address, telephone number. Oh, yes, tell me where I can find you during the day." "Right out here," he replied firmly. "I'm going to stick to this studio and not go near any of the others. If I'm not in this room, I'll be just outside there, on that bench around the tree, or just across the street where you can see through the gate and watch the people go through." "Say," again the woman searched his face and broke into her friendly smile. "Say, you're a real nut, aren't you? How'd you ever get this way?" And again he was talking, telling now of his past and his struggles to educate himself as a screen actor. One of the best. He spoke of Simsbury and Gashwiler, and of Lowell Hardy, who took his stills, and of Tessie Kearns, whose sympathy and advice had done so much to encourage him. The woman was joyously attentive. Now she did more than smile. She laughed at intervals throughout the narrative, though her laughter seemed entirely sympathetic and in no way daunted the speaker. "Well, Merton, you're a funny one, I'll say that. You're so kind of ignorant and appealing. And you say this Bughalter or Gigwater or whatever his name is will take you back into the store at any time? Well, that's a good thing to remember, because the picture game is a hard game. I wouldn't discourage a nice clean boy like you for the world, but there are a lot of people in pictures right now that would prefer a steady job like the one you left." "It's Gashwiler, that name." "Oh, all right, just so you don't forget it and forget the address." The new applicant warmly reassured her. "I wouldn't be likely to forget that after living there all those years." When he left the window, the woman was again saying into the telephone, "No, dear, nothing today, I'm sorry." It was that night he wrote to Tessie Kearns. "Dear friend Tessie, well, Tessie, here I am, safe and sound in Hollywood after a long ride on the cars that went through many strange and interesting cities and different parts of the country. And I guess by this time you must have thought I was forgetting my old friends back in Simsbury, but not so, I can assure you, for I will never forget our long talks together and how you cheered me up often when the sacrifice and struggle seemed more than any man could bear. But now I feel repaid for all that sacrifice and struggle, for here I am where the pictures are made, and soon I will be acting different parts in them, though things are quiet on the lot now, with only 2 companies shooting today. But more companies will be shooting in a few days, and then will come the great opportunity for me as soon as I get known, and my different capabilities, and what I can do and everything. I had a long talk today with the lady out in front that hires the actors, and she was very friendly, but said it might be quite some time because only 2 companies on the lot were shooting today, and she said if Gashwiler had promised to keep my old job for me, to be sure and not forget his address, and it was laughable that she should say such a thing, because I would not be liable to forget his address when I lived there so long. She must have thought I was very forgetful to forget that address. There is some great scenery around this place, including many of the Rocky Mountains, etc., that make it look beautiful, and the city of Los Angeles is bigger than Peoria. I'm quite some distance out of the center of town, and I have a nice furnished room about a mile from the Holden Studios, where I will be hired after a few more companies get to shooting on the lot. There is an electric iron in the kitchen, where one can press their clothes. And my furnished room is in the house of a Los Angeles society woman and her husband who came here from Iowa. Their little house with flowers in front is called a bungalow. The husband, Mr. Patterson, had a farm in Iowa, 6 miles out from Cedar Falls, and he cares little for society, but the wife goes into society all the time, as there is hardly a day just now that some society does not have its picnic, and one day it will be the Kansas Society picnic, and the next day it will be the Michigan Society having a picnic, or some other state, and of course the Iowa Society has the biggest picnic of all, and Mr. Patterson says his wife can go to all these society functions if she wants, but he does not care much for society, and he is thinking of buying a half interest in a good soft drink place just to pass the time away, as he says after the busy life he has led he needs something to keep him busy, but his wife thinks only of society. I take my meals out at different places, especially at drugstores. I guess you'd be surprised to see these drugstores where you can go in and sit at the soda counter and order your coffee and sandwiches and custard pie and eat them right there in the drugstore. But there are other places too, like cafeterias, where you put your dishes on a tray and carry it to your own table. It is all quite different from Simsbury, and I've seen oranges growing on the trees, and there are palm trees, and it does not snow here, but the grass is green and the flowers bloom right through the winter, which makes it very attractive, with the Rocky Mountains standing up in the distance, etc. Well, Tessie, you must excuse this long letter from your old friend, and write me if any company has accepted Passion's Perils, and I might have a chance to act in that some day, and I will let you know when my first picture is released and the title of it, so you can watch out for it when it comes to the Bijou Palace. I often think of the old town, and would like to have a chat with you and my other old friends, but I am not homesick, only sometimes I would like to be back there, as there are not many people to chat with here, and one would almost be lonesome sometimes if they could not be at the studio. But I must remember that work and struggle and sacrifice are necessary to give the public something better and finer and become a good screen actor. So no more at present from your old friend, and address Clifford Armitage at the above number, as I am going by my stage name, though the lady at the Holden lot said she liked my old name better and called me that, and it sounded pretty good, as I have not got used to the stage name yet. He felt better after his chat with his old friend, and the following morning he pressed a suit in the Patterson kitchen and resumed his vigil outside the gate. But now, from time to time, at least twice a day, he could break the monotony of this by a call at the little window. Sometimes the woman beyond it would be engrossed with the telephone and would merely look at him to shake her head. At others, the telephone being still, she would engage him in friendly talk. She seemed to like him as an occasional caller, but she remained smilingly skeptical about his immediate success in the pictures. Again and again she urged him not to forget the address of Giggenholder or Goose Swamp or whoever it might be that was holding a good job for him. He never failed to remind her that the name was Gashwiler, and that he could not possibly forget the address because he had lived at Simsbury a long time. This always seemed to brighten the woman's day. It puzzled him to note that for some reason his earnest assurance pleased her. As the days of waiting passed, he began to distinguish individuals among the people who went through the little outer room, or sat patiently around its walls on the hard bench, waiting like himself for more companies to start shooting. Among the important-looking men that passed through would be actors that were now reaping the reward of their struggle and sacrifice, actors whom he thrilled to recognize as old screen friends. These would saunter in with an air of fine leisure, and their manner of careless but elegant dress would be keenly noted by Merton. Then there were directors. These were often less scrupulously attired and seemed always to be solving knotty problems. They passed hurriedly on, brows drawn in perplexity. They were very busy persons. Those on the bench regarded them with deep respect and stiffened to attention as they passed, but they were never observed by these great ones. The waiting ones were of all ages, mostly women, but with a sprinkling of men. Many of the women were young or youngish, and of a rare beauty, so Merton Gill thought. Others were elderly or old, and a few would be accompanied by children, often so young that they must be held on laps. They, too, waited with round eyes and in perfect decorum for a chance to act. Sometimes the little window would be pushed open, and a woman beckoned from the bench. Some of them greeted the casting director as an old friend and were still gay when told that there was nothing today. Others seemed to dread being told this and would wait on without daring an inquiry. Sometimes there would be a little flurry of actual business. 4 society women would be needed for a bridge table at 8:30 the next morning on stage number 5. The casting director seemed to know the wardrobe of each of the waiters and would select the 4 quickly. The gowns must be smart. It was at the country house of a rich New Yorker, and jewels and furs were not to be forgotten. There might be 2 days' work. The 4 fortunate ladies would depart with cheerful smiles. The remaining waiters settled on the bench, hoping against hope for another call. Among the waiting-room hopefuls, Merton had come to know by sight the Montague family. This consisted of a handsome elderly gentleman of a most impressive manner, his wife, a portly woman of middle age, also possessing an impressive manner, and a daughter. Mr. Montague always removed his hat in the waiting-room, uncovering an abundant cluster of iron-gray curls above a noble brow. About him there seemed ever to linger a faint spicy aroma of strong drink, and he would talk freely to those sharing the bench with him. His voice was full and rich in tone, and his speech, deliberate and precise, more than hinted that he had once been an ornament of the speaking stage. His wife, also, was friendly of manner, and spoke in a deep contralto somewhat roughened by wear, but still notable. The daughter Merton did not like. She was not unattractive in appearance, though her features were far off the screen heroine model, her nose being too short, her mouth too large, her cheekbones too prominent, and her chin too square. Indeed, she resembled too closely her father, who, as a man, could carry such things more becomingly. She was a slangy chit, much too free and easy in her ways, Merton considered, and revealing a self-confidence that amounted almost to impudence. Further, her cheeks were brown, her brief nose freckled, and she did not take the pains with her face that most of the beautiful young women who waited there had so obviously taken. She was a harum-scarum baggage with no proper respect for anyone, he decided, especially after the day she had so rudely accosted one of the passing directors. He was a more than usually absorbed director, and with drawn brows would have gone unseen through the waiting-room when the girl hailed him. "Oh, Mr. Henshaw, one moment, please." He glanced up in some annoyance, pausing with his hand to the door that led on to his proper realm. "Oh, it's you, Miss Montague. Well, what is it? I'm very, very busy."
"Well, it's something I wanted to ask you." She quickly crossed the room to stand by him,
tenderly flecking a bit of dust from his coat sleeve as she began. "Say, listen, Mr. Henshaw. Do you think beauty is a curse to a poor girl?" Mr. Henshaw scowled down into the eyes so confidingly lifted to his. "That's something you won't ever have to worry about," he snapped, and was gone, his brows again drawn in perplexity over his work. "You're not angry with poor little me, are you, Mr. Henshaw?" The girl called this after him and listened, but no reply came back from the partition. Mrs. Montague from the bench rebuked her daughter. "Say, what do you think that kidding stuff will get you? Don't you want to work for him any more?" The girl turned pleading eyes upon her mother. "I think he might have answered a simple question," said she. This was all distasteful to Merton Gill. The girl might indeed have deserved an answer to her simple question, but why need she ask it of so busy a man? He felt that Mr. Henshaw's rebuke was well merited, for her own beauty was surely not excessive. Her father from the bench likewise admonished her. "You are sadly prone to a spirit of banter," he declared, "though I admit that the so-called art of motion picture is not to be regarded too seriously. It was not like that in my day. Then an actor had to be an artist. There was no position for the little he-doll whippersnapper who draws the big money today and is ignorant of even the rudiments of the actor's profession." He allowed his glance to rest perceptibly upon Merton Gill, who felt uncomfortable. "We were with Louis James 5 years," confided Mrs. Montague to her neighbours. "A hall show, of course. Hadn't heard of movies then. Doing Virginius and Julius Caesar and such classics, and then starting out with the Two Orphans for a short season. We were a knockout, I'll say that. I'll never forget the night we opened the new opera house at Akron. They had to put the orchestra under the stage." "And the so-called art of the moving picture robs us of our little need of applause," broke in her husband. "I shall never forget a remark of the late Lawrence Barrett to me after a performance of Richelieu, in which he had fairly outdone himself. 'Montague, my lad,' said he, 'we may work for the money, but we play for the applause. But now our finest bits must go in silence, or perhaps be interrupted by a so-called director who arrogates to himself the right to instill into us the rudiments of a profession in which we had grounded ourselves ere yet he was out of leading strings. Too often, naturally, the results are discouraging.'" The unabashed girl was meantime having a sprightly talk with the casting director, whom she had hailed through the window as Countess. Merton, somewhat startled, wondered if the little woman could indeed be of the nobility. "Hello, Countess. Say, listen, can you give the camera a little peek at me today, or at Pa or Ma?" "No, nothing today, dear." She had imitated the little woman's voice in her accustomed reply. "Well, I didn't think there would be. I just thought I'd ask. You ain't mad, are you? I could have gone in a harem tank scene over at the Biggert place, but they wanted me to dress the same as a fish, and a young girl's got to draw the line somewhere. Besides, I don't like that Hugo over there so much. He hates to part with anything like money, and he'll gyp you if he can. Say, I'll bet he couldn't play an honest game of solitaire. How do you like my hair this way? Like it, huh? That's good. And me having the only freckles left in all Hollywood. Ain't I the little prairie flower, growing wild every hour? Say, on the level, Pa needs work. These days when he's idle he mostly sticks home and tries out new ways to make prime old Kentucky sour mash in 8 hours. And if he don't quit he's going to find himself seeing some moving pictures that no one else can. And he's all worried up about his hair going off on top and trying new hair restorers. You know his latest? Well, he goes over to the Selig place one day and watches horse meat fed to the lions and says to himself that horses have plenty of hair and it must be the fat under the skin that makes it grow. So he begs for a hunk of horse from just under the mane and he's rubbing that on. You can't tell what he'll bring home next. The old boy still believes you can raise hair from the dead. Do you want some new stills of me? I got a new one yesterday that shows my other expression. Well, so long, Countess." the creature turned to her parents. "Let's be on our way, old dears. This place is dead, but the Countess says they'll soon be shooting some tenement house stuff up at the Consolidated. Maybe there'll be something in it for someone. We might as well have a look in." Merton felt relieved when the Montague family went out, the girl in the lead. He approved of the fine old father, but the daughter lacked dignity in speech and manner. You couldn't tell what she might say next. The Montagues were often there, sometimes in full, sometimes represented by but one of their number. Once Mrs. Montague was told to be on stage 6 the next morning at 8:30 to attend a swell reception. "Wear the grey georgette, dearie," said the casting director, "and your big pearls and the lorgnon." "Not forgetting the gold cigarette case and the chinchilla neckpiece," said Mrs. Montague. "The spare parts will all be there, Countess, and thanks for the word." The elder Montague, on the occasion of his calls, often found time to regale those present with anecdotes of Lawrence Barrett. "A fine artist in his day, sir. None finer ever appeared in a hall show." And always about his once superb frock coat clung the scent of forbidden beverages. On one such day he appeared with an untidy sprouting of beard, accompanied by the talkative daughter. "Pa's landed a part," she explained through the little window. "It's one of those wee uns mountaineer place with revenuers and feuds, one of those place where the city chap don't treat our Nell right, you know. And they won't stand for the crepe hair, so Pop has got to raise a brush and he's mad. But it ought to give him a month or so, and after that he may be able to peddle the brush again. You can never tell in this business, can you, Countess?" "It's most annoying," the old gentleman explained to the bench occupants. "In the true art of the speaking stage, an artificial beard was considered above reproach. Nowadays one must descend to mere physical means if one is to be thought worthy." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 5. A Breach in the City Walls. During these weeks of waiting outside the gate, the little woman beyond the window had continued to be friendly, but not encouraging, to the aspirant for screen honors, late of Simsbury, Illinois. For 3 weeks he had waited faithfully, always within call, struggling and sacrificing to give the public something better and finer, and not once had he so much as crossed the line that led to his goal. Then, on a Monday morning, he found the waiting room empty and his friend beyond the window suffering the pangs of headache. "It gets me something fierce right through here," she confided to him, placing her fingertips to her temples. "Ever use Ezo pain wafers?" he demanded in quick sympathy. She looked at him hopefully. "Never heard of 'em. Let me get you some. You dear thing, fly to it." He was gone while she reached for her purse, hurrying along the eucalyptus-lined street of choice home sites to the nearest drugstore. He was fearing someone else might bring the little woman another remedy, even that her headache might go before he returned with his. But he found her still suffering. "Here they are." He was breathless. "You take a couple now, and a couple more in a half an hour if the ache hasn't stopped." "Bless your heart. Come around inside." He was through the door and in the dimly lit little office behind the secretive partition. "And here's something else," he continued. "It's a menthol pencil, and you take this cap off, see? And you rub your forehead with it. It'll be a help." She swallowed 2 of the magic wafers with the aid of water from the cooler and applied the menthol. "You're a dear," she said, patting his sleeve. "I feel better already. Sometimes these things come on me and stay all day." She was still applying the menthol to throbbing temples. "Say, don't you get tired hanging around outside there? How'd you like to go in and look around the lot? Would you like that?" "Would he?" "Thanks!" He managed it without choking. "If I wouldn't be in the way." "You won't. Go on. Amuse yourself." The telephone rang. Still applying the menthol, she held the receiver to her ear. "No, nothing today, dear. Say, Marie, did you ever take Pain wafers for a headache? Keep 'em in mind. They're great. Yes, I'll let you know if anything breaks. Goodbye, dear." Merton Gill hurried through a narrow corridor past offices where typewriters clicked and burst from gloom into the dazzling light of the Holden lot. He paused on the steps to reassure himself that the great adventure was genuine. There was the full stretch of greensward, of which only an edge had shown as he looked through the gate. There were the vast yellow brick, glass-topped structures of which he had seen but the ends. And there was the street up which he had looked for so many weeks, flanked by rows of offices and dressing rooms, and lively with the passing of many people. He drew a long breath and became calculating. He must see everything and see it methodically. He even went now along the asphalt walk to the corner of the office building from which he had issued, for the privilege of looking back at the gate through which he had so often yearningly stared from across the street. Now he was securely inside, looking out. The watchman sat at the gate, bent low over his paper. There was, it seemed, more than one way to get by him. People might have headaches almost any time. He wondered if his friend, the casting director, were subject to them. He must carry a box of the wafers. He strolled down the street between the rows of offices and the immense covered stages. Actors in costume entered two of these, and through their open doors he could see into their shadowy interiors. He would venture there later. Just now he wished to see the outside of things. He contrived a pace not too swift but businesslike enough to convey the impression that he was rightfully walking this forbidden street. He seemed to be going some place where it was of the utmost importance that he should be, and yet to have started so early that there was no need for haste. He sounded the far end of that long street visible from the outside gate, discovering its excitements to wane gently into mere blacksmith and carpenter shops. He retraced his steps, this time ignoring the long row of offices for the opposite line of stages. From one dark interior came the slow, dulled strains of an orchestra, and from another shots rang out. He met or passed strangely attired people, bandits, priests, choir boys, gentlemen in evening dress with blue-black eyebrows and careful hair, and he observed many beautiful young women, variously attired, hurrying to or from the stages. One lovely thing was in a bridal dress of dazzling white, a veil of lace floating from her blonde head, her long train held up by a colored maid. She chatted amiably as she crossed the street with an evil-looking Mexican in a silver-corded hat, a veritable Snake Lavasquez. But the stages could wait. He must see more streets. Again reaching the office that had been his secret gateway to these delights, he turned to the right, still with the air of having business at a certain spot to which there was really no need for him to hurry. There were fewer people this way, and presently, as if by magic carpet, he had left all that sunlight and glitter and cheerful noise and stood alone in the shadowy narrow street of a frontier town. There was no bustle here, only an intense stillness. The street was deserted, the shop doors closed. There was a ghost-like chilling effect that left him uneasy. He called upon himself to remember that he was not actually in a remote and desolate frontier town from which the inhabitants had fled, that back of him but a few steps was a bounding life, that outside was the prosaic world passing and repassing a gate hard to enter. He whistled the fragment of a tune and went further along this street of uncanny silence and vacancy, noting as he went the signs on the shop windows. There was the Busy Bee restaurant, Jim's place, the Hotel Renown, the Last Dollar Dance Hall, Hank's Pool Room. Upon one window was painted the terse announcement, "Joe, buy or sell. The Happy Days bar adjoined the general store. He moved rapidly through this street. It was no place to linger. At the lower end it gave insanely upon a row of 3-story brownstone houses which any picture patron would recognize as being wholly of New York. There were the imposing steps, the double-doored entrances, the broad windows, the massive lines of the whole. And beyond this he came to a many-colored little street out of Baghdad, overhung with gay balconies, vivacious with spindled towers and minarets, and small reticent windows out of which veiled ladies would glance. And all was still with a stillness of utter desertion. Then he explored farther, and felt curiously disappointed at finding that these structures were to real houses what a dickey is to a sincere, genuine shirt. They were pretentiously false. One had but to step behind them to discover them as poor shells. Their backs were jutting beams carried but little beyond the fronts, and their stout-appearing walls were revealed to be fragile contrivances of button-lath and thin plaster. The ghost quality departed from them with this discovery. He left these cities of silence and came upon an open space and people. They were grouped before a railway station, a small red structure beside a line of railway track. At one end, in black letters, on a narrow white board, was the name Boomerville. The people were plainly Western, a dozen cowboys, a sprinkling of bluff ranchers and their families. An absorbed young man in cap and khaki and puttees came from a distant group surrounding a camera and readjusted the line of these people. He placed them to his liking. A wagon drawn by 2 horses was driven up, and a rancher helped a woman and a girl to alight. The girl was at once sought out by the cowboys. They shook hands warmly under megaphoned directions from a man back by the camera. The rancher and his wife mingled with the group. The girl was drawn aside by one of the cowboys. He had a nobler presence than the others. He was handsome, and his accoutrements seemed more expensive. They looked into each other's eyes a long time, apparently pledging an eternal fidelity. One gathered that there would have been an embrace but for the cowboy's watchful companions. They must say good-bye with a mere handshake, though this was a slow, trembling, long-drawn clasp, while they steadily regarded each other, and a second camera was brought to record it at a distance of 6 feet. Merton Gill thrilled with the knowledge that he was beholding his first close-up. His long study of the photodrama enabled him to divine that the rancher's daughter was going to Vassar College to be educated, but that, although returning a year later a poised woman of the world, she would still long for the handsome cowboy who would marry her and run the Bar X ranch. The scene was done. The camera would next be turned upon a real train at some real station, while the girl, with a final look at her lover, entered a real car, which the camera would show moving off to Vassar College, thus conveying to millions of delighted spectators the impression that a real train had steamed out of the station, which was merely an imitation of one on the Holden lot. The watcher passed on. He could hear the cheerful drone of a sawmill where logs were being cut. He followed the sound and came to its source. The saw was at the end of an oblong pool in which logs floated. Workmen were poling these toward the saw. On a raised platform at one side was a camera and a man who gave directions through a megaphone. A neighboring platform held a second camera. A beautiful young girl in a print dress and her thick hair in a braid came bringing his dinner in a tin pail to the handsomest of the actors. He laid down his pike-pole and took both the girl's hands in his as he received the pail. One of the other workmen, a hulking brute with an evil face, scowled darkly at this encounter, and a moment later had insulted the beautiful young girl. But the first actor felled him with a blow. He came up from this, crouchingly, and the fight was on. Merton was excited by this fight, even though he was in no doubt as to which actor would win it. They fought hard, and for a time it appeared that the handsome actor must lose, for the bully who had insulted the girl was a man of great strength, but the science of the other told. It was the first fight Merton had ever witnessed. He thought these men must really be hating each other, so bitter were their expressions. The battle grew fiercer. It was splendid. Then, at the shrill note of a whistle, the panting combatants fell apart. "Rotten!" said an annoyed voice through the megaphone. "Can't you boys give me a little action? Jazz it! Jazz it! Think it's a love scene? Go to it now. Plenty of jazz. Understand what I mean?" He turned to the cameraman beside him. "Ed, you turn 10. We got to get some speed some way. Jack," to the other cameraman, "you stay on 12. All ready? Get some life into it now. And Leif," this to the handsome actor, "don't keep trying to hold your front to the machine. We'll get you all right. Ready now? Camera!" Again the fight was on. It went to a bitter finish in which the vanquished bully was sent with a powerful blow backward into the water, while the beautiful young girl ran to the victor and nestled in the protection of his strong arms. Merton Gill passed on. This was the real thing. He would have a lot to tell Tessie Kearns in his next letter. Beyond the sawmill he came to an immense wooden structure like a cradle on huge rockers supported by scaffolding. From the ground he could make nothing of it, but a ladder led to the top. An hour on the Holden lot had made him bold. He mounted the ladder and stood on the deck of what he saw was a sea-going yacht. 3 important-looking men were surveying the deckhouse forward. They glanced at the newcomer, but with a cheering absence of curiosity or even of interest. He sauntered past them with a polite but not too keen interest. The yacht would be an expensive one. The deck fittings were elaborate. A glance into the captain's cabin revealed it to be fully furnished, with a chart and a sextant on the mahogany desk. "Where's the bedding for this stateroom?" asked one of the men. "I got a prop rustler after it," one of the others informed him. They strolled aft and paused by an iron standard ingeniously swung from the deck. "That's Burke's idea," said one of the men. "I hadn't thought about a steady support for the camera. Of course, if we stood it on the deck it would rock when the ship rocked and we'd get no motion. So Burke figures this out. The camera is on here and swings by that weight so it's always straight and the rocking registers. Pretty neat, what?" "That was nothing to think of," said one of the other men in apparent disparagement. "I thought of it myself the minute I saw it." The other 2 grinned at this, though Merton Gill, standing by, saw nothing to laugh at. He thought the speaker was pretty cheeky, for of course anyone could think of this device after seeing it. He paused for a final survey of his surroundings from this elevation. He could see the real falseness of the sawmill he had just left. He could also look into the exposed rear of the railway station, and could observe beyond it the exposed skeleton of that New York street. He was surrounded by mockeries. He clambered down the ladder and sauntered back to the street of offices. He was by this time confident that no one was going to ask him what right he had in there. Now, too, he became conscious of hunger, and at the same moment caught the sign "Cafeteria" over a neat building hitherto unnoticed. People were entering this, many of them in costume. He went idly toward the door, glanced up, looked at his watch, and became, to anyone curious about him, a man who had that moment decided he might as well have a little food. He opened the screen door of the cafeteria, half expecting it to prove one of those structures equipped only with a front. But the cafeteria was practicable. The floor was crowded with little square polished tables at which many people were eating. A railing along the side of the room made a passage to the back where food was served from a counter to the proffered tray. He fell into line. No one had asked him how he dared try to eat with real actors and actresses, and apparently no one was going to. Toward the end of the passage was a table holding trays and napkins, the latter wrapped about an equipment of cutlery. He took his tray and received at the counter the foods he designated. He went through this ordeal with difficulty because it was not easy to keep from staring about at other patrons. Constantly he was detecting some remembered face. But at last, with his laden tray, he reached a vacant table near the center of the room and took his seat. He absently arranged the food before him. He could stare at leisure now. All about him were the strongly marked faces of the film people, heavy with makeup, interspersed with hungry civilians, who might be producers, directors, cameramen, or mere artisans, for the democracy of the cafeteria seemed ideal. At the table ahead of his he recognized the man who had been annoyed one day by the silly question of the Montague girl. They had said he was a very important director. He still looked important and intensely serious. He was a short, very plump man with pale cheeks under dark brows and troubled-looking gray hair. He was very seriously explaining something to the man who sat with him and whom he addressed as Governor, a merry-looking person with a stubby gray mustache and little hair, who seemed not too attentive to the director. "You see, Governor, it's this way. The party is lost on the desert, understand what I mean? And Kempton Ward and the girl stumble into this deserted tomb just at nightfall. Now here's where the big kick comes." Merton Gill ceased to listen, for there now halted at his table, bearing a laden tray, none other than the Montague girl, she of the slangy talk and the regrettably free manner. She put down her tray and seated herself before it. She had not asked permission of the table's other occupant. Indeed, she had not even glanced at him, for cafeteria etiquette is not rigorous. He saw that she was heavily made up and in the costume of a gypsy, he thought, a short vivid skirt, a gay waist, heavy gold hoops in her ears, and dark hair massed about her small head. He remembered that this would not be her own hair. She fell at once to her food. The men at the next table glanced at her, the director without cordiality, but the other man smiled upon her cheerfully. "Hello, Flips, how's the girl?" "Everything's jake with me, Governor. How's things over at your shop?" "So. I see you're working." "Only for 2 days. I'm just atmosphere in this piece. I got some real stuff coming along pretty soon for Baxter. Got to climb down 10 stories of a hotel elevator cable and ride a brake beam and be pushed off a cliff and thrown to the lions, and a few other little things." "That's good, Flips. Come and see me sometime. Have a little chat. Ma working?" "Yeah, got a character bit with Charlotte King in her other husband." "Glad to hear it. How's Pa Montague?" "Pa's in bed. They've signed him for Camellia of the Cumberlands, providing he raises a brush, and just now it ain't long enough for whiskers, and too long for anything else, so he's puttering around with his new still." "Well, drop over sometime, Flips. I'm keeping you in mind." "Thanks, Governor. Say." Merton glanced up in time to see her wink broadly at the man and look toward his companion, who still seriously made notes on the back of an envelope. The man's face melted to a grin which he quickly erased. The girl began again. "Mr. Henshaw. Could you give me just a moment, Mr. Henshaw?" The serious director looked up in quite frank annoyance. Yes, what is it, Miss Montague?" "Well, listen, Mr. Henshaw. I got a great idea for a story, and I was thinking who to take it to, and I thought of this one, and I thought of that one, and I asked my friends, and they all say take it to Mr. Henshaw, because if a story has any merit, he's the one director on the lot that can detect it and get every bit of value out of it. So I thought, but of course you're busy just now." The director thawed ever so slightly. "Of course, my girl, I'm busy, but then I'm always busy. They run me to death here. Still, it was very kind of your friends, and of course—" "Thank you, Mr. Henshaw." She clasped her hands to her breast and gazed raptly into the face of her coy listener. "Of course I'll have to help on the details, but it starts off kind of like this. You see, I'm a Hawaiian princess." She paused, gazing aloft. Yes, Miss Montague, a Hawaiian princess. Go on. Oh, excuse me. I was thinking how I'd dress for the last spool in the big fire scene. Well, anyway, I'm this Hawaiian princess, and my father, old King Mauna Loa, dies and leaves me 21,000 volcanoes and a billiard cue." Mr. Henshaw blinked rapidly at this. For a moment he was dazed. "A billiard cue, did you say?" he demanded blankly. "Yes, and every morning I have to go out and ram it down the volcanoes to see they are all right, and—" "Tush, tush," interrupted Mr. Henshaw, scowling upon the playwright, and fell again to his envelope, pretending thereafter to ignore her. The girl seemed to be unaware that she had lost his attention. "And you see the villain is very wealthy. He owns the largest ukulele factory in the islands, and he tries to get me in his power, but he's foiled by my fiancée, a young native by the name of Herman Schwartz, who has invented a folding ukulele, so the villain gets his hired Hawaiian orchestra to shove Herman down one of the volcanoes and me down another, but I have the key around my neck, which father put there when I was a babe, and made me swear always to wear it, even in the bathtub. So I let myself out and unlock the other one and let Herman out, and the orchestra discovers us and chases us over the cliff, and then along comes my old nurse who is now running a cigar store in San Pedro, and she—" Here she affected to discover that Mr. Henshaw no longer listened. "Why, Mr. Henshaw's gone!" she exclaimed dramatically. "Boy, boy, page Mr. Henshaw!" Mr. Henshaw remained oblivious. "Oh, well, of course I might have expected you wouldn't have time to listen to my poor little plot. Of course I know it's crude, but it did seem to me that something might be made out of it." She resumed her food. Mr. Henshaw's companion here winked at her and was seen to be shaking with emotion. Merton Gill could not believe it to be laughter, for he had seen nothing to laugh at. A busy man had been bothered by a silly girl who thought she had the plot for a photodrama, and even he, Merton Gill, could have told her that her plot was impossibly wild and inconsequent. If she were going into that branch of the art, she ought to take lessons, the way Tessie Kearns did. She now looked so mournful that he was almost moved to tell her this, but her eyes caught his at that moment, and in them was a light so curious, so alive with hidden meanings, so eloquent of some iron restraint she put upon her own emotions, that he became confused and turned his gaze from hers almost with the rebuking glare of Henshaw. She glanced quickly at him again, studying his face for the first time. There had been such a queer look in this young man's eyes. She understood most looks, but not that one. Henshaw was treating the late interruption as if it had not been. "You see, Governor, the way we got the script now, they're in the tomb alone for the night. Understand what I mean? And that's where the kick comes for the audience. They know he's a strong fellow and she's a beautiful girl and absolutely in his power, see what I mean? But he's a gentleman through and never lays a hand on her. Get that? Then later along comes this Ben Ali Ahab." The Montague girl glanced again at the face of the strange young man whose eyes had held a new expression for her. But she and Mr. Henshaw and the so-called governor and all those other diners who rattled thick crockery and talked unendingly had ceased to exist for Merton Gill. A dozen tables down the room and nearer the door sat none other than Beulah Baxter. Alone at her table, she gazed raptly aloft, meditating perhaps some daring new feat. Merton Gill stared, entranced, frozen. The Montague girl perfectly understood this look and traced it to its object. Then she surveyed Merton Gill again with something faintly like pity in her shrewd eyes. He was still staring, still rapt. Beulah Baxter ceased to look aloft. She daintily reached for a wooden toothpick from the bowl before her and arose to pay her check at the nearby counter. Merton Gill arose at the same moment and stumbled a blind way through the intervening tables. When he reached the counter, Miss Baxter was passing through the door. He was about to follow her when a cool but cynical voice from the counter said, "Hey, Bill, ain't you forgetting something?" He looked for the check for his meal. It should have been in one hand or the other, but it was in neither. He must have left it back on his tray. Now he must return for it. He went as quickly as he could. The Montague girl was holding it up as he approached. "Here's the little joker, kid," she said kindly. "Thanks," said Merton. He said it haughtily, not meaning to be haughty, but he was embarrassed and also fearful that Beulah Baxter would be lost. "Exit limping," murmured the girl as he turned away. He hurried again to the door, paid the check, and was outside. Miss Baxter was not to be seen. His forgetfulness about the check had lost her to him. He had meant to follow, to find the place where she was working, and look and look and look. Now he had lost her, but she might be on one of those stages within the big barns. Perhaps the day was not yet lost. He crossed the street, forgetting to saunter, and ventured within the cavernous gloom beyond an open door. He stood for a moment, his vision dulled by the dusk. Presently he saw that he faced a wall of canvas backing. Beyond this were low voices and the sound of people moving. He went forward to a break in the canvas wall, and at the same moment there was a metallic jar and light flooded the enclosure. From somewhere outside came music, principally the low, leisurely moan of a cello. A beautiful woman in evening dress was, with suppressed emotion, kneeling at the bedside of a sleeping child. At the doorway stood a dark, handsome gentleman in evening dress, regarding her with a cynical smile. The woman seemed to bid the child farewell, and arose with hands to her breast and quivering lips. The still smiling gentleman awaited her. When she came to him, glancing backward to the sleeping child, he threw about her an elaborate fur cloak and drew her to him, his cynical smile changing to one of deceitful tenderness. The woman still glanced back at the child, but permitted herself to be drawn through the doorway by the insistent gentleman. From a door the other side of the bed came a kind-faced nurse. She looked at first at the little one, then advanced to stare after the departing couple. She raised her hands tragically, and her face became set in a mask of sorrow and despair. She clasped the hands desperately. Merton Gill saw his nurse to be the Montague mother. "All right," said an authoritative voice. Mrs. Montague relaxed her features and withdrew, while an unkempt youth came to stand in front of the still grinding camera and held before it a placard on which were numbers. The camera stopped. The youth with the placard vanished. "Save it," called another voice, and with another metallic jar the flood of light was turned off. The cello ceased its moan in the middle of a bar. The watcher recalled some of the girl's chat. Her mother had a character bit in Her Other Husband. This would be it, one of those moving tragedies not unfamiliar to the screen enthusiast. The beautiful but misguided wife had been saying good-bye to her little one, and was leaving her beautiful home at the solicitation of the false friend in evening dress, forgetting all in one mad moment. The watcher was a tried expert, and like the trained faunal naturalist, could determine a species from the shrewd examination of one bone of a photoplay. He knew that the wife had been ignored by a husband who permitted his vast business interests to engross his whole attention, leaving the wife to seek solace in questionable quarters. He knew that the shocked but faithful nurse would presently discover the little one to be suffering from a dangerous fever, that a hastily summoned physician would shake his head and declare in legible words, "Naught but a mother's love can win that tiny soul back from the brink of eternity." The father would overhear this, and would see it all then, how his selfish absorption in Wall Street had driven his wife to another. He would pursue her, and would find her ere yet it was too late. He would discover that her better nature had already prevailed, and that she had started back without being sent for. They would kneel side by side, hand in hand at the bedside of the little one, who would recover and smile and prattle, and together they would face an untroubled future. This was all thrilling to Merton Gill, but Beulah Baxter was not here, her plays being clean and wholesome things of the great outdoors. Far down the great enclosure was another wall of canvas backing, a flood of light above it, and animated voices from within. He stood again to watch. But this drama seemed to have been suspended. The room exposed was a bedroom with an open window facing an open door. The actors and the mechanical staff as well were busily hurling knives at various walls. They were earnest and absorbed in this curious pursuit. Sometimes they made the knife penetrate the wall. Oftener it merely struck and clattered to the floor. 5 knives at once were being hurled by 5 enthusiasts, while a harried-looking director watched and criticized. "You're a clumsy bunch," he announced at last. "It's a simple thing to do, isn't it?" The knife throwers redoubled their efforts, but they did not find it a simple thing to do. "Let me try it, Mr. Burke." It was the Montague girl, still in her gypsy costume. She had been standing quietly in the shadow observing the ineffective practice. "Hello, Flips. Sure you can try it. Show these boys something good now. Here, Al, give Miss Montague that stickery of yours." Al seemed glad to relinquish the weapon. Miss Montague hefted it and looked doubtful. "It ain't balanced right," she declared. "Haven't you got one with a heavier handle?" "Fair enough," said the director. "Hey, Pickles, let her try that one you got." Pickles, too, was not unwilling to oblige. "That's better," said the girl. "It's balanced right." Taking the blade by its point between thumb and forefinger, she sent it with a quick flick of the wrist into the wall a dozen feet away. It hung there quivering. "There, that's what we want. It's got to be quivering when Jack shoots at Ramon, who threw it at him as he leaps through the window. Try it again, Flips." The girl obliged and bowed impressively to the applause. "Now come here and try it through the doorway." He led her around the set. "Now stand here and see can you put it into the wall just to the right of the window." "Good. Some little knife thrower, I'll say. Now try it once with Jack coming through. Get set, Jack." Jack made his way to the window through which he was to leap. He paused there to look in with some concern. "Say, Mr. Burke, will you please make sure she understands? She isn't to let go of that thing until I'm in and crouched down ready to shoot. Understand what I mean? I don't want to get nicked nor nothin'." All right, she understands." Jack leaped through the window to a crouch, weapon in hand. The knife quivered in the wall above him as he shot. "Fine and dandy. Some class, I'll say. All right, Jack, get back. We'll gun this little scene right here and now. All ready, Jack? All ready, Miss Montague? Camera. 1, 2, 3. Come in, Jack." Again the knife quivered in the wall above his head, even while he crouched to shoot at the treacherous Mexican who had thrown it. "Good work, Flips. Thanks a whole lot. We'll do as much for you some time." "You're entirely welcome, Mr. Burke. No trouble to oblige. How you comin'?" "Comin' good. The thing's going to be a knockout. I bet it'll gross $1 million. Nearly done, too, 'cept for some chase stuff up in the hills. I'll do that next week. What are you doing?" "Oh, everything's Jake with me. I'm over on number 4, Toys of Destiny, putting a little pep into the mob stuff. Laid out for 2 hours waiting for something, I don't know what." Merton Gill passed on. He confessed now to a reluctant admiration for the Montague girl. She could surely throw a knife. He must practice that himself sometime. He might have stayed to see more of this drama, but he was afraid the girl would break out into more of her nonsense. He was aware that she swept him with her eyes as he turned away, but he evaded her glance. She was not a person, he thought, that one ought to encourage. He emerged from the great building and crossed an alley to another of like size. Down toward its middle was the usual wall of canvas with 6 men about the opening at one corner. A curious whirring noise came from within. He became an inconspicuous unit of the group and gazed in. The lights were on, revealing a long table elaborately set as for a banquet, but the guests who stood about gave him instant uneasiness. They were in the grossest caricatures of evening dress, both men and women, and they were not beautiful. The gowns of the women were grotesque, and the men were lawless appearing, either as to hair or beards or both. He divined the dreadful thing he was stumbling upon even before he noted the sign in large letters on the back of a folding chair. Jeff Baird's Buckeye Comedies. These were the buffoons who, with their coarse pantomime, their heavy horseplay, did so much to debase a great art. There, even at his side, was the arch offender, none other than Jeff Baird himself, the man whose regrettable sense of so-called humor led him to make these low appeals to the witless. And even as he looked, the cross-eyed man entered the scene. Garbed in the weirdly misfitting clothes of a waiter, holding aloft a loaded tray of dishes, he entered on roller skates to halt before Baird with his uplifted tray at a precarious balance. "All right, that's better," said Baird. "And, Gertie, listen, don't throw the chair in front of him. That's out. Now, we'll have the entrance again. You other boys on the rollers there." 3 other basely comic waiters on roller skates came to attention. "Follow him in and pile up on him when he makes the grand spill. See what I mean? Get your trays loaded now and get off. Now, you other people, take your seats. No, Annie, you're at the head. I told you. Tom, you're at the foot, and start the roughhouse when you get the tray in the neck. Now, all set." Merton Gill was about to leave this distressing scene, but was held in spite of himself by the voice of a newcomer. "Hello, Jeff. Attaboy." He knew without turning that the Montague girl was again at his elbow. He wondered if she could be following him. "Hello, Flips. How's the kid?" The producer had turned cordially to her. "Just in time for the breakaway stuff. See how you like it." "What's the big idea?" "Swell reception at the Maison de Glue, with the waiters on roller skates in honor of rich Uncle Rollo Glue. The head waiter starts the fight by doing a fall with his tray. Tom gets the tray in the neck and soaks the nearest man. Banquet goes flooey. Then we go into the chase stuff." "Which is Uncle Rollo?" "That's him at the table, with the herbaceous border under his chin." "Is he in the fight?" "I think so. I was going to rehearse it once more to see if I could get a better idea. Near as I can see now, everybody takes a crack at him." "Well, maybe." Montague girl seemed to be considering. "Say, how about this, Jeff? He's awful hungry, see, and he's begun to eat the celery and everything he can reach, and when the mix-up starts he just eats on and pays no attention to it. Never even looks up. See what I mean? The fight spreads the whole length of the table right around Rollo, 6 murders are going on, and he just eats and pays no attention. And he's still eating when they're all down and out, and don't know a thing till Charlie or someone crowns him with the punch bowl. How about it? Ain't there a laugh in that?" Baird had listened respectfully and now patted the girl on a shoulder. "Good work, kid. That's a gag, all right. The little bean's sparking on all 6, ain't it? Drop around again. We need folks like you. Now, listen, Rollo. You there, Rollo. Come here and get this. Now, listen. When the fight begins—" Merton Gill turned decisively away. Such coarse foolery as this was too remote from Beulah Baxter, who, somewhere on that lot, was doing something really, as her interview had put it, distinctive and worthwhile. He lingered only to hear the last of Baird's instructions to Rollo and the absurd guests, finding some sinister fascination in the man's talk. Baird then turned to the girl who had also started off. "Hang around, Flips. Why the rush?" "Gotta beat it over to number 4. "Got anything good there?" "Nothing that will get me any billing. Been waiting 2 hours now just to look frenzied in a mob." "Well, say, come around and see me sometime." "All right, Jeff. Of course I'm pretty busy. When I ain't working I've got to think about my art." "No, this is on the level. Listen now, sister. I got another 2-reeler to pull off after this one. Then I'm going to do something new. See? Got a big idea. Probably something for you in it. Drop into the office and talk it over. Come in sometime next week. If I ain't there, I'll be on the lot someplace. Don't forget now." Merton Gill, some distance from the Buckeye set, waited to note what direction the Montague girl would take. She broke away presently, glanced brazenly in his direction, and tripped lightly out the nearest exit. He went swiftly to one at the far end of the building, and was again on the exciting street. But the afternoon was drawing in, and the street had lost much of its vivacity. It would surely be too late for any glimpse of his heroine, and his mind was already cluttered with impressions from his day's adventure. He went out through the office, meaning to thank the casting director for the great favor she had shown him, but she was gone. He hoped the headache had not driven her home. If she were to suffer again, he hoped it would be some morning. He would have the Ezo wafers in one pocket and a menthol pencil in the other, and she would again extend to him the freedom of that wonderful city. In his room that night he tried to smooth out the jumble in his dazed mind. Those people seemed to say so many things they considered funny, but that were not really funny to anyone else. And moving picture plays were always waiting for something, with the bored actors lounging about in idle apathy. Still in his ears sounded the drone of the sawmill and the deep purr of the lights when they were put on. That was a funny thing. When they wanted the lights on, they said, "Kick it," and when they wanted the lights off, they said, "Save it." And why did a boy come out after every scene and hold up a placard with numbers on it before the camera? That placard had never shown in any picture he had seen. And that queer Montague girl, always turning up when you thought you had got rid of her. Still, she had thrown that knife pretty well. You had to give her credit for that. But she couldn't be much of an actress, even if she had spoken of acting with Miss Baxter, of climbing down cables with her and falling off cliffs. Probably she was boasting, because he had never seen anyone but Miss Baxter do these things in her pictures. Probably she had some very minor part. Anyway, it was certain she couldn't be much of an actress, because she had almost promised to act in those terrible Buckeye comedies. And of course no one with any real ambition or capacity could consider such a thing, descending to rough horseplay for the amusement of the coarser element among screen patrons. But there was one impression from the day's whirl that remained clear and radiant. He had looked at the veritable face of his heroine. He began his letter to Tessie Kearns. "At last I have seen Miss Baxter face to face. There was no doubt about its being her. You would have known her at once. And how beautiful she is. She was looking up and seemed inspired, probably thinking about her part. She reminded me of that beautiful picture of Saint Cecilia playing on the piano." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 6, Under the Glass Tops. Part 1. He approached the office of the Holden Studios the following morning with a new air of assurance. Formerly the mere approach had been an adventure. The look through the gate, the quick glimpse of the privileged ones who entered, the mingling, later, with the hopeful and the near hopeless ones who waited. But now his feeling was that he had, somehow, become a part of that higher life beyond the gate. He might linger outside at odd moments, but rightfully he belonged inside. His novitiate had passed. He was one of those who threw knives or battled at the sawmill with the persecutor of golden-haired innocence, or lured beautiful women from their homes. He might be taken, he thought, for an actor resting between pictures. At the gate he suffered a momentary regret at an error of tactics committed the evening before. Instead of leaving the lot by the office, he should have left by the gate. He should have strolled to this exit in a leisurely manner and stopped, just inside the barrier, for a chat with the watchman, a chat beginning with the gift of a cigar which should have impressed his appearance upon that person. He should have remarked casually that he had had a hard day on stage number 4, and must now be off to a good night's rest because of the equally hard day tomorrow. Thus he could now have approached the gate with confidence and passed freely in, with a few more pleasant words to the watchman, who would have no difficulty in recalling him. But it was in vain to wish this. For all the watchman knew, this young man had never been beyond the walls of the forbidden city, nor would he know any reason why the besieger should not be forever kept outside. He would fix that next time. He approached the window of the casting office with mingled emotions. He did not hope to find his friend again stricken with headache, but if it chanced that she did suffer, he hoped to be the first to learn of it. Was he not fortified with the potent Ezo wafers and a new menthol pencil, even with an additional remedy of tablets that the druggist had strongly recommended? It was, therefore, not with any actual crude disappointment that he learned of his friend's perfect well-being. She smiled pleasantly at him, the telephone receiver at one ear. "Nothing today, dear," she said, and put down the instrument. Yes, the headache was gone, vanquished by his remedies. She was fine, thank you. No, the headaches didn't come often. It might be weeks before she had another attack. No, of course, she couldn't be certain of this, and indeed she would be sure to let him know at the very first sign of their reoccurrence. He looked over his patient with real anxiety, a solicitude from the bottom of which he was somehow unable to expel the last trace of a lingering hope that would have dismayed the little woman. Not hope exactly, but something almost like it, which he would only translate to himself as an earnest desire that he might be at hand when the dread indisposition did attack her. Just now there could be no doubt that she was free from pain. He thanked her profusely for her courtesy of the day before. He had seen wonderful things. He had learned a lot. And he wanted to ask her something, assuring himself that he was alone in the waiting room. It was this: did she happen to know, was Miss Beulah Baxter married? The little woman sighed in a tired manner. Baxter married? Let me see. She tapped her teeth with the end of a pencil, frowning into her vast knowledge of the people beyond the gate. Now let me think. But this appeared to be without result. Oh, I really don't know. I forget. I suppose so. Why not? She often is. He would have asked more questions, but the telephone rang and she listened a long time, contributing a yes, yes of understanding at brief intervals. This talk ended, she briskly demanded a number and began to talk in her turn. Merton Gill saw that for the time he had passed from her life. She was calling an agency. She wanted people for a diplomatic reception in Washington. She must have a Bulgarian general, a Serbian diplomat, 2 French colonels, and a Belgian captain, all in uniform and all good types. She didn't want just anybody, but types that would stand out. Holden Studios on stage number 2, before noon if possible. All right then. Another bell rang almost before she had hung up. "Hello, Grace. Nothing today, dear. They're out on location down toward Venice, getting some desert stuff. Yes, I'll let you know." Merton Gill had now to make way at the window for a youngish, weary-looking woman who had once been prettier, who led an elaborately dressed little girl of 5. She lifted the child to the window. "Say good morning to the beautiful lady, Toots." "Good morning, Countess. I'm sure you've got something for Toots and me today because it's our birthday. Both born on the same day. What do you think of that? Any little thing will help us out a lot. How about it?" He went outside before the end of this colloquy, but presently saw the woman and her child emerge and walk on disconsolately toward the next studio. Thus began another period of waiting from which much of the glamour had gone. It was not so easy now to be excited by those glimpses of the street beyond the gate. A certain haze had vanished, leaving all too apparent the circumstance that others were working beyond the gate while Merton Gill loitered outside, his talent, his training ignored. His early air of careless confidence had changed to one not at all careless or confident. He was looking rather desperate and rather unbelieving, and it daily grew easier to count his savings. He made no mistakes now. His hoard no longer enjoyed the addition of $15 a week. Only subtractions were made. There came a morning when but one bill remained. It was a $10 bill bearing at its center a steel-engraved portrait of Andrew Jackson. He studied it in consternation, though still permitting himself to notice that Jackson would have made a good motion picture type. The long, narrow, severe face, the stiff, uncompromising mane of gray hair, probably they would have cast him for a feuding mountaineer, deadly with his rifle, or perhaps as an inventor whose device was stolen on his deathbed by his wicked Wall Street partner, thus leaving his motherless daughter at the mercy of society's wolves. But this was not the part that Jackson played in the gripping drama of Merton Gill. His face merely stared from the last money brought from Simsbury, Illinois, and the stare was not reassuring. It seemed to say that there was no other money in all the world. Decidedly things must take a turn. Merton Gill had a quite definite feeling that he had already struggled and sacrificed enough to give the public something better and finer. It was time the public realized this. Still he waited, not even again reaching the heart of things, for his friend beyond the window had suffered no relapse. He came to resent a certain inconsequence in the woman. She might have had those headaches oftener. He had been led to suppose that she would, and now she continued to be weary but entirely well. More waiting, and the $10 bill went for a 5 and some silver. He was illogically not sorry to be rid of Andrew Jackson, who had looked so tragically skeptical. The $5 bill was much more cheerful. It bore the portrait of Benjamin Harrison, a smooth, cheerful face adorned with whiskers that radiated success. They were little short of smug with success. He would almost rather have had Benjamin Harrison on $5 than the grim-faced Jackson on 10. Still, facts were facts. You couldn't wait as long on $5 as you could on 10. Then on the afternoon of a day that promised to end as other days had ended, a wave of animation swept through the waiting room and the casting office. "Swell cabaret stuff" was the phrase that brought the applicants to a lively swarm about the little window. Evening clothes, glad wraps, cigarette cases, vanity boxes, the Victor people doing The Blight of Broadway with Muriel Mercer, stage number 4 at 8:30 tomorrow morning. There seemed no limit to the people desired. Merton Gill joined the throng about the window. Engagements were rapidly made, both through the window and over the telephone that was now ringing those people who had so long been told that there was nothing today. He did not push ahead of the women as some of the other men did. He even stood out of line for the Montague girl who had suddenly appeared and who from the rear had been exclaiming, "Women and children first!" "Thanks, old dear," she acknowledged the courtesy and beamed through the window. "Hello, Countess." The woman nodded briefly. "All right, Flips, I was just going to telephone you. Henshaw wants you for some baby vamp stuff in the cabaret scene and in the gambling hall. Better wear that salmon pink chiffon and the yellow curls. 8:30, stage 4. Goodbye." "Thanks, Countess. Me for the jumping tintypes at the hour named. I'm glad enough to be doing even third business. How about Ma?" "Sure, tell her the grande dame stuff, chaperone or something, the gray Georgette, and all her pearls and the cigarette case." "I'll tell her. She'll be glad there's something doing once more on the perpendicular stage. Goodbye." She stepped aside with a "You're next, brother." Merton Gill acknowledged this with a haughty inclination of the head. He must not encourage this hoyden. He glanced expectantly through the little window. His friend held a telephone receiver at her ear. She smiled wearily. "All right, son. You got evening clothes, haven't you? Of course, I remember now. Stage 4 at 8:30. Goodbye." "I want to thank you for this opportunity," he began, but was pushed aside by an athletic young woman who spoke from under a broad hat. "Hello, dearie. How about me and Ella?" "Hello, Maisie. All right. Stage 4 at 8:30 in your swellest evening stuff." At the door the Montague girl called to an approaching group who seemed to have heard by wireless or occult means the report of new activity in the casting office. "Hurry, you troopers. You can eat tomorrow night, maybe." They hurried. She turned to Merton Gill. "Seems like old times," she observed. "Does it?" he replied coldly. Would this chit never understand that he disapproved of her trifling ways? He went on, rejoicing that he had not been compelled to part, even temporarily, with a first-class full-dress suit, hitherto worn only in the privacy of Lowell Hardy's studio. It would have been awkward, he thought, if the demand for it had been much longer delayed. He would surely have let that go before sacrificing his Buck Benson outfit. He had traversed the Eucalyptus Avenue in this ecstasy and was on a busier thoroughfare. Before a motion picture theater he paused to study the billing of Muriel Mercer in Hearts Aflame. The beauteous girl in an alarming gown was at the mercy of a fiend in evening dress whose hellish purpose was all too plainly read in his fevered eyes. The girl writhed in his grasp. Doubtless he was demanding her hand in marriage. It was a tense bit. And tomorrow he would act with this petted idol of the screen, and under the direction of that Mr. Henshaw who seemed to take screen art with proper seriousness. He wondered if by any chance Mr. Henshaw would call upon him to do a quadruple transition: hate, fear, love, despair. He practiced a few transitions as he went on to press his evening clothes in the Patterson kitchen, and to dream that night that he rode his good old pal Pinto into the gilded cabaret to carry off Muriel Mercer, Broadway's pampered society pet, to the clean life out there in the open spaces where men are men. At 8 the following morning he was made up in a large dressing room by a grumbling extra who said that it was a dog's life plastering grease paint over the maps of Dubs. He was presently on stage 4 in the prescribed evening regalia for gentlemen. He found the cabaret set, a gilded haunt of pleasure with small tables set about an oblong of dancing floor. Back of these on 3 sides were raised platforms with other tables, and above these discreet boxes, half masked by drapery, for the seclusion of more retiring merrymakers. The scene was deserted as yet, but presently he was joined by another early comer, a beautiful young woman of Spanish type with a thin face and eager dark eyes. Her gown was glistening black set low about her polished shoulders, and she carried a red rose. So exotic did she appear he was surprised when she addressed him in the purest English. "Say, listen here, old timer. Let's pick a good table right on the edge before the mob scene starts. Let me see." She glanced up and down the rows of tables. "The camera'll be back there, so we can set a little closer, but not too close or we'll be moved over. How about this here? Let's try it." She sat, motioning him to the other chair. Even so early in his picture career did he detect that in facing this girl his back would be to the camera. He hitched his chair about. "That's right," said the girl. "I wasn't meaning to hog it. Say, we was just in time, wasn't we?" Ladies and gentlemen in evening dress were already entering. They looked inquiringly about and chose tables. Those next to the dancing space were quickly filled. Many of the ladies permitted costly wraps of fur or brocade to spill across the backs of their chairs. Many of the gentlemen lighted cigarettes from gleaming metal cases. There was a lively interchange of talk. "We better light up too," said the dark girl. Merton Gill had neglected cigarettes and confessed this with some embarrassment. The girl presented an open case of gold attached to a chain pendant from her girdle. They both smoked. On their table were small plates, 2 wine glasses half filled with a pale liquid, and small coffee cups. Spirals of smoke ascended over a finished repast. Of course, if the part called for cigarettes, you must smoke whether you had quit or not. The places back of the prized first row were now filling up with the later comers. One of these, a masterful-looking man of middle age, he would surely be a wealthy clubman accustomed to command tables, regarded the filled row around the dancing space with frank irritation and paused significantly at Merton's side. He seemed about to voice a demand, but the young actor glanced slowly up at him, achieving a superb transition: surprise, annoyance, and, as the invader turned quickly away, pitying contempt. "Attaboy," said his companion, who was, with the aid of a tiny gold-backed mirror suspended with a cigarette case, heightening the crimson of her full lips. 2 cameras were now in view, and men were sighting through them. Merton saw Henshaw, plump but worried-looking, scan the scene from the rear. He gave hurried direction to an assistant who came down the line of tables with a running glance at their occupants. He made changes. A couple here and a couple there would be moved from the first row, and other couples would come to take their places. Under the eyes of this assistant, the Spanish girl had become coquettish. With veiled glances, with flashing smiles from the red lips, and a small gloved hand upon Merton Gill's sleeve, she allured him. The assistant paused before them. The Spanish girl continued to allure. Merton Gill stared moodily at the half-empty wine-glass, then exhaled smoke as he glanced up at his companion in profound ennui. If it was the blight of Broadway, probably they would want him to look bored. "You two stay where you are," said the assistant, and passed on. "Good work," said the girl. "I knew you was a type the minute I made you." Red-coated musicians entered an orchestra loft far down the set. The voice of Henshaw came through a megaphone. "Everybody that's near the floor foxtrot." In a moment the space was thronged with dancers. Another voice called "Kick it," and a glare of light came on. "You and me both," said the Spanish girl, rising. Merton Gill remained seated. "Can't," he said. "Sprained ankle." How was he to tell her that there had been no chance to learn this dance back in Simsbury, Illinois, where such things were frowned upon by pulpit and press? The girl resumed her seat, at first with annoyance, then brightened. "All right at that," she said. "I bet we get more footage this way." She again became coquettish, luring with her wiles one who remained sunk in ennui. A whistle blew, a voice called "Save it!" and the lights jarred off. Henshaw came trippingly down the line. "You people didn't dance. What's the matter?" Merton Gill glanced up, doing a double transition from dignified surprise to smiling chagrin. "Sprained ankle," he said, and fell into the bored look that had served him with the assistant. He exhaled smoke and raised his tired eyes to the still luring Spanish girl. Weariness of the world and women was in his look. Henshaw scanned him closely. "All right, stay there. Keep just that way. It's what I want." He continued down the line, which had become hushed. "Now, people, I want some flashes along here between dances. See what I mean? You're talking, but you're bored with it all. The hollowness of this nightlife is getting you. Not all of you. Most of you girls can keep on smiling. But the blight of Broadway shows on many. You're beginning to wonder if this is all life has to offer. See what I mean?" He continued down the line. From the table back of Merton Gill came a voice in speech to the retreating back of Henshaw. "All right, old top, but it'll take a good lens to catch any blight on this bunch. Most of 'em haven't worked a lick in 6 weeks, and they're tickled pink." He knew without turning that this was the Montague girl trying to be funny at the expense of Henshaw, who was safely beyond hearing. He thought she would be a disturbing element in the scene, but in this he was wrong, for he bent upon the wine glass a look more than ever fraught with jaded world weariness. The babble of Broadway was resumed as Henshaw went back to the cameras. Presently a camera was pushed forward. Merton Gill hardly dared look up, but he knew it was halted at no great distance from him. "Now here's rather a good little bit," Henshaw was saying. "You there, the girl in black, go on, tease him the way you were, and he's to give you that same look. Got that cigarette going? All ready. Lights, camera." Merton was achieving his first close-up. Under the hum of the lights he was thinking that he had been a fool not to learn to dance, no matter how the Reverend Otto Carmichael denounced it as a survival from the barbaric Congo. He was also thinking that the Montague girl ought to be kept away from people who were trying to do really creative things, and he was bitterly regretting that he had no silver cigarette case. The gloom of his young face was honest gloom. He was aware that his companion leaned vivaciously toward him with gay chatter and gestures. Very slowly he inhaled from a cigarette that was already distasteful, adding no little to the desired effect, and very slowly he exhaled as he raised to hers the bored eyes of a soul quite disillusioned. Here, indeed, was the blight of Broadway. "All right, first rate," called Henshaw. "Now get this bunch down here." The camera was pushed on. "Gee, that was luck," said the girl. "Of course it'll be cut to a flash, but I bet we stand out at that." She was excited now, no longer needing to act. From the table back of Merton came the voice of the Montague girl. "Yes, one must suffer for one's art. Here I got to be a baby vamp when I'd rather be a simple little Madeline, beloved by all in the village." He restrained an impulse to look around at her. She was not serious and should not be encouraged. Further down the set, Henshaw was beseeching a table of 6 revelers to give him a little hollow gaiety. "You're simply forcing yourselves to have a good time," he was saying. "Remember that. Your hearts aren't in it. You know this night life is a mockery. Still, you're playing the game. Now, 2 of you raise your glasses to drink. You at the end, stand up and hold your glass aloft. The girl next to you there, stand up by him and raise your face to his. Turn sideways more. That's it. Put your hand up to his shoulder. You're slightly lit, you know, and you're inviting him to kiss you over his glass. You others, you're drinking gay enough, but see if you can get over that it's only half-hearted. You at the other end there, you're staring at your wine glass, then you look slowly up at your partner, but without any life. You're feeling the blight, see? A chap down the line here just did it perfectly. All right now, lights, camera. You blonde girl, stand up, face raised to him, hand up to his shoulder. You others, drinking, laughing. You at the end, look up slowly at the girl. Look away. About there. Bored. Weary of it all. Cut. All right, not so bad. Now, this next bunch, Paul." Merton Gill was beginning to loathe cigarettes. He wondered if Mr. Henshaw would mind if he didn't smoke so much, except, of course, in the close-ups. His throat was dry and rough, his voice husky. His companion had evidently played more smoking parts and seemed not to mind it. Henshaw was now opposite them across the dancing floor, warning his people to be gay, but not too gay. The glamour of this nightlife must be a little dulled. "Now, Paul, get about 3 medium shots along here. There's a good table. Get that bunch. And not quite so solemn, people. Don't overdo it. You think you're having a good time, even if it does turn to ashes in your mouth. Now, ready? Lights, camera." "I like Western stuff better," confided Merton to his companion. She considered this, though retaining her arch manner. "Well, I don't know. I done a Carmencita part in a dance hall scene last month over to the Biggert, and right in the midst of the fight I get a glass of something all over my gown that practically ruined it. I guess I'd rather do this refined cabaret stuff. At least you ain't so liable to ruin a gown. Still and all, after you've been warming the extra bench for a month, one can't be choosy. Say, there's the principals coming on the set." He looked around. There indeed was the beautiful Muriel Mercer, radiant in an evening frock of silver. At the moment she was putting a few last touches to her perfect face from a make-up box held by a maid. Standing with her was another young woman, not nearly so beautiful, and 3 men. Henshaw was instructing these. Presently he called through his megaphone. "You people are excited by the entrance of the famous Vera Vanderpool and her friends. You stop drinking, break off your talk, stare at her, see what I mean? She makes a sensation. Music, lights, camera." Down the set, escorted by a deferential head waiter, came Muriel Mercer on the arm of a middle-aged man who was elaborately garnished but whose thin dyed mustaches, partially bald head, and heavy eyes proclaimed him to Merton Gill as one who meant the girl no good. They were followed by the girl who was not so beautiful and the other 2 men. These were young chaps of pleasing exterior who made the progress laughingly. The 5 were seated at a table next the dancing space at the far end. They chatted gaily as the older man ordered importantly from the head waiter. Muriel Mercer tapped one of the younger men with her plumed fan, and they danced. 3 other selected couples danced at the same time, though taking care not to come between the star and the grinding camera. The older man leered at the star, and nervously lighted a gold-tipped cigarette which he immediately discarded after one savage bite at it. It could be seen that Vera Vanderpool was the gayest of all that gay throng. Upon her as yet had come no blight of Broadway, though she shrank perceptibly when the partially bald one laid his hand on her slender wrist as she resumed her seat. Food and wine were brought. Vera Vanderpool drank, with a pretty flourish of her glass. Now the 2 cameras were moved forward for close-ups. The older man was caught leering at Vera. It would surely be seen that he was not one to trust. Vera was caught with the mad light of pleasure in her beautiful eyes. Henshaw was now speaking in low tones to the group, and presently Vera Vanderpool did a transition. The mad light of pleasure died from her eyes, and the smile froze on her beautiful mouth. A look almost of terror came into her eyes, followed by a pathetic lift of the upper lip. She stared intently above the camera. She was beholding something evil far from that palace of revels. "Now they'll cut back to the tenement house stuff they shot last week," explained the Spanish girl. "Tenement house?" queried Merton. "But I thought the story would be that she falls in love with a man from the great wind-swept spaces out west and goes out there to live a clean, open life with him. That's the way I thought it would be, out there where she could forget the blight of Broadway. No, Mercer never does Western stuff. I got a little girlfriend working with her, and she told me about this story. Mercer gets into this tenement house down on the east side, and she's a careless society butterfly. But all at once she sees what a lot of sorrow there is in this world when she sees these people in the tenement house, starving to death and sick kids and everything. And this little friend of mine does an Italian girl with the baby, and this old man here, he's a rich swell and prominent in Wall Street and belongs to all the clubs. But he's the father of this girl's child, only Mercer don't know that yet. But she gets aroused in her better nature by the sight of all this trouble, and she almost falls in love with another gentleman who devotes all his time to relieving the poor in these tenements. It was him who took her there, but still she likes a good time as well as anybody, and she's sticking round Broadway and around this old guy, who's pretty good company in spite of his faults. But just now she got a shock at remembering the horrible sights she has seen, and she can't get it out of her mind. And pretty soon she'll see this other gentleman that she nearly fell in love with, the one who hangs around these tenements doing good. He'll be over at one of them tables, and she'll leave her party and go over to his table and say, 'Take me from this heartless Broadway to your tenements where I can relieve their suffering.' So she goes out and gets in a taxi with him, leaving the old guy with not a thing to do but pay the check. Of course he's mad, and he follows her down to the tenements where she's relieving the poor, just in a plain black dress, and she finds out he's the real father of this little friend of mine's child, and tells him to go back to Broadway while she has chosen the better part and must live her life with these real people. But he sends her a note that's supposed to be from a poor woman dying of something, to come and bring her some medicine, and she goes off alone to this dive in another street, and it's the old guy himself who has sent the note, and he has her there in this cellar in his power. But the other gentleman has found the note and has followed her, and breaks in the door and puts up a swell fight with the old guy and some toughs he has hired, and gets her off safe and sound, and so they're married and live the real life far away from the blight of Broadway. It's a swell story all right, but Mercer can't act. This little friend of mine can act all around her. She'd be a star if only she was better looking. You bet Mercer don't allow any lookers on the same set with her. Do you make that one at the table with her now? Just got looks enough to show Mercer off. Mercer's swell looking, I'll give her that, but for actin', say, all they need in a piece for her is just some stuff to go in between her close-ups. Don't make much difference what it is. Oh, look, there comes the dancers. It's Luzon and Mario. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 6, Under the Glass Tops, Part 2. Merton Gill looked. These would be hired dancers to entertain the pleasure-mad throng, a young girl with vine leaves in her hair, and a dark young man of barbaric appearance. The girl was clad in a mere wisp of a girdle and shining breastplates, while the man was arrayed chiefly in a coating of dark stain. They swirled over the dance floor to the broken rhythm of the orchestra, now clinging, now apart, working to a climax which the man poised with his partner perched upon one shoulder. Through the megaphone came instructions to applaud the couple, and Broadway applauded, all but Merton Gill, who stared moodily into his coffee cup or lifted bored eyes to the scene of revelry. He was not bored, but his various emotions combined to produce this effect very plausibly. He was dismayed at this sudden revelation of art in the dance so near him. Imogene Pulver had once done an art dance back in Simsbury at the cantata of Esther in the vestry of the Methodist Church, and had not been a little criticized for her daring, but Imogene had been abundantly clad and her gestures much more restrained. He was trying now to picture how Gashwiler would take a thing like this, or Mrs. Gashwiler for that matter. One glimpse of those practically unclad bodies skipping and bounding there would probably throw them into a panic. They couldn't have sat it through. And here he was right up in front of them, and not turning a hair. This reflection permitted something of the contemptuous to show in the random glances with which he swept the dancers. He could not look at them steadily, not when they were close, as they often were. Also, he loathed the cigarette he was smoking. The tolerant scorn for the Gashwilers and his feeling for the cigarette brought him again into favorable notice. He heard Henshaw, but did not look up. "Get another flash here, Paul. He's rather a good little bit." Henshaw now stood beside him. "Hold that," he said. "No, wait." He spoke to Merton's companion. "You change seats a minute with Miss Montague, as if you'd got tired of him. See what I mean? Miss Montague! Miss Montague!" The Spanish girl arose, seeming not wholly pleased at this bit of directing. The Montague girl came to the table. She was a blithesome sprite in a salmon-pink dancing frock. Her blonde curls fell low over one eye, which she now cocked inquiringly at the director. "You're trying to liven him up," explained Henshaw. "That's all. Baby vamp him. He'll do the rest. He's quite a good little bit." The Montague girl flopped into the chair, leaned roguishly toward Merton Gill, placed a small hand upon the sleeve of his coat, and peered archly at him through beaded lashes, one eye almost hidden by its thatch of curls. Merton Gill sunk low into his chair, cynically tapped the ash from his 10th cigarette into the coffee cup, and raised bored eyes to hers. "That's it. Shoot it, Paul. Just a flash." The camera was being wheeled toward them. The Montague girl, with her hand still on his arm, continued her wheedling, though now she spoke. "Why, look who's here. Kid, I didn't even know you in your stepping out clothes. Say, listen, why do you always upstage me? I never done a thing to you, did I? Go on now, give me the fishy eye again. How'd you ace yourself into this first row anyway? Did you have to fight for it? Say, your friend'll be mad at me putting her out of here, won't she? Well, blame it on the gelatin master. I never suggested it. Say, you got Henshaw going. He likes that blighted look of yours." He made no reply to this chatter. He must keep in the picture. He merely favored her with a glance of fatigued indifference. The camera was focused. "All right, you people, do like I said now. Lights, camera." Merton Gill drew upon his cigarette with the utmost disrelish, raised the cold eyes of a disillusioned man to the face of the leering Montague girl, turned aside from her with every sign of apathy, and wearily exhaled the smoke. There seemed to be but this one pleasure left to him. "Cut," said Henshaw, and somewhere lights jarred off. "Just stick there a bit, Miss Montague. We'll have a couple of more shots when the dancing begins." Merton resented this change. He preferred the other girl. She lured him, but not in so pronounced, so flagrant a manner. The blight of Broadway became more apparent than ever upon his face. The girl's hand still fluttered upon his sleeve as the music came and dancers shuffled by them. "Say, you're the acting kid, all right." She was tapping the floor with the heel of a satin slipper. He wished above all things that she wouldn't call him kid. He meditated putting a little of Broadway's blight upon her by saying in a dignified way that his real name was Clifford Armitage. Still, this might not blight her. You couldn't tell about the girl. "You certainly are the actin'est kid on this set, I'll tell the lot that. Of course, these close-ups won't mean much, just about 1 second, or half that maybe. Or some hick in the cuttin' room may kill 'em dead. Come on, give me the fisheye again. That's it. Say, I'm glad I didn't have to smoke cigarettes in this scene. They wouldn't do for my type, standin' where the brook and river meet up. I hate a cigarette worse'n anything. You? I bet you'd give up food first." "I hate 'em too," he muttered grudgingly, glad to be able to say this, even though only to one whose attentions he meant to discourage. "If I have to smoke one more, it'll finish me." "Now ain't that the limit? Too bad, kid." "I didn't even have any of my own. That Spanish girl gave me these." The Montague girl glanced over his shoulder at the young woman whose place she had usurped. "Spanish, eh? If she's Spanish, I'm a Swede right out of Switzerland. Anyway, I never could like to smoke. I started to learn one summer when I was 8. Pa and Ma and I was out with the tent tom show, me doing Little Eva, and between acts I had to put on pants and come out and do a smoking song, all about a kid learning to smoke his first cigar and not doing well with it, see? But they had to cut it out. Gosh, what us artists suffer at times. Pa had me try it a couple of years later when I was doing Louise the blind girl in The Two Orphans, playing 30 cents top. It was a good song, all right, with lots of funny gags. I'd have been the laughing hit of the bill if I could have learned not to swallow. We had to cut it out again after the second night. Talk about entering into your part. Me, I was too good. If the distant camera glanced this way, it caught merely the persistent efforts of a beautiful debutante who had not yet felt the blight of Broadway to melt the cynicism of one who suffered it more and more acutely each moment. Her hand fluttered on his sleeve, and her left eye continuously beguiled him from under the overhanging curl. As often as he thought it desirable, he put the bored glance upon her, though mostly he stared in dejection at the coffee cup or the empty wine glass. He was sorry that she had had that trouble with the cigar, but one who as little Eva or poor persecuted Louise, the blind girl, had to do a song and dance between the acts, must surely come from a low plane of art. He was relieved when, at megaphoned directions, an elderly fop came to whirl her off in the dance. Her last speech was, "That poor Henshaw. The gelatin master'll have megaphone lip by tonight." He was left alone at his table. He wondered if they might want a close-up of him this way, uncompanioned, jaded, tired of it all, as if he would be saying, "There's always the river." But nothing of this sort happened. There was more dancing, more close-ups of Muriel Mercer being stricken with her vision of tenement misery under the foul glare of a middle-aged roue inflamed with wine. And there was a shot of Muriel perceiving at last the blight of Broadway and going to a table at which sat a pale, noble-looking young man with a high forehead, who presently led her out into the night to the real life of the worthy poor. Later, the deserted admirer became again a roue inflamed with wine and submitted to a close-up that would depict his baffled rage. He clenched his hands in this and seemed to convey, with a snarling lift of his lip, that the girl would be yet his. Merton Gill had ceased to smoke. He had sounded on Broadway even the shallow pleasure of cigarettes. He was thoroughly blighted. At last a megaphoned announcement from the assistant director dismissing the extras, keeping the star, the lead, and a few small part people to clean up medium shots, dramatics, and other work requiring no crowd. "All you extra people here tomorrow morning, 8:30, same clothes and makeup." There was a quick breaking up of the revelry. The Broadway pleasure seekers threw off the blight and stormed the assistant director for slips of paper which he was now issuing. Merton Gill received one, labeled "Talent Check." There was fine print upon it which he took no pains to read, beyond gathering its general effect that the Victor Film Art Company had full right to use any photographs of him that its agents might that day have obtained. What engrossed him to the exclusion of this legal formality was the item that he would now be paid $7.50 for his day's work, and once he had been forced to toil half a week for this sum. Emerging from the stage into the sunlight, he encountered the Montague girl, who hailed him as he would have turned to avoid her. "Say, Trooper, I thought I'd tell you in case you didn't know. We don't take our slips to that dame in the outside cafeteria any more. She always pinches off a quarter or maybe 4 bits. They got it fixed now so the cash is always on tap in the office. I just thought I'd tell you." "Thanks," he said, still with the jaded air of the disillusioned. He had only the vaguest notion of her meaning, but her intention had been kindly. "Thank you very much." "Oh, don't mention it. I just thought I'd tell you." She glanced after him shrewdly. Nearing the office, he observed a long line of Broadway revelers waiting to cash their slips. Its head was lost inside the building, and it trailed far outside. No longer was any blight to be perceived. The slips were ready in hand. Instead of joining the line, Merton decided upon luncheon. It was 2:00, and though waiters with trays had been abundant in the gilded cabaret, the best screen art had not seemed to demand a serving of actual food. Further, he would eat in the cafeteria in evening dress, his makeup still on, like a real actor. The other time he had felt conspicuous because nothing had identified him with the ordinary clientele of the place. The room was not crowded now. Only a table here and there held late-comers, and the choice of foods when he reached the serving counter at the back was limited. He permitted himself to complain of this in a practised manner, but made a selection and bore his tray to the center of the room. He had chosen a table and was about to sit when he detected Henshaw further down the room and promptly took the one next him. It was probable that Henshaw would recall him and praise the work he had done. But the director merely rolled unseeing eyes over him as he seated himself, and continued his speech to the man Merton had seen before with him, the grizzled dark man with the stubby gray mustache, whom he called Governor. Merton wondered if he could be the governor of California, but decided not. Perhaps an ex-governor. "She's working out well," he was saying. "I consider it one of the best continuities Belmore has done. Not a line of smut in it, but to make up for that we'll have over 30 changes of costume." Merton Gill coughed violently, then stared moodily at his plate of baked beans. He hoped that this at least would recall him to Henshaw, who might fix an eye on him to say, "And by the way, here is a young actor that was of great help to me this morning." But neither man even glanced up. Seemingly this young actor could choke to death without exciting their notice. He stared less moodily at the baked beans. Henshaw would notice him sometime, and you couldn't do everything at once. The men had finished their luncheon and were smoking. The animated Henshaw continued his talk. "And about that other thing we were discussing, Governor, I want to go into that with you. I tell you, if we can do Robinson Crusoe and do it right, a regular 5,000-foot program feature, the thing ought to gross $1 million. A good, clean, censor-proof picture. Great kid show. Run forever. Shipwreck stuff, loading the raft, island stuff, hut stuff, goats, finding the footprint, cannibals, the man Friday. Can't you see it?" The governor seemed to see it. "Fine, that's so." He stared above the director's head for the space of 2 inhalations from his cigarette, imbuing Merton Gill with gratitude that he need not smoke again that day. "But say, look here, how about your love interest?" Henshaw waved this aside with his own cigarette and began to make marks on the back of an envelope. "Easy enough. Belmore can fix that up. We talked over 1 or 2 ways. How about having Friday's sister brought over with him to this island? The cannibals are going to eat her too. Then the cannibals run to their canoes when they hear the gun, just the same as in the book. And Crusoe rescues the 2. And when he cuts the girl's bonds, he finds she can't be Friday's real sister because she's white. See what I mean? Well, we work it out later that she's the daughter of an English earl that was wrecked near the cannibal island, and they rescued her, and Friday's mother brought her up as her own child. She saved the papers that came ashore, and she has the earl's coat of arms tattooed on her shoulder blade. And finally, after Crusoe has fallen in love with her, she's remembered a good deal of her past, along comes the old earl, her father, in a ship, and rescues them all. How about that?" Henshaw, brightly expectant, awaited the verdict of his chief. "Well, I don't know," the other considered. "Where's your conflict after the girl is saved from the savages? And Crusoe in the book wears a long beard. How about that? He won't look like anything, sort of hairy, and that's all." Henshaw, from the envelope on which he drew squares and oblongs, appeared to gain fresh inspiration. He looked up with new light in his eyes. "I got it. I got the whole thing. Modernize it. This chap is a rich young New Yorker cruising on his yacht, and he's wrecked on this island and gets a lot of stuff ashore, and his valet is saved too. Say, there's some good comedy, see what I mean? Valet is one of these stiff English lads, never been wrecked on an island before, and complains all the time about the lack of conveniences. I can see a lot of good gags for him, having to milk the goats, and getting scared of the other animals, and no place to press his master's clothes. Things like that, you know. Well, the young fella explores the island and finds another party that's been wrecked on the other side, and it's the girl and the man that got her father into his power, and got all of his estate, and is going to make beggars of them if the girl won't marry him. And she comes on the young fellow under some palms, and they fall in love and fix it up to double-cross the villain. Belmore can work it out from there. How about that? And say, we can use a lot of trims from that South Sea piece we did last year, all that yacht and island stuff. See what I mean?" The other considered profoundly. "Yes, you got a story there, but it won't be Robinson Crusoe, don't you see?" Again Henshaw glanced up from his envelope with the light of inspiration. "Well, how about this? Call it Robinson Crusoe, Jr. There you are. We get the value of the name and do the story the way we want it, the young fellow being shaved every day by the valet, and he can invite the other party over to dine with him and receive them in evening dress and everything. Can't you see it? If that story wouldn't gross big, then I don't know a story. And all easy stuff. We can use the trims for the long shots, and use that inlet toward the other end of Catalina for the hut and the beach. Surefire stuff, Governor. And Robinson Crusoe Jr. is a cinch title. Well, give Belmore as much dope as you've got, and see what he can work out. They arose and stood by the counter to pay their checks. If you want to see the rushes of that stuff we shot this morning, be over to the projection room at 5, said Henshaw as they went out. Neither had observed the rising young screen actor Clifford Armitage, though he had coughed violently again as they left. He had coughed most plausibly, moreover, because of the cigarettes. At the cashier's window, no longer obstructed, he received his money, another $5 bill adorned with the cheerfully prosperous face of Benjamin Harrison, and half that amount in silver coin. Then, although loath to do this, he went to the dressing room and removed his makeup. That grease paint had given him a world of confidence. At the casting office he stopped to tell his friend of the day's camera triumph, how the director had seemed to single him out from 100 or so revelers to portray facially the deadly effect of Broadway's nightlife. "Good work," she applauded. "Before long you'll be having jobs oftener. And don't forget, you're called again tomorrow morning for the gambling house scene." She was a funny woman, always afraid he would forget something he could not possibly forget. Once more in the Patterson kitchen, he pressed his suit and dreamt of new eminences in his chosen art. The following morning he was again the first to reach the long dressing room, the first to be made up by the grumbling extra, the first to reach the big stage. The cabaret of yesterday had overnight been transformed into a palatial gambling hall. Along the sides of the room and at its center were tables equipped for strange games of chance which only his picture knowledge enabled him to recognize. He might tarry at these tables, he thought, but he must remember to look bored in the near presence of Henshaw. The Spanish girl of yesterday appeared, and he greeted her warmly. "I got some cigarettes this time," he said, "so let me pay you back all those I smoked of yours yesterday." Together they filled the golden case that hung from her girdle. "It's swell, all right," said the girl, gazing about the vast room now filling with richly clad gamblers. "But I thought it was all over except the tenement house scenes where Vera Vanderpool has gone to relieve the poor," he said. The girl explained. "This scene comes before the one we did yesterday. It's where the rich old boy first sees Vera playing roulette, and she loses a lot of money, is going to leave her string of pearls, but he says it's a mere trifle and let him pay her gambling losses. So in a weak moment she does, and that's how he starts to get her into his power. You'll see how it works out. Say, they spent some money on this set, all right." It was indeed a rich set, as the girl had said. It seemed to Merton Gill that it would be called on the screen one of those plague spots that eat like a cancer at the heart of New York. He lighted a cigarette and leaned nonchalantly against a pillar to smile a tired little smile at the pleasure-mad victims of this life who were now grouping around the roulette and faro tables. He must try for his jaded look. "Some swell shack." The speaker was back of him, but he knew her for the Montague girl, and was instantly enabled to increase the blighted look for which he had been trying. "One natty little hovel, I'll tell the world," the girl continued. "Say, this puts it all over the Grand Central Station, don't it? Must be right smack at the corner of Broadway and Fifth Avenue. Well, start the little ball rolling so I can make a killing." He turned his head slightly and saw her dance off to one of the roulette tables, accompanied by the middle-aged fop who had been her companion yesterday. Henshaw and his assistant now appeared and began grouping the players at various tables. Merton Gill remained leaning wearily against his massive pillar, trying to appear blasé under the chatter of the Spanish girl. The groups were arranged to the liking of Henshaw, though only after many trials. The roulette ball was twirled, and the lively rattle of chips could be heard. Scanning his scene, he noted Merton and his companion. "Oh, there you are, you two. Sister, you go and stand back of that crowd around the faro table. Keep craning to look over their shoulders and give us your side view. I want to use this man alone. Here." He led Merton to a round table on which were a deck of cards and some neatly stacked chips. "Sit here facing the camera. Keep one hand on the cards, sort of toying with 'em, see what I mean?" He scattered the piled chips loosely about the table and called to a black waiter. "Here, George, put one of those wine glasses on his left." The wine glass was placed. "Now, kind of slump down in your chair, like you saw the hollowness of it all. See what I mean?" Merton Gill thought he saw. He exhaled smoke, toyed contemptuously with the cards at his right hand, and with a gesture of repulsion pushed the wine glass further away. He saw the hollowness of it all. The spirit of wine sang in his glass, but to deaf ears. Chance could no longer entice him. It might again have been suspected that cigarettes were ceasing to allure. "Good work, keep it up," said Henshaw, and went back to his cameras. The lights jarred on. Desperate gaming was filmed. "More life at the roulette tables," megaphoned Henshaw. "Crowd closer around that left-hand faro table. You're playing for big stakes." The gaming became more feverish. The mad light of pleasure was in every eye, yet one felt that the blight of Broadway was real. The camera was wheeled forward, and Merton Gill joyously quit smoking while Henshaw secured flashes of various groups, chiefly of losers, who were seeing the hollowness of it all. He did not, however, disdain a bit of comedy. "Miss Montague." "Yes, Mr. Henshaw." The Montague girl paused in the act of sprinkling chips over a roulette layout. "Your escort has lost all his chips, and you've lost all he's bought for you." The girl and her escort passed to other players the chips before them and waited. Your escort takes out his wallet, shows it to you empty, and shrugs his shoulders. You shrug too, but turn your back on him, facing the camera, and take some bills out of your stocking. See what I mean? Give her some bills, someone. "Never mind, Mr. Henshaw, I already got some there." The pantomime was done. The girl turned, stooped, withdrew flattened bills from one of the salmon-pink stockings and flourished them at her escort, who achieved a transition from gloom to joy. Merton Gill, observing this shameless procedure, plumbed the nether depths of his disgust for Broadway's nightlife. The camera was now wheeled toward him, and he wearily lighted another cigarette. "Get a flash of this chap," Henshaw was saying. The subject leaned forward in his chair, gazing with cynical eyes at the fevered throng. Wine, women's song, all had palled. Gambling had no charm. He looked with disrelish at the cigarette he had but just lighted. "All right, Paul, that's good. Now get that bunch over at the crap table." Merton Gill lost no time in relinquishing his cigarette. He dropped it into the wine glass, which became a symbol of Broadway's Dead Sea fruit. Thereafter he smoked only when he was in the picture. He felt that he was becoming screen-wise. And Henshaw had remembered him. The cast of The Blight of Broadway might not be jeweled with his name, but his work would stand out. He had given the best that was in him. He watched the entrance of Muriel Mercer, maddest of all the mad throng, accompanied by the two young men and the girl who was not so beautiful. He watched her lose steadily, and he saw her string of pearls saved by the elderly scoundrel who had long watched the beautiful girl, as only the Wolf of Wall Street could watch one so fair. He saw her leave upon his arm, perhaps for further unwholesome adventure along Broadway. The lights were out, the revelry done. Merton Gill beyond a doubt preferred Western stuff, some heart-gripping tale of the open spaces, or perhaps of the frozen North, where he could be the hard-riding, straight-shooting, two-fisted wonder man, and not have to smoke so many cigarettes, only one now and then which he would roll himself and toss away after a few puffs. Still, he had shone above the mob of extra people, he thought. Henshaw had noticed him. He was coming on. The Montague girl hailed him as he left the set. Hello, old trooper. I caught you acting again today, right out before the white folks. Well, so far so good. But say, I'm glad all that roulette and stuff was for the up and down stage and not on the level. I'd certainly have lost everything but my makeup. So long, kid. She danced off to join a group of other women who were leaving. He felt a kindly pity for the child. There could be little future in this difficult art for one who took it so lightly, who talked so frankly to strangers without being introduced. At luncheon in the cafeteria he waited a long time in the hope of encountering Henshaw, who would perhaps command his further services in the cause of creative screen art. He meant to be animated at this meeting, to show the director that he could be something more than an actor who had probed the shams of Broadway. But he lingered in vain. He thought Henshaw would perhaps be doing without food in order to work on the scenario for Robinson Crusoe, Jr. He again stopped to thank his friend, the casting director, for securing him his first chance. She accepted his thanks smilingly and asked him to drop around often. "Mind you don't forget our number," she said. He was on the point of making her understand once for all that he would not forget the number, that he would never forget Gashwiler's address, that he had been coming to this studio too often to forget its location. But someone engaged her at the window, so he was obliged to go on without enlightening the woman. She seemed to be curiously dense. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 7 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 7. Nothing today, dear. The savings had been opportunely replenished. In 2 days he had accumulated a sum for which, back in Simsbury, he would have had to toil a week. Yet there was to be said in favor of the Simsbury position that it steadily endured. Each week brought its $15, pittance though it might be, while the art of the silver screen was capricious in its rewards, not to say jumpy. Never for weeks at a stretch had Gashwiler said with a tired smile, "Nothing today, sorry." He might have been a grouch and given to unreasonable nagging, but with him there was always a very definite something today which he would specify, in short words if the occasion seemed to demand. There was not only a definite something every day, but a definite if not considerable sum of money to be paid over every Saturday night, and in the meantime 3 very definite and quite satisfying meals to be freely partaken of at stated hours each day. The leisure enforced by truly creative screen art was often occupied now with really moving pictures of Meta Judson placing practicable food upon the Gashwiler table. This had been no table in a gilded Broadway resort, holding empty coffee cups and half-empty wine glasses, passed and repassed by apparently busy waiters with laden trays who never left anything of a practicable nature. Doubtless the set would not have appealed to Henshaw. He would never have been moved to take close-ups, even for mere flashes of those who ate this food. And yet, more and more as the days went by, this old-time film would unreel itself before the eager eyes of Merton Gill. Often now it thrilled him, as might have an installment of The Hazards of Hortense, for the food of his favorite pharmacy was beginning to pall, and Meta Judson, though giving her shallow mind to base village gossip, was a good cook. She became the adored heroine of an apparently endless serial to be entitled The Hazards of Clifford Armitage, in which the hero had tragically little to do but sit upon a bench and wait while tempting repasts were served. Sometimes on the little bench around the eucalyptus tree, he would run an entire 5,000-foot program feature, beginning with the Sunday midday dinner of roast chicken and abounding in tense dramatic moments such as corned beef and cabbage on Tuesday night and corned beef hash on Wednesday morning. He would pause to take superb close-ups of these, the corned beef on its spreading platter hemmed about with boiled potatoes and turnips and cabbage, and the corned beef hash with its richly browned surface. The thrilling climax would be the roast beef on Saturday night, with close-ups taken in the very eye of the camera of the mashed potatoes and the apple pie drenched with cream. And there were close-ups of Meta Judson, who had never seriously contemplated a screen career, placing upon the table a tower of steaming hot cakes, while a platter of small sausages loomed eloquently in the foreground. With eyes closed he would run this film again and again, cutting here, rearranging sequences, adding trims from suddenly remembered meals of the dead past, devising more intimate close-ups, such as the one of Meta withdrawing pies from the oven, or smoothing hot chocolate caressingly over the top of a giant cake, or broiling chops, or saying in a large lettered subtitle, artistically decorated with cooked foods, "How about some hot coffee, Merton?" He became an able producer of this drama. He devised 100 sympathetic little touches that Henshaw would probably never have thought of. He used footage on a mere platter of steak that another director might have ignored utterly. He made it gripping, the supreme heart-interest drama of his season, a big thing done in a big way, and yet censor-proof. Not even the white-souled censors of the great state of Pennsylvania could have outlawed its realism, brutal though this was in such great moments as when Gashwiler carved the roast beef. So able was his artistry that Merton's nostrils would sometimes betray him. He could swear they caught the rich aromas from that distant board. Not only had the fare purveyed by his favorite pharmacy put a blight upon him equal to Broadway's blight, but even of this tasteless stuff he must be cautious in his buying. A sandwich not too meaty at the center, coffee tasting strangely of other things sold in a pharmacy, a segment of pie fare, seeming on its surface but lacking the punch, as he put it, of Meta Judson's pie, a standardized factory-made, altogether formal and perfunctory pie. These were the meagre items of his accustomed luncheon and dinner. He had abandoned breakfast, partly because it cost money, and partly because a gentleman in eastern Ohio had recently celebrated his 103rd birthday by reason, so he confided to the press, of having always breakfasted upon a glass of clear cold water. Probably ham and eggs or corned beef hash would have cut him off at 90, and water from the tap in the Patterson kitchen was both clear and cold. It was not so much that he cared to live beyond 90 or so, but he wished to survive until things began to pick up on the Holden lot, and if this did bring him many more years, well and good. Further, if the woman in the casting office persisted, as she had for 10 days, in saying nothing yet to inquiring screen artists, he might be compelled to intensify the regime of the Ohio centenarian. Perhaps a glass of clear cold water at night, after a hearty midday meal of drugstore sandwiches and pie, would work new wonders. It seemed to be the present opinion of other waiters on the extra bench that things were never going to pick up on the Holden lot nor on any other lot. Strongly marked types, ready to add distinction to the screen of painted shadows, freely expressed a view that the motion picture business was on the rocks. Unaffected by the optimists who wrote in the picture magazines, they saw no future for it. More than one of them threatened to desert the industry and return to previous callings. As they were likely to put it, they were going to leave the pictures flat and go back to typewriting, or selling standard artworks, or waiting on table, or something where you could count on your little bit every week. Under the eucalyptus tree one morning, Merton Gill, making some appetizing changes in the fifth reel of Eating at Gashwiler's, was accosted by a youngish woman whom he could not at first recall. She had come from the casting office and paused when she saw him. "Hello, I thought it was you, but I wasn't sure in them clothes. How they comin'?" He stared blankly, startled at the sudden transposition he had been compelled to make, for the gleaming knife of Gashwiler, standing up to carve, had just then hovered above the well-browned roast of beef. Then he placed the speaker by reason of her eyes. It was the Spanish girl, his companion of the gilded cabaret, later encountered in the palatial gambling hell that ate like a cancer at the heart of New York, probably at the corner of Broadway and Fifth Avenue. He arose and shook hands cordially. He had supposed, when he thought of the girl at all, that she would always be rather Spanish, an exotic creature rather garishly dressed, nervously eager, craving excitement such as may be had in cabarets on Broadway, with a marked inclination for the lighter life of pleasure. But she wore not so much as a rose in her smoothly combed hair. She was not only not excited, but she was not exciting. She was plainly dressed in a skirt and shirt-waist of no distinction, her foot-gear was of the most ordinary and well worn, and her face under a hat of no allure was without make-up, a commonplace, somewhat anxious face with lines about the eyes. But her voice as well as her eyes helped him to recall her. She spoke with an effort at jauntiness after Merton had greeted her. "That's one great slogan, business as usual, ain't it? Well, it's business as usual here, so I just found out from the Countess. As usual, rotten. I ain't had but 3 days since I seen you last." "I haven't had even one," he told her. "No? I say, that's tough. You're registered with the Service Bureau, ain't you?" "Well, I didn't do that, because they might send me any place, and I sort of wanted to work on this particular lot." Instantly he saw himself saving Beulah Baxter for the next installment from a fate worse than death, but the one-time Spanish girl did not share this vision. "Oh, well, little I care where I work. I had 2 days at the Biggert and a hop joint scene, and one over at the United doing some boardwalk stuff. I could have had another day there, but the director said I wasn't just the type for a chick bathing suit. He was very nice about it. Of course, I know my legs ain't the best part of me. I sure ain't one of them like the girl that says she's wasted in skirts." She grinned ruefully. He felt that some expression of sympathy would be graceful here, yet he divined that it must be very discreetly, almost delicately worded. He could easily be too blunt. "I guess I'd be pretty skinny in a bathing suit myself right now. I know they won't be giving me any such part pretty soon if I have to cut down on the meals the way I've been doing." "Oh, of course I don't mean I'm actually skinny." He felt he had been blunt after all. "Not to say skinny," she went on, "but, well, you know, more like home folks, I guess. Anyway, I got no future as a bathing beauty, none whatever. And this walking around to the different lots ain't helping me any either. Of course, it ain't as if I couldn't go back to the insurance office. Mr. Gropp, he's office manager, he was very nice about it. He says, 'I wish you all the luck in the world, girlie, and remember your job as a filing clerk will always be here for you.' Wasn't that gentlemanly of him? Still, I'd rather act than stand on my feet all day filing letters. I won't go back till I have to." "Me either," said Merton Gill, struggling against the obsession of Saturday night dinner at Gashwiler's. Grimly he resumed his seat when the girl with a friendly "so long" had trudged on. In spite of himself, He found something base in his nature picturing his return to the Emporium and to the thrice-daily encounter with Metta Judson's cookery. He let his lower instincts toy with the unworthy vision. Gashwiler would advance him the money to return, and the job would be there. Probably Spencer Grant had before this tired of the work and gone into insurance or some other line, and probably Gashwiler would be only too glad to have the wanderer back. He would get off number 3 just in time for breakfast. He brushed the monstrous scene from his eyes, shrugged it from his shoulders. He would not give up. They had all struggled and sacrificed, and why should he shrink from the common ordeal? But he wished the Spanish girl hadn't talked about going back to her job. He regretted not having stopped her with words of confident cheer that would have stiffened his own resolution. He could see her far down the street on her way to the next lot, her narrow shoulders switching from light to shadow as she trudged under the line of eucalyptus trees. He hoped she wouldn't give up. No one should ever give up, least of all Merton Gill. The days wore wearily on. He began to feel on his own face the tired little smile of the woman in the casting office as she would look up to shake her head, often from the telephone over which she was saying, "Nothing today, dear. Sorry." She didn't exactly feel that the motion picture business had gone on the rocks, but she knew it wasn't picking up as it should. And ever and again she would have Merton Gill assure her that he hadn't forgotten the home address, the town where the Gighampton or Gumwash or whoever it was that held the good old job open for him. He had divined that it was a jest of some sort when she warned him not to forget the address, and he would patiently smile at this, but he always put her right about the name of Gashwiler. Of course it was a name anyone might forget, though the woman always seemed to make the most earnest effort to remember it. Each day, after his brief chat with her in which he learned that there would be nothing today, he would sit on the waiting room bench or out under the eucalyptus tree and consecrate himself anew to the art of the perpendicular screen. And each day, as the little hoard was diminished by even those slender repasts at the drugstore, he ran his film of the Gashwiler dining room in action. From time to time he would see the Montague girl, alone or with her mother, entering the casting office or perhaps issuing from the guarded gate. He avoided her when possible. She persisted in behaving as if they had been properly introduced and had known each other a long time. She was too familiar, and her levity jarred upon his more serious mood. So far as he could see, the girl had no screen future, though doubtless she was her own worst enemy. If someone had only taught her to be serious, her career might have been worthwhile. She had seemed not wholly negligible in the salmon-pink dancing frock, though of course the blonde curls had not been true. Then the days passed until eating merely at a drugstore lunch counter became not the only matter of concern. There was the item of room rent. Mrs. Patterson, the Los Angeles society woman, had, upon the occasion of their first interview, made it all too clear that the money, trifling though it must seem for a well-furnished room with the privilege of electric iron in the kitchen, must be paid each week in advance. Strictly in advance. Her eye had held a cold light as she dwelt upon this. There had been times lately when, upon his tree bench, he would try to dramatize Mrs. Patterson as a woman with a soft heart under that polished society exterior, chilled by daily contact with other society people at the Iowa or Kansas or other society picnics, yet ready to melt at the true human touch. But he had never quite succeeded in this bit of character work. Something told him that she was cold all through, a society woman without a flaw in her armor. He could not make her seem to listen patiently while he explained that only one company was now shooting on the lot, but that big things were expected to be on in another week or so. A certain skeptic hardness was in her gaze as he visioned it. He decided, indeed, that he could never bring himself even to attempt this scene with the woman, so remote was he from seeing her eye soften and her voice warm with the assurance that a few weeks more or less need not matter. The room rent, he was confident, would have to be paid strictly in advance so long as their relations continued. She was the kind who would insist upon this formality even after he began to play at an enormous salary a certain outstanding part in the Hazards of Hortense. The exigencies, even the adversities of art, would never make the slightest appeal to this hardened soul. So much for that, and the daily hoard waned. Yet this was not the only tragedy. In the waiting room where he now spent more of his time, he listened one day to the Montague girl chat through the window with the woman she called Countess. "Yeah, Pa was double-crossed over at the Biggert. He raised that lovely set of whiskers for Camellia of the Cumberlands, and what did he get for it? Just 2 weeks. Fact! What do you know about that? Hugo has him killed off in the second spool with a squirrel rifle from ambush, and Pa thinking he would draw pay for at least another 3 weeks. He kicked, but Hugo says the plot demanded it. I bet at that he was just trying to cut down his salary list. I bet that continuity this minute shows Pa drinking his corn out of a jug and playing a fiddle for the dance right down to the last scene. Don't artists get the razz, though? And that Hugo, he'd spend a week in the hot place to save a thin dime. Let me tell you, Countess, don't you ever get your lemon in his squeezer." There were audible murmurs of sympathy from the Countess. "And so the old trooper had to start out Monday morning to peddle the brush. Took him 3 days to land anything at all, and then it's nothing but a sleeping souse in a western barroom scene. In here now he is, something the Acme people are doing. He's had 3 days just lying down with his back against a barrel sleeping. He's not to wake up even when the fight starts, but sleep on right through it, which they say will be a good gag. Well, maybe, but it's tough on his home. He gets all his rest daytimes and keeps us restless all night making a new kind of beer and tending his still and so on. You bet Ma and I, the minute he's through with this piece, are going pronto to get that face of his as naked as the day he was born. Pa's so temperamental, like that time he was playing a bishop and never touched a drop for 5 weeks and in bed every night at 9:30. Me? Oh, I'm having a bit of my own for this Acme piece. God's Great Outdoors, I think it is. Anyway, I'm to be a little blonde hussy in the bar room, sitting on the miners' knees and all like that, so they'll order more drinks. It certainly takes all kinds of art to make an artist. And next week I got some more shipwreck stuff for Baxter, and me with bronchial pneumonia right this minute and hating tank stuff anyway. Well, Countess, don't take any counterfeit money. So long." She danced through a doorway and was gone. She was one who seldom descended to plain walking. She would manage a dance step even in the short distance from the casting office door to the window. It was not of such material, Merton Gill was sure, that creative artists were molded. And there was no question now of his own utter seriousness. The situation hourly grew more desperate. For a week he had foregone the drugstore pie, so that now he recalled it as a very wonderful pie indeed, but he dared no longer indulge in this luxury. An occasional small bag of candy and as much sugar as he could juggle into his coffee must satisfy his craving for sweets. Stoically he awaited the end, some end. The moving picture business seemed to be still on the rocks, but things must take a turn. He went over the talk of the Montague girl. Her father had perhaps been unfairly treated, but at least he was working again. And there were other actors who would go unshaven for even a sleeping part in the barroom scene of God's Great Outdoors. Merton Gill knew one and rubbed his shaven chin. He thought, too, of the girl's warning about counterfeit money. He had not known that the casting director's duty required her to handle money, but probably he had overlooked this item in her routine. And was counterfeit money about? He drew out his own remaining bill and scrutinized it anxiously. It seemed to be genuine. He hoped it was for Mrs. Patterson's sake, and was relieved when she accepted it without question that night. Later he tested the handful of silver that remained to him and prayed earnestly that an increase of prosperity be granted to producers of the motion picture. With the silver he eked out another barren week, only to face a day the evening of which must witness another fiscal transaction with Mrs. Patterson. And there was no longer a bill for this heartless society creature. He took a long look at the pleasant little room as he left it that morning. The day must bring something, but it might not bring him back that night. At the drugstore he purchased a bowl of vegetable soup, loaded it heavily with ketchup at intervals when the attendant had other matters on his mind, and seized an extra half portion of crackers left on their plate by a satiated neighbor. He cared little for ketchup, but it doubtless bore nourishing elements, and nourishment was now important. He crumpled his paper napkin and laid upon the marble slab a trifling silver coin. It was the last of his hoard. When he should eat next, and under what circumstances, were now as uncertain as where he should sleep that night, though he was already resolving that ketchup would be no part of his meal. It might be well enough in its place, but he had abundantly proved that it was not, strictly speaking, a food. He reached the Holden studios and loitered outside for a half an hour before daring the daily inquiry at the window. Yet, when at last he did approach it, his waning faith in prayer was renewed, for here in his direst hour was cheering news. It seemed even that his friend beyond the window had been impatient at his coming. "Just like you to be late when there's something doing," she called to him with friendly impatience. "Get over to the dressing rooms on the double quick. It's the Victor people doing some Egyptian stuff. They'll give you a costume. Hurry along." And he had lingered over a bowl of soggy crackers soaked, at the last, chiefly in ketchup. He hurried with a swift word of thanks. In the same dressing room where he had once been made up as a Broadway pleasure seeker, he now donned the flowing robe and burnous of a Bedouin, and by the same grumbling extra his face and hands were stained the rich brown of children of the desert. A dozen other men of the paler race had undergone the same treatment. A sheik of great stature and noble mien smoked an idle cigarette in the doorway. He was accoutred with musket and with pistols in his belt. An assistant director presently herded the desert men down an alley between two of the big stages and to the beginning of the oriental street that Merton had noticed on his first day within the Holden walls. It was now peopled picturesquely with other Bedouins. Banners hung from the walls, and veiled ladies peeped from the latticed balconies. A camel was led excitingly through the crowded way, and donkeys and goats were to be observed. It was a noisy street until a whistle sounded at the further end, then all was silence while the voice of Henshaw came through the megaphone. It appeared that long shots of the street were Henshaw's first need. Up and down it, Merton Gill strolled in a negligent manner, stopping perhaps to haggle with the vendor who sold sweetmeats from a tray, or to chat with a tribal brother fresh from the sandy wastes, or to purchase a glass of milk from the man with the goats. He secured a rose from the flower seller, and had the inspiration to toss it to one of the discreet balconies above him, but as he stepped back to do this, he was stopped by the watchful assistant director who stood just inside a doorway. "Hey, Bill, none of that. Keep your head down and pay no attention to the dames. It ain't done." He strolled on with the rose in his hand. Later, and much nearer the end of the street where the cameras were, he saw the sheik of noble mien halt the flower seller, haggle for another rose, place this daintily behind his left ear and stalk on, his musket held over one shoulder, his other hand on a belted pistol. Merton disposed of his rose in the same manner. He admired the sheik for his stature, his majestic carriage, his dark, handsome, yet sinister face with its brooding eyes. He thought this man, at least, would be a true Arab, some real son of the desert who had wandered afar. His manner was so much more authentic than that of the extra people all about. A whistle blew and the street action was suspended. There was a long wait while cameras were moved up and groups formed under the direction of Henshaw and his assistant. A band of Bedouins were now to worship in the porch of a mosque. Merton Gill was among these. The assistant director initiated them briefly into Moslem rites. Upon prayer rugs they bowed their foreheads to earth in the direction of Mecca. "What's the idea of this here?" demanded Merton Gill's neighbor in aggrieved tones. "Shh," cautioned Merton. "It's mass or something like that." And they bent in unison to this noontide devotion. When this was done, Henshaw bustled into the group. "I want about a dozen or 15 good types for the cafe," he explained to his assistant. Merton Gill instinctively stood forward and was presently among those selected. "You'll do," said Henshaw, nodding. The director, of course, had not remembered that this was the actor he had distinguished in The Blight of Broadway, yet he had again chosen him for eminence. It showed, Merton felt, that his conviction about the screen value of his face was not ill-founded. The selected types were now herded into a dark, narrow, low-ceiled room with a divan effect along its 3 walls. A grizzled Arab made coffee over a glowing brazier. Merton Gill sat cross-legged on the divan and became fearful that he would be asked to smoke the narghileh which the assistant director was now preparing. To one who balked at mere cigarettes it was an evil-appearing device. His neighbor, who had been puzzled at prayer time, now hitched up his flowing robe to withdraw a paper of cigarettes from the pocket of a quite occidental garment. "Go on, smoke cigarettes," said the assistant director. "Have one?" said Merton's neighbor, and he took one. It seemed you couldn't get away from cigarettes on the screen. East and West were here one. He lighted it, though smoking warily. The noble sheik, of undoubtedly Asiatic origin, came to the doorway overlooking the assistant director's work on the narghileh. A laden camel halted near him, sneered in an evil manner at the bystanders, and then, lifting an incredible length of upper lip, set his yellow teeth in the nearest shoulder. It was the shoulder of the noble sheik, who instantly rent the air with a plaintive cry. "For the love of Mike, keep that man-eater off of me, can't you?" His accent had not been that of the Arabian wasteland. Merton Gill was disappointed. So the fellow was only an actor, after all. If he had felt sympathy at all, it would now have been for the camel. The beast was jerked back with profane words, and the sheik, rubbing his bitten shoulder, entered the cafe, sitting cross-legged at the end of the divan nearest the door. "All right, Bob." The assistant director handed him the tube of the water pipe, and the sheik smoked with every sign of enjoyment. Merton Gill resolved never to play the part of an Arab sheik, at the mercy of man-eating camels and having to smoke something that looked murderous. Under Henshaw's direction, the grizzled proprietor now served tiny cups of coffee to the sheik and his lesser patrons. 2 of these played dominoes, and 1 or 2 reclined as in sleep. Cameras were brought up. The interior being to his satisfaction, Henshaw rehearsed the entrance of a little band of European tourists. A beautiful girl in sports garb, a beautiful young man in khaki and puttees, a fine old British father with grey side whiskers shaded by a sun hat with a flowing veil twined about it. These people sat and were served coffee, staring in a tourist manner at their novel surroundings. The Bedouins, under stern command, ignored them, conversing among themselves over their coffee, all but the sheik. The sheik had been instantly struck by the fair young English girl. His sinister eyes hung constantly upon her, shifting only when she regarded him, furtively returning when she ceased. When they left the cafe, the sheik arose and placed himself partly in the girl's way. She paused while his dark eyes caught and held hers. A long moment went before she seemed able to free herself from the hypnotic tension he put upon her. Then he bowed low, and the girl with a nervous laugh passed him. It could be seen that the sheik meant her no good. He stepped to the door and looked after the group. There was evil purpose in his gaze. Merton Gill recalled something of Henshaw's words the first day he had eaten at the cafeteria. "They find this deserted tomb just at nightfall. He's alone there with a girl, and he could do anything, but the kick for the audience is that he's a gentleman and never lays a finger on her." This would be the story. Probably the sheik would now arrange with the old gentleman in the sun hat to guide the party over the desert, and would betray them in order to get the beautiful girl into his power. Of course there would be a kick for the audience when the young fellow proved to be a gentleman in the deserted tomb for a whole night. Any moving picture audience would expect him under these propitious circumstances to be quite otherwise, if the girl were as beautiful as this one. But there would surely be a greater kick when the sheik found them in the tomb and bore the girl off on his camel, after a fight in which the gentleman was momentarily worsted. But the girl would be rescued in time, and probably the piece would be called Desert Passion. He wished he could know the ending of the story. Indeed, he sincerely wished he could work in it to the end, not alone because he was curious about the fate of the young girl in the bad sheik's power. Undoubtedly the sheik would not prove to be a gentleman, but Merton would like to work to the end of the story because he had no place to sleep, and but little assurance of wholesome food. Yet this, it appeared, was not to be. Already word had run among the extra people. Those hired today were to be used for today only. Tomorrow the desert drama would unfold without them. Still he had a day's pay coming. This time, though, it would be but $5. His dress suit had not been needed, and $5 would appease Mrs. Patterson for another week. Yet what would be the good of sleeping if he had nothing to eat? He was hungry now. Thin soup, ever so plenteously spiced with catsup, was inadequate provender for a working artist. He knew, even as he sat there cross-legged, an apparently self-supporting and care-free Bedouin, that this ensuing $5 would never be seen by Mrs. Patterson. There were a few more shots of the cafe's interior, during which one of the inmates carefully permitted his half-consumed cigarette to go out. After that, a few more shots of the lively street, which, it was now learned, was a street in Cairo. Earnest efforts were made by the throngs in these scenes to give the murderous camel plenty of headroom. Some close-ups were taken of the European tourists while they bargained with a native merchant for hammered brassware and rare shawls. The bad sheik was caught near the group, bending an evil glare upon the beauteous English girl, and once the camera turned while she faced him with a little shiver of apprehension. Later the sheik was caught bargaining for a camel train with the innocent-looking old gentleman in the sun hat. Undoubtedly the sheik was about to lead them into the desert for no good purpose. A dreadful fate seemed in store for the girl, but she must be left to face it without the support of Merton Gill. The lately hired extras were now dismissed. They trooped back to the dressing-room to doff their flowing robes and remove the Bedouin makeup. Merton Gill went from the dressing-room to the little window through which he had received his robe, and his slip was returned to him, signed by the assistant director. It had now become a paper of value even to Mrs. Patterson, but she was never to know this, for its owner went down the street to another window and relinquished it for a $5 bill. The bill was adorned with a portrait of Benjamin Harrison smugly radiating prosperity from every hair in his beard. He was clearly one who had never gone hungry nor betrayed the confidence of a society woman counting upon her room rent strictly in advance. The portrait of this successful man was borne swiftly to the cafeteria, where its present owner lavishly heaped a tray with excellent food and hastened with it to a table. He ate with but slight regard for his surroundings. Beulah Baxter herself might have occupied a neighboring table without coming to his notice at once. He was very hungry. The ketchup-laden soup had proved to be little more than an appetizer. In his first ardor he forgot his plight. It was not until later in the meal that the accusing face of Mrs. Patterson came between him and the last of his stew, which he secured with blotters of bread. Even then he ignored the woman. He had other things to think of. He had to think of where he should sleep that night. But for once he had eaten enough, his optimism was again enthroned. Sleeping, after all, was not like eating. There were more ways to manage it. The law of sleep would in time enforce itself, while eating did nothing of the sort. You might sleep for nothing, but someone had to be paid if you ate. He cheerfully paid 80 cents for his repast. The ketchup as an appetizer had been ruinous. It was late in the afternoon when he had left the cafeteria and the cheerful activities of the lot were drawing to a close. Extra people from the various stages were hurrying to the big dressing room, whence they would presently stream, slips in hand, toward the cashier's window. Belated principals came in from their work to resume their choice street garments and be driven off in choice motor cars. Merton Gill, in deep thought, traversed the street between the big stages and the dressing rooms. Still in deep thought, he retraced his steps, and at the front office turned off to the right on a road that led to the deserted street of the western town. His head bowed in thought, he went down this silent thoroughfare, his footsteps echoing along the way lined by the closed shops. The Happy Days Saloon and Joe, Buy or Sell, the pool room and the restaurant alike slept for want of custom. He felt again the eeriness of this desertion and hurried on past the silent places. Emerging from the lower end of this street, he came upon a log cabin where activity still survived. He joined the group before its door. Inside, 2 cameras were recording some drama of the rude frontier. Over glowing coals in the stone fireplace, a beautiful young girl prepared food in a long-handled frying pan. At a table in the room's center, 2 bearded miners seemed to be appraising a buckskin pouch of nuggets, pouring them from hand to hand. A candle stuck in a bottle flickered beside them. They were honest, kindly-faced miners, roughly dressed and heavily bearded, but it could be seen that they had hearts of gold. The beautiful young girl, who wore a simple dress of blue calico, and whose hair hung about her fair face in curls of a radiant buff, now served them food and poured steaming coffee from a large pot. The miners seemed loath to eat, being excited by the gold nuggets. They must have struck it rich that day, Merton Gill divined, and now with wealth untold they would be planning to send the girl east to school. They both patted her affectionately, keeping from her the great surprise they had in store. The girl was arch with them, and prettily kissed each upon his bald head. Merton at once saw that she would be the daughter of neither. She would be their ward. And perhaps they weren't planning to send her to school. Perhaps they were going to send her to fashionable relatives in the East, where she would unwittingly become the rival of her beautiful but cold-hearted cousin for the hand of a rich young stockbroker, and be ill-treated and long for the old miners, who would get word of it and buy some fine clothes from Joe, Buy or Sell, and go east to the consternation of the rich relatives and see that their little mountain flower was treated right. As he identified this photoplay, he studied the interior of the cabin, the rough table at which the three now ate, the makeshift chairs, the rifle over the fireplace, the picks and shovels, the shelf along the wall with its crude dishes, the calico curtains screening off what would be the dressing room of the little mountain flower. It was a homelike room for all its roughness. Along one wall there were two bunks, one above the other, well supplied with blankets. The director, after a final shot of one of the miners being scalded by his coffee, which he drank from a saucer, had said, "All right, boys, we'll have the fight first thing in the morning." Merton Gill passed on. He didn't quite know what the fight would be about. Surely the two miners wouldn't fight. Perhaps another miner of loose character would come along and try to jump their claim, or attempt some dirty work with the little girl. Something like that. He carried with him the picture of the homey little interior, the fireplace with its cooking utensils, the two bunks with their ample stock of blankets, the crude door closed with a wooden bar and a leather latch string which hung trustfully outside. In other circumstances, chiefly those in which Merton Gill had now been the prominent figure in the film world he meant one day to become, he would on this night have undoubtedly won public attention for his mysterious disappearance. The modest room in the Patterson home, to which for 3 months he had unfailingly come after the first picture show, on this night went untenanted. The guardian at the Holden gate would have testified that he had not passed out that way, and the way through the offices had been closed at 5, subsequent to which hour several witnesses could have sworn to seeing him still on the lot. In the ensuing search even the tank at the lower end of the lot might have been dragged, without result. Being little known to the public, however, and in the Patterson home it being supposed that you could never tell about motion picture actors, his disappearance for the night caused absolutely no slightest ripple. Public attention as regarded the young man remained at a mirror-like calm, unflawed by even the mildest curiosity. He had been seen, perhaps, though certainly not noted with any interest, to be one of the group watching a night scene in front of one of the Fifth Avenue mansions. Lights shone from the draped windows of this mansion, and from its portals issued none other than Muriel Mercer, who, as Vera Vanderpool, freed at last from the blight of Broadway, was leaving her palatial home to cast her lot finally with the ardent young tenement worker with the high forehead. She descended the brownstone steps, paused once to look back upon the old home where she had been taught to love pleasure above the worthwhile things of life, and then came on to the waiting limousine, being greeted here by the young man with the earnest forehead who had won her to the better way. The missing youth might later have been observed, but probably was not, walking briskly in the chill night toward the gate that led to the outer world. But he wheeled abruptly before reaching this gate, and walked again briskly, this time debouching from the main thoroughfare into the black silence of the western village. Here his pace slackened, and halfway down the street he paused irresolutely. He was under the wooden porch of the Fashion Restaurant, Give Our Tamales a Trial. He lingered here but a moment, however, then lurked on down the still thoroughfare, keeping well within the shadow of the low buildings. Just beyond the street was the log cabin of the big-hearted miners. A moment later he could not have been observed even by the keenest eye. Nothing marked his disappearance, at least nothing that would have been noted by the casual-minded. He had simply gone. He was now no more than the long-vanished cowboys and sheriffs and gamblers and petty tradesmen who had once peopled this street of silence and desolation. A night watchman came walking presently, flashing an electric torch from side to side. He noticed nothing. He was, indeed, a rather imaginative man, and he hoped he would not notice anything. He did not like coming down this ghostly street, which his weak mind would persist in peopling with phantom crowds from long-played picture dramas. It gave him the creeps, as he had more than once confessed. He hurried on, flashing his torch along the blind fronts of the shops in a perfunctory manner. He was especially nervous when he came to corners, and he was glad when he issued from the little street into the wider one that was well lighted. How could he have been expected to notice a very trifling, incongruous detail as he passed the log cabin? Indeed, many a keener-eyed and entirely valorous night watchman might have neglected to observe that the leathern latch-string of the cabin's closed door was no longer hanging outside. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 8. Clifford Armitage, the Outlaw. Dawn brought the wide stretches of the Holden lot into gray relief. It lightened the big yellow stages and crept down the narrow street of the western town where only the ghosts of dead plays stalked. It burnished the rich fronts of the Fifth Avenue mansions, and in the next block illumined the rough sides of a miner's cabin. With more difficulty it seeped through the blurred glass of the one window in this structure and lightened the shadows of its interior to a pale gray. The long-handled frying pan rested on the hearth where the little girl had left it. The dishes of the overnight meal were still on the table, the vacant chairs sprawled about it, and the rifle was in its place above the rude mantel. The picks and shovels awaited the toil of a new day. All seemed as it had been when the director had closed the door upon it the previous night. But then the blankets in the lower bunk were seen to heave and to be thrust back from the pale face of Merton Gill. An elbow came into play, and the head was raised. A gaze still vague with sleep travelled about the room in dull alarm. He was waking up in his little room at the Patterson house, and he couldn't make it look right. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pushed himself further up. His mind resumed its broken threads. He was where he had meant to be from the moment he had spied the blankets in those bunks. In quicker alarm now he reached for his watch. Perhaps he had slept too late and would be discovered, arrested, jailed. He found his watch on the floor beside the bunk. 7 o'clock. He was safe. He could dress at leisure and presently be an early arriving actor on the Holden lot. He wondered how soon he could get food at the cafeteria. Sleeping in this mountain cabin had cursed him with a ravenous appetite, as if he had indeed been far off in the keen air of the north woods. He crept from the warm blankets, and from under the straw mattress, in which one of the miners had hidden the pouch of nuggets, he took his newly pressed trousers. Upon a low bench across the room was a battered tin wash-basin, a bucket of water brought by the little girl from the spring, and a bar of yellow soap. He made a quick toilet, and at 7:30, a good hour before the lot would wake up, he was dressed and at the door. It might be chancy opening that door, so he peered through a narrow crack at first, listening intently. He could hear nothing, and no one was in sight. He pushed the latch string through its hole, then opened the door enough to admit his slender shape. A moment later, 10 feet from the closed door, he stood at ease, scanning the log cabin as one who, passing by, had been attracted by its quaint architecture. Then, glancing in both directions to be again sure that he was unobserved, he walked away from his new home. He did not slink furtively. He took the middle of the street, and there was a bit of swagger to his gait. He felt rather set up about this adventure. He reached what might have been called the lot's civic center, and cast a patronizing eye along the ends of the big stages and the long, low dressing-room building across from them. Before the open door of the warehouse he paused to watch a truck being loaded with handsome furniture. A drawing-room was evidently to be set on one of the stages. Rare rugs and beautiful chairs and tables were carefully brought out. He had rather a superintending air as he watched this process. He might have been taken for the owner of these costly things, watching to see that no harm befell them. He strolled on when the truck had received its load. Such people as he met were only artisans, carpenters, electricians, property men. He faced them all confidently with glances of slightly amused tolerance. They were good men in their way, but they were not actors, not artists. In the neatly landscaped little green place back of the office building a climbing rose grew on a trellis. He plucked a pink bud, fixed it in his lapel, and strolled down the street past the dressing rooms. Across from these, the doors of the big stages were slid back, and inside he could see sets were being assembled. The truckload of furniture came to one of these doors, and he again watched it as the stuff was carried inside. For all these workmen knew, he might presently be earning a princely salary as he acted amid these beautiful objects, perhaps attending a reception in a Fifth Avenue mansion where the father of a beautiful New York society girl would tell him that he must first make good before he could aspire to her hand. And he would make good, out there in the great open spaces, where the girl would come to him after many adventures and where they would settle to an untroubled future in the West they both loved. He had slept, he knew where with luck he could sleep again, and he had money in his pocket for several more ample meals. At this moment he felt equal to anything. No more than pleasantly aware of his hunger, sharpened by the walk in this keen morning air, he made a nonchalant progress toward the cafeteria. Motor cars were now streaming through the gate, disgorging other actors, trim young men and beautiful young women who must hurry to the dressing rooms, while he could sit at ease in a first-class cafeteria and eat heavily of sustaining foods. Inside he chose from the restricted menu offered by the place at this early hour, and ate in a leisurely, almost condescending manner. Half a dozen other early comers wolfed their food as if they feared to be late for work, but he suffered no such anxiety. He consumed the last morsel that his tray held, drained his cup of coffee, and jingled the abundant silver coin in his pocket. True, underneath it, as he plumed himself upon his adventure, was a certain pestering consciousness that all was not so well with him as observers might guess. But he resolutely put this away each time it threatened to overwhelm him. He would cross no bridge until he came to it. He even combated this undercurrent of sanity by wording part of an interview with himself some day to appear in Photoland. Clifford Armytage smiled that rare smile which his admirers have found so winning on the silver screen, a smile reminiscent, tender, eloquent of adversities happily surmounted. "Yes," he said frankly in the mellow tones that are his, "I guess there were times when I almost gave up the struggle. I recall one spell not so many years ago, when I camped informally on the Holden lot, sleeping where I could find a bed and stinting myself in food to eke out my little savings. Yet I look back upon that time," he mischievously pulled the ears of the magnificent Great Dane that lolled at his feet, "as one of the happiest in my career, because I always knew that my day would come. I had done only a few little bits, but they had stood out, and the directors had noticed me. Not once did I permit myself to become discouraged, and so I say to your readers who may feel that they have in them the stuff for truly creative screen art—" He said it, dreaming above the barren tray, said it as Harold Parmalee had said it in a late interview extorted from him by Augusta Blivens for the refreshment of his host of admirers who read Photoland. He was still saying it as he paid his check at the counter, breaking off only to reflect that 55 cents was a good deal to be paying for food so early in the day. For of course he must eat again before seeking shelter of the humble miner's cabin. It occurred to him that the blankets might be gone by nightfall. He hoped they would have trouble with the fight scene. He hoped there would be those annoying delays that so notoriously added to the cost of producing the screen drama, long waits when no one seemed to know what was being waited for, and bored actors lounged about in apathy. He hoped the fight would be a long fight. You needed blankets even in sunny California. He went out to pass an enlivening day, fairly free of misgiving. He found an abundance of entertainment. On one stage he overlooked for a half an hour a fragment of the desert drama which he had assisted the previous day. A covered incline led duskily down to the deserted tomb in which the young man and the beautiful English girl were to take shelter for the night. They would have eluded the bad sheik for a little while, and in the tomb the young man would show himself to be a gentleman by laying not so much as a finger upon the defenseless girl. But this soon palled upon the watching connoisseur. The actual shots were few and separated by barren intervals of waiting for that mysterious something which photoplays and production seemed to need. Being no longer identified with this drama, he had lost much of his concern over the fate in store for the girl, though he knew she would emerge from the ordeal as pure as she was beautiful, a bit foolish at moments perhaps, but good. He found that he was especially interested in bedroom scenes. On stage 4 a sumptuous bedroom, vacant for the moment, enchained him for a long period of contemplation. The bed was of some rare wood ornately carved, with a silken canopy, spread with finest linen and quilts of down, its pillows opulent in their embroidered cases. The hide of a polar bear, its head mounted with open jaws, spread over the rich rug beside the bed. He wondered about this interestingly. Probably the stage would be locked at night. Still, at a suitable hour, he could discreetly find out. On another stage a bedroom likewise intrigued him, though this was a squalid room in a tenement and the bed was a cheap thing sparsely covered and in sad disorder. People were working on this set, and he presently identified the play, for Muriel Mercer in a neat black dress entered to bring comfort to the tenement dwellers. But this play, too, had ceased to interest him. He knew that Vera Vanderpool had escaped the blight of Broadway to choose the worthwhile, the true, the vital things of life, and that was about all he cared to know of the actual play. This tenement bed had become for him its outstanding dramatic value. He saw himself in it for a good night's rest, waking refreshed in plenty of time to be dressed and out before the tenement people would need it. He must surely learn if the big sliding doors to these stages were locked overnight. He loitered about the stages until late afternoon, with especial attention to sleeping apartments. In one gripping drama he felt cheated. The set showed the elaborately fitted establishment of a fashionable modiste. Mannequins in wondrous gowns came through parted curtains to parade before the shop's clientele, mostly composed of society butterflies. One man hovered attentive about the most beautiful of these, and whispered entertainingly as she scanned the gowns submitted to her choice. He was a dissolute-looking man, although faultlessly arrayed. His hair was thin, his eyes were cruel, and his face bespoke self-indulgence. The expert Merton Gill at once detected that the beautiful young woman he whispered to would be one of those light-headed wives who care more for fashionable dress than for the good name of their husbands. He foresaw that the creature would be trapped into the power of this villain by her love of finery, though he was sure that the end would find her still a good woman. The mannequins finished their parade and the throng of patrons broke up. The cameras were pushed to an adjoining room where the French proprietor of the place figured at a desk. The dissolute pleasure-seeker came back to question him. His errant fancy had been caught by one of the mannequins, the most beautiful of them, a blonde with a flower-like face and a figure whose perfection had been boldly attested by the gowns she had worn. The unprincipled proprietor at once demanded from a severe-faced forewoman that this girl be sent for, after which he discreetly withdrew. The waiting scoundrel sat and complacently pinched the ends of his small dark mustache. It could be seen that he was one of those who believe that money will buy anything. The fair girl entered and was leeringly entreated to go out to dinner with him. It appeared that she never went out to dinner with anyone, but spent her evenings with her mother, who was very, very ill. Her unworthy admirer persisted. Then the telephone on the manager's desk called her. Her mother was getting worse. The beautiful face was now suffused with agony, but this did not deter the man from his loathsome advances. There was another telephone call. She must come at once if she were to see her mother alive. The man seized her. They struggled. All seemed lost, even the choice gown she still wore, but she broke away to be told over the telephone that her mother had died. Even this sad news made no impression upon the wretch. He seemed to be a man of one idea. Again he seized her, and the maddened girl stabbed him with a pair of long gleaming shears that had lain on the manager's desk. He fell lifeless at her feet, while the girl stared in horror at the weapon she still grasped. Merton Gill would not have lingered for this. There were tedious waits, and scenes must be rehearsed again and again. Even the agony of the girl as she learned of her mother's passing must be done over and over at the insistence of a director who seemed to know what a young girl should feel at these moments. But Merton had watched from his place back of the lights with fresh interest from the moment it was known that the girl's poor old mother was an invalid, for he had at first believed that the mother's bedroom would be nearby. He left promptly when it became apparent that the mother's bedroom would not be seen in this drama. They would probably show the doctor at the other telephone urging the girl to hurry home, and show him again announcing that all was over, but the expense of mother and her deathbed had been saved. He cared little for the ending of this play. Already he was becoming a little callous to the plight of beautiful young girls threatened with the loss of that which they held most dear. Purposely all day he had avoided the neighborhood of his humble miner's home. He thought it as well that he should not be seen much around there. He ate again at 4 o'clock, heartily and rather expensively, and loafed about the stages until 6. Then he strolled leisurely down the village street and out the lower end to where he could view the cabin. Work for the day was plainly over. The director and his assistant lingered before the open door in consultation. A property man and an electrician were engaged inside, but a glance as he passed showed that blankets were still in the bunks. He did not wait to see more, but passed on with all the evidences of disinterest in this lowly abode. He ascertained that night that the fight must have been had. The table was overturned, one of the chairs wrecked, and there were signs of disorder. Probably it had been an excellent fight. Probably these primitive men of the woods had battled desperately. But he gave little consideration to the combat, and again slept warmly under the blankets. Perhaps they would fight again tomorrow, or perhaps there would be less violent bits of the drama that would secure him another night of calm repose. The following morning found him slightly disturbed by 2 unforeseen needs arising from his novel situation. He looked carefully at his collar, wondering how many days he would be able to keep it looking like a fresh collar, and he regretted that he had not brought his safety razor to this new home. Still, the collar was in excellent shape as yet, and a scrutiny of his face in the cracked mirror hanging on the log wall determined that he could go at least another day without shaving. His beard was of a light growth, gentle in texture, and he was yet far from the plight of Mr. Montague. Eventually, to be sure, he would have to go to the barber shop on the lot and pay money to be shaved, which seemed a pity, because an actor could live indefinitely unshaven, but could live without food for the merest fragment of time. He resolved to be on the lookout that day for a barber shop set. He believed they were not common in the photodrama, still one might be found. He limited himself to the lightest of breakfasts. He had timidly refrained from counting his silver, but he knew he must be frugal. He rejoiced at this economy until late afternoon when, because of it, he simply had to eat a heavier dinner than he had expected to need. There was something so implacable about this demand for food. If you skimped in the morning, you must make amends at the next meal. He passed the time as on the previous day, a somewhat blasé actor resting between pictures and condescending to beguile the tedium by overlooking the efforts of his professional brethren. He could find no set that included a barber shop, although there were beds on every hand. He hoped for another night in the cabin, but if that were not to be, there was a bed easy of access on stage 3. When he had observed it, a ghastly old father was coughing out his life under its blankets, nursed only by his daughter, a beautiful young creature who sewed by his bedside, and who would doubtless be thrown upon the world in the very next reel, though, Merton was glad to note, probably not until the next day. Yet there was no need for this couch of the tubercular father, for action in the little cabin was still on. After making the unhappy discovery in the cafeteria that his appetite could not be hoodwinked by the clumsy subterfuge of calling coffee and rolls a breakfast some 6 hours previously, he went boldly down to stand before his home. Both miners were at work inside. The room had been placed in order again, though the little mountain flower was gone. A letter, he gathered, had been received from her, and one of the miners was about to leave on a long journey. Merton could not be sure, but he supposed that the letter from the little girl told that she was unhappy in her new surroundings, perhaps being ill-treated by the supercilious Eastern relatives. The miner who was to remain helped the other to pack his belongings in a quaint old carpet sack, and together they undid a bundle which proved to contain a splendid new suit. Not only this, but now came a scene of eloquent appeal to the watcher outside the door. The miner who was to remain expressed stern disapproval of the departing miner's beard. It would never do, he was seen to intimate, and when the other miner portrayed helplessness, a new package was unwrapped and a safety razor revealed to his shocked gaze. At this sight, Merton Gill felt himself growing too emotional for a mere careless bystander, and withdrew to a distance where he could regain better control of himself. When he left, the miner to be shorn was betraying comic dismay, while the other pantomimed the correct use of the implement his thoughtfulness had provided. When he returned after half an hour's rather nervous walk up another street, the departing miner was clean-shaven, and one might note the new razor glittering on the low bench beside the battered tin basin. They worked late in his home that night. Trifling scenes were taken and retaken. The departing miner had to dress in his splendid but ill-fitting new garments, and to bid an affectionate farewell to his partner, then had to dress in his old clothes again for some bit that had been forgotten, only to don the new suit for close-ups. At another time Merton Gill might have resented this tediously drawn-out affair which was keeping him from his rest, for he had come to look upon this structure as one having rights in it after a certain hour. But a sight of the razor which had not been touched allayed any possible feeling of irritation. It was 9:30 before the big lights jarred finally off, and the director said, "That's all, boys." Then he turned to call, "Jimmy! Hey, Jimmy! Where's that prop rustler gone to now?" "Here, Mr. Burke. Yes, sir." "We finished the shack stuff. Let's see." He looked at the watch on his wrist. "That'll be all for tonight. Strike this first thing tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir," said Jimmy. The door was closed and the men walked away. Merton trailed them a bit, not remaining too pointedly near the cabin. He circled around Fifth Avenue to regain the place. Softly he let himself in and groped through the dark until his hand closed upon the abandoned razor. Satisfying himself that fresh blades had accompanied it, he made ready for bed. He knew it was to be his last night in this shelter. The director had told Jimmy to strike it first thing in the morning. The cabin would still be there, but it would contain no homely furniture, no chairs, no table, no wash basin, no safety razor, and, most vital of lacks, it would be devoid of blankets. Yet this knowledge did not dismay him. He slept peacefully after praying that something good would happen to him. He put it that way very simply. He had placed himself, it seemed, where things could only happen to him. He was, he felt, beyond bringing them about. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Merton of the Movies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Merton of the Movies by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 9. More Ways Than One. Early he was up to bathe and shave. He shaved close to make it last longer, until his tender face reddened under the scraping. Probably he would not find another cabin in which a miner would part with his beard for an eastern trip. Probably he would have to go to the barber the next time. He also succeeded, with soap and water, in removing a stain from his collar. It was still a decent collar, not immaculate perhaps, but entirely possible. This day he took eggs with his breakfast, intending to wheedle his appetite with a lighter second meal than it had demanded the day before. He must see if this would not average better on the days overhead. After breakfast he was irresistibly drawn to view the moving picture of his old home being dismantled. He knew now that he might stand brazenly there without possible criticism. He found Jimmy and a companion property boy already busy. Much of the furniture was outside to be carted away. Jimmy, as Merton lolled idly in the doorway, emptied the blackened coffee pot into the ashes of the fireplace, and then proceeded to spoon into the same refuse heap half a kettle of beans upon which the honest miners had once feasted. The watcher deplored that he had not done more than taste the beans when he had taken his final survey of the place this morning. They had been good beans, but to do more than taste them would have been stealing. Now he saw them thrown away and regretted that he could not have known what their fate was to be. There had been enough of them to save him a day's expenses. He stood aside as the two boys brought out the cooking utensils, the rifle, the miner's tools, to stow them in a waiting handcart. When they had loaded this vehicle, they trundled it on up the narrow street of the western town. Yet they went only a little way, halting before one of the street's largest buildings. A sign above its wooden porch flaunted the name Crystal Palace Hotel. They unlocked its front door and took the things from the cart inside. From the street the watcher could see them stowing these away. The room appeared to contain a miscellaneous collection of articles needed in the ruder sort of photodrama. Emptying their cart, they returned with it to the cabin for another load. Merton Gill stepped into the doorway and peered in from apparently idle curiosity. He could see a row of saddles on wooden supports. There were kitchen stoves, lamps, painted chairs, and heavy earthenware dishes on shelves. His eyes wandered over these articles until they came to rest upon a pile of blankets at one side of the room. They were neatly folded, and there were many. Down before the cabin he could see the handcart being reloaded by Jimmy and his helper. Otherwise the street was empty. The young man at the doorway stepped lightly in and regarded the windows on either side of the door. He sauntered to the street and appeared to be wondering what he would examine next in this curious world. He passed Jimmy and the other boy returning with the last load from the cabin. He noted at the top of the load the mattress on which he had lain for 3 nights and the blankets that had warmed him. But he was proved not to be so helpless as he had thought. Again he knew where a good night's rest might be had by using ordinary discretion. Again that day, the 4th of his double life, he went the mad pace, a well-fed, carefree youth, sauntering idly from stage to stage, regarding nonchalantly the joys and griefs, the twistings of human destiny there variously unfolded. Not only was he this to the casual public notice, to himself he was this, at least consciously. True, in those nether regions of the mind so lately discovered and now being so expertly probed by science, in the mind's dark basement, so to say, a certain unlovely fronted dragon of reality would issue from the gloom where it seemed to have been lurking and force itself upon his notice. This would be at oddly contented moments when he least feared the future, when he was most successfully being to himself all that he must seem to others. At such times when he leisurely walked a world of plenty and fruition, the dragon would half emerge from its subconscious lair to chill him with its head composed entirely of repellent facts. Then a stout effort would be required to send the thing back where it belonged, to those lower, decently hidden levels of the mind life. And the dragon was cunning. From hour to hour, growing more restive, it employed devices of craft and subtlety. As when Merton Gill, carefree to the best of his knowledge, strolling lightly to another point of interest, graciously receptive to the pleasant life about him, would suddenly discover that a part of his mind without superintendence had for some moments been composing a letter, something that ran in effect: Mr. Gashwiler, dear sir, I have made certain changes in my plans since I first came to sunny California, and getting quite a little homesick for good old Simsbury, and I thought I would write you about taking back my old job in the Emporium, and now about the money for the ticket back to Simsbury. The railroad fare is He was truly amazed when he found this sort of thing going on in that part of his mind he didn't watch. It was scandalous. He would indignantly snatch the half-finished letter and tear it up each time he found it unaccountably under way. It was surely funny the way your mind would keep doing things you didn't want it to do. As, again, this very morning when, with his silver coin out in his hand, he had merely wished to regard it as a great deal of silver coin, a store of plenty against famine, which indeed it looked to be under a not too minute scrutiny. It looked like as much as $2.50, and he would have preferred to pocket it again with this impression. Yet that rebellious other part of his mind had basely counted the coin even while he eyed it approvingly, and it had persisted in shouting aloud that it was not $2.50, but $1.85. The counting part of the mind made no comment on this discrepancy. It did not say that this discovery put things in a very different light. It merely counted, registered the result, and ceased to function, with an air of saying that it would ascertain the facts without prejudice, and you could do what you liked about them. It didn't care. That night a solitary guest enjoyed the quiet hospitality of the Crystal Palace Hotel. He might have been seen, but was not, to effect a late evening entrance to this snug inn by means of a front window which had, it would seem, at some earlier hour of the day, been unfastened from within. Here a not too luxurious but sufficing bed was contrived on the floor of the lobby from a pile of neatly folded blankets at hand, and a second night's repose was enjoyed by the lonely patron, who again at an early hour of the morning, after thoughtfully refolding the blankets that had protected him, was at some pains to leave the place as he had entered it without attracting public notice, perchance of unpleasant character. On this day it would not have been possible for any part of the mind whatsoever to misvalue the remaining treasure of silver coin. It had become inconsiderable, and even if kept from view, could be, and was, counted again and again by mere blind fingertips. They contracted, indeed, a senseless habit of confining themselves in a trouser's pocket to count the $half, the quarter, and the 2 dimes long after the total was too well known to its owner. Nor did this total, unimpressive at best, long retain even these poor dimensions. A visit to the cafeteria, in response to the imperious demands of a familiar organic process, resulted in less labor by 2 dimes for the stubbornly reiterative fingertips. An ensuing visit to the Holden Lot barber, in obedience to social demands construed to be equally imperious with the physical, reduced all subsequent counting, whether by fingertips or a glance of the eye, to barest mechanical routine. A single $half is easy to count. Still, on the following morning there were 2 coins to count. True, both were dimes. A diligent search among the miscellany of the Crystal Palace Hotel had failed to reveal a single razor. The razor used by the miner should in all reason have been found, but there was neither that nor any other. The baffled seeker believed there must have been crooked work somewhere. Without hesitation he found either Jimmy or his companion to be guilty of malfeasance in office. But at least one item of more or less worried debate was eliminated. He need no longer weigh mere surface gentility against the stern demands of an active metabolism. A shave cost a quarter. 20 cents would not buy a shave, but it would buy at the cafeteria something more needful to anyone but a fop. He saw himself in the days to come, if there were very many days to come, of which he was now not too certain, descending to the unwholesome artistic level of the elder Montague. He would, in short, be compelled to peddle the brush. And of course as yet it was nothing like a brush, nothing to kindle the eye of a director needing genuine brushes. In the early morning light he fingered a somewhat gaunt chin and wondered how long they would require to grow. Not yet could he be taken for one of those actors compelled by the rigorous exactions of creative screen art to let nature have its course with his beard. At present he merely needed a shave. And the collar had not been improved with usage. Also, as the day wore on, coffee with 1 egg proved to have been not long enduring fare for this private in the army of the unemployed. Still, his morale was but slightly impaired. There were always ways, it seemed, and the later hours of the hungry afternoon were rather pleasantly occupied in dwelling upon one of them. The sole guest of the Crystal Palace Hotel entered the hostelry that night somewhat earlier than was usual, indeed at the very earliest moment that foot traffic through the narrow street seemed to have diminished to a point where the entry could be effected without incurring the public notice which he at these moments so sincerely shunned. After a brief interval inside the lobby he issued from his window with certain objects in hand, one of which dropped as he clambered out. The resulting clamor seemed to rouse far echoes along the dead street, and he hastily withdrew with a smothered exclamation of dismay about the nearest corner of the building until it could be ascertained that echoes alone had been aroused. After a little breathless waiting, he slunk down the street, keeping well within friendly shadows, stepping softly until he reached the humble cabin where so lately the honest miners had enacted their heart tragedy. He jerked the latch string of the door and was swiftly inside, groping a way to the fireplace. Here he lighted matches, thoughtfully appropriated that morning from the cafeteria counter. He shielded the blaze with one hand while with the other he put to use the articles he had brought from his hotel. Into a tin cooking pot with a long handle he now hastily ladled well-cooked beans from the discarded heap in the fireplace by means of an iron spoon. He was not too careful. More or less ashes accompanied the nutritious vegetables as the pot grew to be half full. That was a thing to be corrected later and at leisure. When the last bean had been salvaged, the flame of another match revealed an unsuspected item, a half loaf of bread nestled in the ashes at the far corner of the fireplace. It lacked freshness, was, in truth, withered and firm to the touch, but doubtless more wholesome than bread freshly baked. He was again on his humble cot in the seclusion of the Crystal Palace Hotel. Half reclining, he ate at leisure. It being inadvisable to light matches here, he ate chiefly by the touch system. There was a marked alkaline flavor to the repast, not unpleasantly counteracted by a growth of vegetable mold of delicate lavender tints which nature had been decently spreading over the final reduction of this provender to its basic elements. But the time was not one in which to cavil about minor infelicities. Ashes wouldn't hurt anyone if taken in moderation. You couldn't see the mold in a perfectly dark hotel, and the bread was good. The feast was prolonged until a late hour, but the fingertips that had accurately counted money in a dark pocket could ascertain in a dark hotel that a store of food still remained. He pulled the blankets about him and sank comfortably to rest. There was always some way. Breakfast the next morning began with the promise of only moderate enjoyment. Somehow, in the gray light sifting through the windows, the beans did not look as good as they had tasted the night before, and the early mouthfuls were less blithesome on the palate than the remembered ones of yesterday. He thought perhaps he was not so hungry as he had been at his first encounter with them. He delicately removed a pocket of ashes from the center and tried again. They tasted better now. The mold of tender tints was again visible, but he made no effort to avoid it. For his appetite had reawakened. He was truly hungry and ate with an entire singleness of purpose. Toward the last of the meal his conscious self feebly prompted him to quit, to save against the inevitable hunger of the night. But the voice was ignored. He was now clay to the molding of the subconscious. He could have saved a few of the beans when reason was again enthroned, but they were so very few that he fatuously thought them not worth saving. Might as well make a clean job of it. He restored the stewpan and spoon to their places and left his hotel. He was fed. Today something else would have to happen. The plush hat cocked at a rakish angle, he walked abroad with something of the old confident swagger. Once he doubtfully fingered the sprouting beard, but resolutely dismissed a half-formed notion of finding out how the Holden lot barber would regard a proposition from a new patron to open a charge account. If nothing worse than remaining unshaven was going to happen to him, what cared he? The collar was still pretty good. Why let his beard be an incubus? He forgot it presently in noticing that the people arriving on the Holden lot all looked so extremely well fed. He thought it singular that he should never before have noticed how many well-fed people one saw in a day. Late in the afternoon his explorations took him beyond the lower end of his little home street, and he was attracted by sounds of the picture drama from a rude board structure labeled the High Gear Dance Hall. He approached and entered with that calm ease of manner which his days on the lot had brought to a perfect bloom. No one now would ever suppose that he was a mere sightseer or chained to the Holden lot by circumstances over which he had ceased to exert the slightest control. The interior of the High Gear Dance Hall presented nothing new to his seasoned eye. It was the dance hall made familiar by many a smashing five-reel western. The picture was, quite normally, waiting. Electricians were shoving about the big light standards, cameras were being moved, and bored actors were loafing informally at the round tables or chatting in groups about the set. One actor alone was keeping in his part. A ragged, bearded, unkempt elderly man in red shirt and frayed overalls, a repellent fell hat pulled low over his brow, reclined on the floor at the end of the bar, his back against a barrel. Apparently he slept. A flash of remembrance from the Montague girl's talk identified this wretched creature. This was what happened to an actor who had to peddle the brush. Perhaps for days he had been compelled to sleep there in the interests of dance hall atmosphere. He again scanned the group, for he remembered too that the Montague girl would also be working here in God's great outdoors. His eyes presently found her. She was indeed a blonde hussy, short-skirted, low-necked, pitifully rouged, depraved beyond redemption. She stood at the end of the piano, and in company with another of the dance-hall girls who played the accompaniment, she was singing a ballad, the refrain of which he caught as "God calls them angels in heaven, we call them mothers here." The song ended, the Montague girl stepped to the center of the room, looked aimlessly about her, then seized an innocent bystander, one of the rough characters frequenting this unsavory resort, and did a dance with him among the tables. Tiring of this, she flitted across the room and addressed the board director, who impatiently awaited the changing of lights. She affected to consider him a reporter who had sought an interview with her. She stood erect, facing him with one hand on a hip, the other patting and readjusting her blonde coiffure. "Really," she began in a voice of pained dignity, "I am at a loss to understand why the public should be so interested in me. What can I say to your readers? I, who am so wholly absorbed in my art that I can't think of hardly anything else. Why will not the world let us alone? Hold on, don't go." She had here pretended that the reporter was taking her at her word. She seized him by a lapel, to which she clung while with her other arm she encircled a post, thus anchoring the supposed intruder into her private affairs. "As I was saying," she resumed, "all this publicity is highly distasteful to the artist, and yet since you have forced yourself in here, I may as well say a few little things about how good I am and how I got that way. Yes, I have 9 motor cars, and I just bought a lace tablecloth for 1,200 bones." She broke off inconsequently, poor victim of her constitutional frivolity. The director grinned after her as she danced away, though Merton Gill had considered her levity in the worst of taste. Then her eye caught him as he stood modestly back of the working electricians, and she danced forward again in his direction. He would have liked to evade her, but he saw that he could not do this gracefully. She greeted him with an impudent grin. "Why, hello, Trooper. As I live, the acting kid." She held out a hand to him, and he could not well refuse it. He would have preferred to upstage her once more, as she had phrased it in her low jargon, but he was cornered. Her grip of his hand quite astonished him with its vigor. "Well, how's everything with you? Everything Jake?" He tried for a show of easy confidence. "Oh, yes, yes, indeed, everything is." "Well, that's good, kid." But she was now without the grin, and was running a practised eye over what might have been called his production. The hat was jaunty enough, truly a hat of the successful, but all below that, the not too fresh collar, the somewhat rumpled coat, the trousers crying for an iron despite their nightly compression beneath their slumbering owner, the shoes not too recently polished, and, more than all, a certain hunted though still defiant look in the young man's eyes seemed to speak eloquently under the shrewd glance she bent on him. "Say, listen here, old timer. Remember, I been trooping man and boy for over 40 year, and it's hard to fool me. You working?" He resented the persistent levity of manner, but was coerced by the very apparent real kindness in her tone. "Well," he looked about the set vaguely in his discomfort. "You see, right now I'm between pictures. You know how it is." And she searched his eyes and spoke in a lower tone. "Well, all right, but you needn't blush about it, kid." The blush she detected became more flagrant. "Well, you see," he began again, but he was saved from being explicit by the call of an assistant director. "Miss Montague! Miss Montague! Where's that Flips girl? On the set, please." She skipped lightly from him. When she returned a little later to look for him, he had gone. He went to bed that night when darkness had made this practicable, and under his blankets whiled away a couple of wakeful hours by running tensely dramatic films of breakfast, dinner, and supper at the Gashwiler home. It seemed that you didn't fall asleep so quickly when you had eaten nothing since early morning. Never had he achieved such perfect photography as now of the Gashwiler corned beef hash and light biscuits, the Gashwiler hot cakes and sausage, and never had Gashwiler so impressively carved the Saturday night 4-rib roast of tender beef. Gashwiler achieved a sensational triumph in the scene, being accorded all the close-ups that the most exacting of screen actors could wish. His knife work was perfect. He held his audience enthralled by his technique. Mrs. Gashwiler, too, had a small but telling part in the drama tonight, only a character bit, but one of those poignant bits that stand out in the memory. The subtitle was, "Merton, won't you let me give you another piece of the mince pie?" That was all, and yet, as screen artists say, it got over. There came very near to being not a dry eye in the house when the simple words were flashed beside an insert of thick, flaky-topped mince pies with quarters cut from them to reveal their noble interiors. Sleep came at last while he was regretting that lawless orgy of the morning. He needn't have cleaned up those beans in that silly way. He could have left a good half of them. He ran what might have been considered a split-reel comedy of the stewpan's bottom, still covered with perfectly edible beans, lightly protected with nature's own pastel-tinted shroud for perishing vegetable matter, and diversified here and there with casual small deposits of ashes. In the morning something good really did happen. As he folded his blankets in the gray light, a hard object rattled along the floor from them. He picked this up before he recognized it as a mutilated fragment from the stale half loaf of bread he had salvaged. He wondered how he could have forgotten it, even in the plenitude of his banquet. There it was, a mere nubbin of crust, and so hard it might almost have been taken for a petrified specimen of prehistoric bread. Yet it proved to be rarely palatable. Its flavor was exquisite. It melted in the mouth. Somewhat refreshed by this modest cheer, he climbed from the window of the Crystal Palace with his mind busy on two tracks. While the letter to Gashwiler composed itself, with especially clear directions about where the return money should be sent, he was also warning himself to remain throughout the day at a safe distance from the door of the cafeteria. He had proved the wisdom of this even the day before that had started with the bounteous breakfast. Today the aroma of cooked food occasionally wafted from the cafeteria door and would prove, he was sure, to be more than he could bear. He rather shunned the stages today, keeping more to himself. The collar, he had to confess, was no longer, even to the casual eye, what a successful screen actor's collar should be. The sprouting beard might still be misconstrued as the whim of a director sanctified to realism. Every day it was getting to look more like that. But no director would have commanded the wearing of such a collar except in actual work where it might have been a striking detail in the apparel of an underworldling, one of those creatures who became the tools of rich but unscrupulous roués who are bent upon the moral destruction of beautiful young screen heroines. He knew it was now that sort of collar. No use now in pretending that it had been worn yesterday for the first time. End of chapter 9.